Good evening, chat. Day one of Kouri Richins, guys. Yeah, this one's an interesting one. So welcome you all for being here. And yeah, this is a very interesting case. Kouri Richins is accused of murdering her husband, Eric, back in 2022. And she did it with fentanyl. Basically, they allege that she made she had tried to kill him with a sandwich laced with fentanyl. That bitch doing that. And he got sick and he didn't finish it. It's like the only time it's ever a good idea not to finish a sandwich. And then 2 weeks later, she brought up cocktails and he drank one and died. So, Bono, did I get your email on Russell's typo? Yes, I did. I've not had a chance to look at, guys. I was working all day today. I had hearings. Thankfully, they're all video, but I was working till I worked till 3 on the appeal. I figured something out to make an argument on. So I had to, I don't think it's gonna be retarded, I bet, when the court gets it, but I had to make a lesser included argument. I don't know if it's gonna work better, but we'll try it. But no, I've not had a chance to do anything else. I've been fucking working all fucking day. So but yeah, anyways, Kouri Richins, after her husband died a year later, she came out with this book called Are You With Me? And it was for her sons to cope and grieve. And yeah, at that point then they realized that she basically killed her husband for money. There's a lot of money at stake, and that's what it sounds like. She got charged with murder, also attempted murder of one of, I guess, attempted murder, and a couple of counts of forgery, financial related, and that's kind of where we are. And she's been in jail for a long ass time. She's been arrested for a while now, but we're going to do it, chat. We're doing day one. It's still going, I think, because remember, they're in mountain time. So I don't think we're going to have any closed captioning or stuff right now. So kind of sucks. But yeah, I don't know what to do about that. We're going to have to figure something out. So, but here we go. And it starts off already in pretrial stuff. So here we hit a chat. Yes, Sweet Tooth Fairy. Nobody should fuck with sandwiches. I agree. It's 4:40 local time there. Jeez, they're getting close to being done, but yeah, this doesn't it doesn't automatically give us captioning. Make sure our sound's up all the way.
Gated area that is being patrolled by law enforcement. It is simply not the same as a sidewalk or a driveway that's uncontrolled. Consistent with the rule set out in Dorfman and the interest therein, the request by the Salt Lake Tribune for unfettered access at all days and all times to the parking lot during the trial is respectfully denied. Now, you have a fair point that at 9 p.m. or 5 a.m., those interests don't apply because nobody will be. And so I will amend the order to specify that the paragraph 35 restrictions apply from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And during that period of...
So the judge is going over the media restrictions, and he's just like, you can't be on the property. You have to stay off of it. But he's saying after the court's closed, do whatever the hell you want.
7 a.m. to 6 p.m. The Salt Lake Tribune and other media outlets have the same rights they currently have right now to coordinate with Chris Palmer, the security director, and Tanya Mashburn, the director of communications, to get whatever background you want to get for your shots. Or if you want to get some B-roll or, depict the fact that people were lining up at 5 a.m., those are the kind of things you can just ask for. But to have a blanket rule that anybody with a camera can take pictures of whatever they want, given the other restrictions on the parking area, I am not persuaded.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that. If I may, part of the media's concern, I think, is always precedent setting. The idea that something that shows up in a court's order in one particular case at one particular courthouse may find its way of becoming normalized. I think to the extent that the court has on the record already and could in its order clarify the specific special circumstances here that would justify closing a parking lot, saying this is no longer public space. And that's why that applies in this case. I think that would help alleviate some of the concerns about no filming outside the courthouse becoming a standard within the state of Utah, given the fact that in most circumstances, even if it's not true here, the sidewalks outside a courthouse, the parking lot outside a courthouse are public space that the media would generally expect to be able to inhabit unless there is some sort of special circumstance that would merit closing a parking lot and a set of sidewalks that would otherwise be public space. I think that would help as well if that's something that the court could.
Afix, if you're willing to, man, I would appreciate it. But if you're busy, don't. I appreciate you doing it, but if you can't do it, please don't go out of your way to do it. But this is the court dealing with things here. So
include in that order to ensure that whatever restrictions the media operates under here for these special circumstances don't become the norm in other cases as well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care. All right, we're off the record.
Of course, you're off the record. All right. So the court wanted to screw around. Now, here we go. Let's see what's going on here.
Alex Ramos, with this council table, brother Katie Nestor, and Chris Bertram. I don't know why I said that. And Ms. Richins is present.
Very good. Good morning to all of you. Is the state ready to proceed, Mr. Bloodworth?
Your Honor, can I suggest a few preliminary kind of housekeeping matters?
Please.
Your Honor, the first is the parties have an agreement as it relates to the exclusionary rule. The parties have agreed that family members can be present for opening, and that following opening, the defendant's mother, Lisa Kouri, and the defendant's aunt, Doreen Kouri, are going to be allowed to remain in the courtroom. We may excuse Doreen Kouri for certain witness testimony. Other than that, the parties are invoking the exclusionary.
Okay. And so the inverse, Ms. Nestor, Eric Richins' family stays present for opening. Is that correct? Is that the agreement?
Yes, sir.
And then to what extent are we invoking the exclusionary rule once the state begins to call witnesses?
It's my understanding that the first two witnesses they're going to call are Mr. Gene Richins and Ms. Katie Richins Benson. So as soon as they testify, they can come. We're not going to recall them, so they can sit in the trial for the rest of the trial.
Okay.
I don't know if you're ever going to call Amy.
TBD on
Total recall.
And so all three of the family are going to testify first, and then they can remain in the courtroom. We're not going to recall Clint Benson either.
Are you
So-
seeking to exclude Katie and Clint while Gene is testifying?
No.
Okay.
I don't
Sweet
think
Tooth,
it's-
I'll work on that. I got to get that caught up.
And then
Yes, it's
as
still
far as
live.
Amy goes.
And hold on, guys. Let me
they're gonna
check something
call
here.
her
I'll be right back.
later. We may need to exclude her from the first set of witnesses that are the day of the death, because that's what she has knowledge about.
Is that today?
I think so. So, well, I'll talk with Mr. Bloodworth about exactly when they're going to call her, but she may need to be excluded because depending on what they put on. I think today she may need to be excluded for sure because they're going to be dealing with the day of the first responders when she was present. She'll be testifying about
All right. Why don't we agree that we'll take a short break after openings just to get some certainty as to who's staying in the courtroom when the state begins to call witnesses?
Perfect.
Is that agreeable?
Yes, sir.
It is, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, the second housekeeping matter deals with exhibits. The state is primarily handling exhibits and publishing exhibits electronically. I appreciate that the court will also want paper copies of those exhibits that are in paper form.
Is that true, Brittany? Do we need that for the appellate record, or can they provide just a numbered set of electronic records for the appellate record? for deliberation. Okay, understood.
Yes, Your Honor. And so what I propose is rather than add up the paper exhibits as we go, perhaps at a lunch break or the end of the day, we can then add up on the exhibits.
No problem.
Your Honor, the final housekeeping issue relates to slide presentations for openings. The parties exchanged presentations yesterday. I think we each have a very small number of objections to the others.
Okay.
Your Honor, to begin with the states, there are, I believe it is 2 photographs. Can you bring up those and we'll bring up ours?
Katie, pull up slide number 5.
So I can see 3 photographs. Do you want to see them at the same time?
Please.
Your Honor, if you just publish them to council table, please.
No problem. One moment. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the state is objecting to the 2 photographs at the bottom of Defense Exhibit 338, looks like.
All right, guys, sorry, we're
under
working. But yeah,
401
see, this is the beauty of a modern
beyond
courtroom.
that 403.
You could do all this stuff digitally and just boop, done. Pretty cool, huh?
Put a little more meat on that bone for me. These seem to be consistent with all their evidence and defense narrative about things related to Eric Richins being an avid hunter and going on hunting trips, including international. What's the 403 problem?
Your Honor, I don't know that exotic animal heads add any non-prejudicial value to the case.
What's the prejudicial part?
There may be jurors that, react strongly to exotic animal hunting, different, for example, than a deer or an elk.
Okay. All right. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor.
That's actually a
on the day
legitimate
that
concern.
Eric passed, he was having conversations on the phone with his hunting folks about an exotic animal hunting trip that he had just completed in Mexico, which is going to be relevant to this case, the fact that he had just been in Mexico. I don't know how the prejudice plays because Ms. Richins also lived in this house. So if they're going to hold it against Eric, they're going to hold it against her.
Pause
So,
there.
yeah.
First, these photographs, to the extent we're worried about them being wholly irrelevant, they have minimal probative value in as much as they are consistent with other evidence in the case regarding Eric Richins being an avid hunter and traveling to hunt and things that may or may not have happened while he was on hunts in and out of the state. And there's no unfair prejudice here. Candidly, this is Summit County. Every juror in this county knows that people hunt and sometimes have taxidermy trophies from their hunts in their homes. This is fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What else do you have?
Your Honor, that is the state's objection. The state will now bring up I think the slide that defense is objecting to.
See,
there may be 2.
Scott, you need table 2, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, one moment.
Your Honor, while he's looking, did you have a copy of the preliminary instructions? You just given the same ones. Did you make any changes to the preliminary instructions? You're going to read the jury this morning.
I emphasize in the note-taking instruction that we do not have transcripts of the testimonies, that they will need to rely on their memories.
And all the rest are the same? Thank you, Your Honor.
I had a please here and there, if you care, but
It's the one before that also, but we can start with this one.
Yeah, start with this
All
one.
right.
The other one to give to me.
go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, we object on to this slide and actually the next one they're going to pull up, primarily because these are not exhibits that have been pre-admitted. He's putting into the opening statement things that we don't know.
Yes,
yet
Robin,
that are going to
Robin
be
Hood. Yes,
evidence,
hunting in
how it's going
Mexico is
to come
actually
into evidence.
big.
That's our objection on this one.
There's a lot of everything you can hunt in the South, West, you can hunt in Mexico. you know, all different kinds of like game animals and shit. Like it's actually a big deal. It's a lot of fun to go down there. So yeah, it is a real thing. It is a real thing. So we're gonna speed this up a bit here, chat too, just to get it going.
It's the state's risk to run. Preview for me. Which witnesses think you're going to get these in through?
Your Honor, this one, and we can shut this one down and bring up the next one.
This one, we'd also object under 403. It's the same objection that we don't know who this is coming in, if this is going to come in. And my guess is they're going to attribute this to somehow that Ms. Richins a greedy person. I think this is extremely prejudicial.
I think these, forgive me, Mr. Bloodworth, these are memes that your information technology expert would say were sent from Ms. Richins' device to other people shortly after Ms. Richins' death.
Your Honor, not the sent part. So for both the first exhibit and this second exhibit, the Chris Cotodimos is the witness that will, the state will move to admit these through. He will essentially testify that when conducting a forensic examination of the defendant's phone, he found that first document in a document folder in her phone, and he found the thumbnails and pathways to these 3 gifts in an image file in her phone. And that image file shows a date and a time that they were accessed, but it doesn't provide information as to whether they were sent or not.
What's the date they were accessed?
They were accessed at 8:30 a.m. on March the 4th, 2022.
And just complete the sentence for me. What had happened on March 3rd?
Well, Your Honor, Eric Richins was pronounced dead at 3:58 a.m. on March the 4th. And the very last of medical examiner personnel, sheriff's deputies, crime scene techs exited the house at 8:30 a.m.
And Mr. Costardimos will testify that the pathways, internet pathways to these 3 gifts were accessed on March 4 at
8:30 a.m.
So there's how it's coming in. Ms. Lewis, forgive me, you were making a 403 argument.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, we just renew our objection under 403. I think they speak for themselves in terms of the prejudice. We also don't know who had the phone at that time. We don't know where these were downloaded from, if they were sent to Ms. Richins. We don't know if she put these on her phone. We really don't. We know very little about these photos or these gifts. So we just renew our objection under that.
Okay. Internet content that was accessed from defendant's phone on the morning of March 4, 2022 has probative value. It's circumstantial evidence of what the person with that phone was thinking, and there is a link between that phone or that device and defendant. These gifts that are linked back to that device and that day and time by internet pathways that will come in through the state's experts are not the probative value of them in showing being circumstantial evidence of defendant's state of mind is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Not on that. And
Okay.
Brad, could you just briefly pull up the last one? We just want to renew our objection to the final slide.
I'm sorry, which side? The Vacation Express?
No,
Oh,
we're just
sorry,
going to renew
gotcha.
our objection. Your Honor, this last slide is vote.
I didn't say anything about the Vacation Express one. Do you want me to talk about that?
Oh, yes.
I didn't
thought you
understand
had.
what your position on the Vacation
Oh,
Express one
our
was.
position was that this just, we don't know how this is coming into evidence and it's not been pre-admitted.
Okay.
And it's prejudicial if it doesn't ever come in.
Mr. Bloodworth, I understood the Vacation Express electronic document, which was saved on a device that's connected to defendant, will be coming in through Mr. Cotradimos, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Proffer for me, when was, can you call it back up? I can't remember the date on it.
Sure. Your Honor, it was a booking on December the 7th, 2021 for a trip for the defendant and Mr. Grossman to the Caribbean. The trip was supposed to take place in April of 2022.
This information, the state has sitting here today without Mr. Cotradimos on the stand, has proffered a legally valid route to admit it. And it has probative value regarding what defendant's plans were at various points in time. Its probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
And I'm assuming that the state will not be saying that they actually went on this trip in opening.
Which was saved on a device that's connected to defendant will be coming in through Mr. Cotradimos, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
proffer for me when
We haven't even gotten there yet,
call it
chat.
back up. I can't remember the date on
Is
it.
this any good,
Your
guys?
Honor,
Or
it was
no?
a booking on December the 7th, 2021 for a trip for the defendant and Mr. Grossman to the Caribbean. The trip was supposed to take place in April of 2022.
This information, the state has a sitting here today without Mr. Contradimos on the stand, has proffered a legally valid route to admit it. And it has probative value regarding what defendants' plans were at various points in time. Its probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
And I'm assuming that the state will not be saying that they actually went on this trip in opening.
Guys, I mean, I'm liking this evidentiary stuff. If you don't, though, let me know.
Well, because
I
they
don't
didn't.
know. Did they actually go?
No, they never did.
Okay, so I don't imagine the state will be making that representation.
And then the final slide, we just want to renew our objection. Your Honor's already ruled on that, but for the record, we want to renew our objection to the book. And also our objection that if this is coming in, we'd ask that the entire interview be played. So we want to renew our objections on those grounds.
Okay. No new argument, though.
No.
Right? Okay. I appreciate that you've renewed it. The court stands on its prior denial of those objections for the reasons previously indicated. Mr. Bloodworth, from the state's perspective, any additional housekeeping?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Real nuts and bolts stuff. Is that portable mic turned on, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is.
Would you tap it for me? Very good. Ms. Nestor, same for you.
I turned it off, but let
Okay.
me test it. Can you hear? Can you hear?
Very good.
Yep, I'm turning it back off though.
Okay. Brittany, you got your oath ready? All right. Do we have all 12 jurors, Tracy? Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Fair notice for all spectators. Every single time the jury comes in or leaves, we all stand. We're ready for the jury.
Oh, wow. Wow. He's not fucking around. Here comes the jury, bitches. Also, chat, tonight, you have one mission. One mission. It is your duty. It is the mandate of heaven. You must troll PPP and Worski tonight about the Olympics. If you guys are not aware, chat, the United States of America dabbed all over those Canadian sons of bitches. That's what happened right there, guys. Am I really loud right now? Yes, Canada lost. And dab on PPP and Worski for that. Dab on them. They're poor. They're poorer than Alabama. They really are. The average GDP of Canada is less than that of Alabama right now. So, yes, the men's and the women's teams. Court's way too quiet. They had it muted out, so don't worry. I'll put it back on in a second. Yes. You know, all they got left's that hot sauce, and they're going to have to play Freebird tonight. What you think about that, Worski? Okay. My voice is a lot louder. Oh, I'm sorry. It might be because of the thing I'm using. I'm sorry. Did I see Trump's call the men's team? Yes, it was fucking hilarious. All right, chat. All right, here we go. Let's get going.
All right.
Well and truly answer such questions as may be put. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Thank you for your patience. I assure you that we were working while you were waiting. That will happen from time to time. I appreciate your patience.
Every judge says that. Every judge says that. And I always want to ask the jurors, I'm like, do you guys think that's bullshit or not? Because, we think it's working, but you might be like, this is retarded.
Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury in this case. I'll now give you some instructions explaining how the trial will unfold. I'll give you a larger set of instructions at the end of the trial explaining the law. You are required to consider and follow all of the court's instructions. The defendant is accused of committing one or more crimes. You'll decide if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Please keep an open mind throughout the trial. At the end of the trial, you will discuss the evidence and reach a verdict. You took an oath to well and truly try the issues pending between the parties and to render a true and just verdict. The oath is your promise to do your duty as a member of the jury. Please be alert, please pay attention, and please follow the court's instructions. The prosecution has filed a document called an information that contains the charges against the defendant. The information is not evidence of anything. It is only a method of accusing a defendant of a crime. I'll now read the information. Count 1, criminal homicide, aggravated murder. Between on or about March 3, 2022 and March 4, 2022 in Summit County, state of Utah, the defendant did intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual under any of the following circumstances. The actor committed homicide for pecuniary gain, and or the actor committed homicide by means of the administration of a poison or of any lethal substance, or of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity.
I'm sorry, Chad, I'll turn it
Furthermore,
down.
the defendant was a cohabitant with the other individual. Count 2, attempted criminal homicide, aggravated murder. On or about February 14, 2022 in Summit County, state of Utah.
Guys,
the
I turned down the
defendant did
sound on this,
intentionally or
but like this
knowingly
is what it's at
attempt to
right
cause
now.
the death of another individual.
It's
under any of the
150%
following
volume.
circumstances. The actor
And
attempted
this is
to
with the
commit homicide
volume
for
booster and
pecuniary
everything
gain,
going.
and or the actor attempted to commit
So-
homicide by means of the administration of a poison or of any lethal substance,
So
or
I'm
of any
sorry.
substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. Furthermore, the defendant was a cohabitant with the other individual. Count 3, insurance fraud. Between on or about January 29, 2022
Okay, hold
and on or
Chad,
about
I gotta
August
figure this out
31
here.
of 2022 in Summit County.
Why is this not working? Hold on.
Because it is tantamount to a fenced, gated area. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leads the defendant.
All right, we're gonna skip the
There
jury
are very
instructions
few
here.
things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find the defendant guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there is a real possibility that the defendant is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and find the defendant not guilty. Remember, the fact that the defendant is charged with a crime is not evidence of guilt. The law presumes that the defendant is not guilty of the crimes charged. This presumption persists unless the prosecution's
no death penalty,
evidence
chat.
convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Regarding our respective roles, all of us, judge, jury, and lawyers, are officers of the court and have different
Executioner.
roles during the trial. As the judge, I'll supervise the trial, decide legal issues, and instruct you on the law. As the jury, you must follow the law as you weigh the evidence and decide the factual issues. Factual issues relate to what did or did not happen in this case. Other thoroughly.
We don't care.
Until after.
I don't care.
And not even with each other. For anyone who or the look, the goal of the case, the trial is don't it's a violation in the process of how to case. Resources or an online procedure. The fair review investigations. You retry. Not have a memory trial to help themselves. Mr. Bloodworth, let me make sure.
It is the evening of March the 3rd, 2022. The defendant, Kouri Richins, her husband, Eric Richins,
Object.
and their 3 children.
You haven't
9-year-old
identified her
Carter,
yet.
7-year-old Ashton, and 5-year-old Weston are at their home in Camas. Eric Richins lived for his 3 boys. At 7:22 p.m., Kouri Richins' boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, texts Kouri Richins an image of 2 people romantically kissing. The image is captioned, "Love you."
They're gay. It's
8:36.
sentimental.
Kouri Richins replies, "Love you."
Aw.
The boys go to bed. Kouri Richins makes Eric a drink and takes it to him in their bedroom. She drinks on the bed.
Fish.
She departs the bedroom. Kouri Richins returns to the bedroom at about 3:00 a.m. She feels that Eric is cold. She nudges him. He does not respond. She sees that he is stiff and pale. His mouth is wide. At 3:06 a.m., Kouri Richins unlocks her cell phone. She travels 243 feet beginning at 3:08 a.m. She unlocks her cell phone again at 3:10, 3:15, and twice at 3:19. At 3:21, Kouri Richins unlocks her cell phone and calls 911. Paramedics respond, but they are unable to revive Eric. He has no pulse. He is cold. They pronounce him dead at 3:58 a.m. on March the 4th, but they think he has been dead a while. My name again is Brad Bloodworth. I am one of Summit County's criminal prosecutors who, along with Lindsay Shervinack and Fred Burmester, will present to you the state of Utah's aggravated murder case against Kouri Darden Richins for causing the poisoning death of her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins. The state will also prove to you that 2 weeks before murdering Eric Richins, Kouri Richins attempted to murder him. And 2 weeks before that, by fraud and forgery,
That was a 3D
she
printer.
took out an insurance policy on his life.
Objection, can we approach?
Sorry. I had a 3D printer going. Oh, shit. What did I miss here?
Murdering Eric. The state will also prove to you that 2 weeks before murdering Eric Richins, Kouri Richins attempted to murder him. And 2 weeks before that, by fraud and forgery, she took out an insurance policy on his life.
Objection, can we approach?
I mean, what's the objection to? What's the objection to there? So, yes, this guy looks like he runs a fucking casino, but
Fraud.
so
Kouri Richins took out an insurance policy by fraud and forgery on Eric's life. And 2 weeks after Eric died, she submitted a fraudulent claim on yet another insurance policy. In this opening statement, I will summarize for you some of the evidence that the state will present over the next few days, perhaps weeks, so that you have a framework to assemble and analyze all of the evidence. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins murdered Eric for his money and to get a fresh start at life. More than anything, she wanted his money to perpetuate her facade of privilege, affluence, and success. Kouri Richins owned a house flipping business. She would purchase, rehab, and resell homes. She presented herself to friends and business associates as remarkably successful. The evidence will prove that on the day that Eric died, Kouri Richins owed over $4.5 million to over 20 different lenders. And she did not have the ability to service that debt because her bank accounts were exhausted and her credit was exhausted. She had been taking out new loans to include payday loans to service existing loans, but her new credit was drying up. In the 5 months leading to Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins overdrafted over 200.
she was Donald Trump in it.
Totaling over $300,000.
Based. Run up that debt.
And on the day that Eric died, Kouri Richins was scheduled to close on an unfinished and derelict mansion in Midway, and thus take on an additional $3.2 million in debt. She did not have the financial ability to service that debt, to rehab the mansion, or to hold on to it long enough to resell it.
She's
The
a
mansion may appear
bum.
impressive from a distance, but upon close inspection, it is just a facade.
She's like that rehab act
On the other
lady.
hand-
She just says the N-word.
On the day that Eric died, his estate was worth over $4 million. And the evidence
Damn.
will prove that Kouri Richins believed she would inherit it all. She believed that she would inherit Eric's $2 million interest in a stonemasonry business, an interest that a prenuptial agreement prevented her from getting any part of if they divorced, but permitted her to get all of if Eric died while they were married.
He is a Mason.
She believed that she would inherit
How do you know the
millions
Masons
of
didn't
dollar
kill
home
her?
that they lived in, but that
Dun,
Eric
dun,
owned separate and
dun.
apart from her. And she believed that she would benefit from nearly $2 million in insurance on Eric's life, to include the $100,000 policy that she took out a few weeks before he died. Now, for Kouri Richins' fresh start at life motive. This motive overlaps with her money motive. She needed Eric Richins' money to get her fresh start at life. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins was chronically unhappy in her marriage. She thought that having children would make her happier, but it did not. She consulted with a divorce attorney in the months leading up to Eric's death. 3 months before Eric's death, Kouri Richins booked a $4,000 5-night all-inclusive vacation for her and her boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, at the Secrets St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean.
Oh, St. Martin's nice.
They were to check in the month after
Well-
Eric died.
It depends which part of St. Martin they're going to, the French or Dutch side.
3 weeks before Eric's death, 15 days before Eric's death, 1 day before the charged attempted murder, Kouri Richins text message Josh Grossman, "If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me tomorrow, you would? I just want to lay on the couch and cuddle you, watch a murder documentary and snuggle." 5 days after the charged attempted murder and 11 days before the charged murder, Kouri Richins text messaged Josh Grossman, "Babe, I miss you. I want you today, every day. Not just sexually, but physically,
All
mentally,
day.
every day when I wake up.
Oh,
I do want a future together. I do want you. Figure life out together. If he could just go away
mm.
and you could just be here, life would be so perfect. I love you. I don't know what my deal is today. I'm sorry."
The difference is the French government does not take care of its colonies and Commonwealth. It's better now than it used to be, but like my parents honeymooned. They went to St. Martin for their honeymoon. And like you're driving on the Dutch side and the road's paved. And my dad said as soon as you hit the French side, the pavement stopped and you were in basically Haiti. There's a difference between the two sides of the island, the Dutch and the French side. The French don't take care of their colonies. It's really bad. So it's better now, but it's still not good. I'd rather live on the the Dutch side's still far better.
9 days after the charged attempted murder, 1 week before the charged murder, Kouri Richins text messaged her boyfriend, "I have a crazy dream. You quit your job, I divorce and come up with millions and millions. We buy Midway and live in the guest house and rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day like they charge down the road, maybe $12,000 to stay competitive. And we will just run the event center as our daily job and hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm, deal?" Just over 2 weeks after Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins text messaged her boyfriend a link to the Secret St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean and asked, "Are we there yet?"
Wow, that whole
1 month
that whole thing of like we're gonna work together and we'll live at the event center and stuff. That is some cocaine fueled insanity right there, guys. Jesus.
and 5 days after Eric Richins' death,
Beat to me,
Kouri
enthusiast.
Richins
Thank you
texted, "I
again.
think I want you to be my husband.
Afix, don't
one
worry
day."
about it. Afix, do not worry about it. We'll survive. Don't worry about it. So
Now for the attempted murder charge. Carmen Lauber was a house cleaner who worked for Kouri Richins' aunt's house cleaning company. She
was her
cleaned
code
Kouri
name
Richins'
Mrs.
house.
Chaos? Yeah.
She knew Kouri Richins for nearly 9 years. Kouri Richins knew that Carmen Lauber had a criminal history involving drugs. The evidence will prove that on February the 11th, 2022, 3 days before the charged attempted murder, Carmen Lauber, at Kouri Richins' request, purchased illicit pain or illicit pills from a street drug dealer who was a friend of a friend. And she gave those pills to Kouri Richins. That street dealer's name is Robert Crozier, and he sold Carmen Lauber the pills at a Draper in Maverick. 3 days later, on Valentine's Day, Kouri Richins purchased a sandwich from the Mirror Lake Diner and left it for Eric Richins. She then departed Camas and met up with Josh Grossman an hour away. At 11:33 that morning, Eric texted Kouri Richins, "I'm going to lay down
You
for a
what you
bit.
think about that,
If I don't
bitch?
start getting better, I'm going to head to the hospital soon."
She's like,
Shortly
"Die,
thereafter-
motherfucker.
All activity on Eric's cell phone ceased
Why don't you
for
die,
nearly 90
Medicare?"
minutes in the middle of a busy workday. Once activity resumed, Eric Richins called his 2 best friends. They sounded to
I already
him
brought up the
scared,
sandwich thing, chat.
somber,
Duh.
confused, bewildered. A few days after that, Kouri Richins asked Carmen Lauber if she could get something stronger. The evidence will prove that on February the 26th, 5 or 6 days before Eric's death, Carmen Lauber, again at Kouri Richins' request, purchased pills from the same street dealer at the same Maverick in Draper. And she left those pills at a home that Kouri Richins was just finishing up a rehab on. The evidence will prove that those illicit pills contained fentanyl. The autopsy and toxicology report shows that Eric Richins died of fentanyl poisoning. He had several times a lethal amount of fentanyl in his blood and more in his stomach. And that extraordinary amount of fentanyl was intentional, not accidental. The evidence will prove that time and again, Kouri Richins tried to cover up her attempted murder and ultimate murder of Eric Richins. When confronted with Eric's reaction on Valentine's Day, Kouri Richins text messaged her friend, "It was Valentine's Day, and Eric and I were both working from home that day, and I ordered lunch from Mirror Lake. He never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. I was fucking with him. Bailey was there too. He said the sandwich hurt his stomach, so he was going to nap. No hives, no EpiPen." Kouri Richins was an hour away from Eric Richins with her boyfriend. Regarding the morning of Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins wrote in a notebook that she entered their room at 3:20 a.m. She saw that when she nudged Eric, nothing happened. She grabbed her phone and called 911. She first grabbed her phone at least 3:06 a.m. and delayed calling 911 at least 15 minutes. The evidence will also prove that Kouri Richins had a guilty.
Chat, this is at 1.3 speed. Let's listen to this guy at normal speed and see how bad it is.
conscience. The morning that Eric died, his family came over. Kouri Richins could not face her children or Eric's dad, Eric.
Oh my God, it's so slow. We're going to speed this guy up to like 1.5.
She didn't speak to him. A few days after Eric's death, Kouri Richins
At 1.5, he sounds fine. This is bad.
and her boyfriend, Josh, they drove into the Uintas and talked about Eric's death for the first time. Kouri Richins asked Josh, while serving in Iraq, did you ever kill anyone?
Sorry. Have a good
When he
one.
responded, she asked, how did that make you feel? Along the lines of both cover up and guilty conscience, Kouri Richins' text messages and other data from Kouri Richins' phone for the 2 months leading up to Eric Richins' death and a week or two after have all been deleted. Police seized that phone. She got a new phone. And on that new phone, there were the following internet searches. Can cops uncover deleted messages iPhone? Can you delete
Yes.
everything off an old iPhone without actually having it?
No.
Can deleted text messages be retrieved from an iPhone?
Yes.
How to completely wipe an iPhone clear remotely?
Oh my God, she is illiterate. That's not even like one typo. That's all typos. God.
How to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely?
Funny thing is, you've all searched that yourself at one point or another.
On April the 13th, 2022, about 5 weeks after Eric Richins' death, detectives informed Kouri Richins that the autopsy and toxicology results show that Eric died of fentanyl poisoning. Thereafter, searches on her phone include if someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? Women, Utah prison, luxury prisons for the rich in America. Almost a year after Eric Richins' death, when Kouri Richins knew the police were investigating her for his death, Kouri Richins published a children's book on how to deal with the loss of a parent. And she promoted that children's book on local television and local radio. The state will present to you this evidence and more through a series of fact witnesses, expert witnesses, documents, and Kouri Richins' own words.
We'll get to that.
As you evaluate the evidence and you consider it and you weigh it, let me offer 4 recommendations. The first is the evidence will prove that Kouri Richins murdered Eric Richins, but also consider the evidence that proves that Eric Richins did not kill himself or die accidentally. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins had the means, motive, and opportunity to murder Eric Richins. But please consider the evidence that proves no one else did. Consider the evidence leading up to Eric Richins' death that proves that Kouri Richins murdered him, but also consider the evidence after Eric's death that also proves it. As you evaluate Kouri Richins' conduct, consider the evidence that proves that she richly values and trades on her perceived appearance, affluence, privilege, and success. Let me please highlight 2 of the judge's instructions that he just provided. The first is stay focused on the evidence. What the attorneys say, how they say it, their voice inflection, none of that is evidence. Please stay focused on the evidence. Please take notes. As he said, you will probably only hear from a witness one time, and that is when the witness testifies. At the end of the trial, I'll stand back up here. And in closing argument, we will analyze the evidence. We will apply it to the elements that the judge instructed you on. And the state of Utah will ask you to find Kouri Richins guilty of the aggravated murder of Eric Richins, the attempted aggravated murder of Eric Richins, 2 counts of insurance fraud, and forgery. Back for a moment to the morning of March the 4th, 2022. It is 8:30. Medical examiners place Eric's body in a body bag onto a stretcher, and they wheel him out of his home for the last time. His boys are upstairs with their uncle. Kouri Richins has not yet told them that Eric is dead, and she won't for a few more hours. The last of the sheriff's deputies leave, crime scene techs, medical examiners. And on Kouri Richins' phone, the following 3 images are accessed.
Oh, that's not good. I mean, that is rough. Those are rough videos.
Is your mic on? Just
Yes. We need Katie to be connected.
She is. It's a black screen at the moment. Is that intentional? Katie, you ready to go? My apologies. One moment. Fire.
Register for the emergency. My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's the best phone number in case it gets disconnected? 435 671 1987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis? Uh-huh. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light on. And he's not breathing? He's not breathing? I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing?
No.
Okay, can you do CPR? No, I don't know how. You don't know? I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay.
Those were the sounds of a wife becoming a widow. 6.5 hours before that terrible phone call, Eric and Kouri Richins were in that same bedroom, and they were celebrating. They were celebrating because Kouri was about to close on the biggest real estate deal.
God damn, you weren't joking.
She was about to close on something called the Midway Mansion. Slide 2, please. A sprawling, multi-million-dollar home in Midway that had been abandoned before construction was completed. And the plan was to fix it up just enough to resell it. In other words, repair the windows, make it look nice. There had been vandalism inside, clean it all out, get it ready to flip and sell. And the concept is to sell it for millions more than the bargain basement price they got because it was just a dilapidated, falling apart, abandoned property. And the plan was to flip it for so much that she was going to make millions of dollars of profit, at least $2 million for her and for all of her investors. And Eric was a part of this. Eric had been out at the property that very day, the day that he died, spreading gravel to make it look nice for open houses, and so to be ready as soon as they closed. These two had other things to celebrate on March 3rd, besides this big deal that was going to make them a lot of money. One of the things they had to celebrate was that Eric's business was doing great. Can we have slide 3? Eric worked as a stonemason, and you're going to see, this is 2020. This isn't even the year before he died. So his income kept going up and up. But he declared to the IRS that he made over $750,000 that year. That was just in 1 year of what Eric was bringing into their marriage and their family. They also lived in a beautiful home. Slide 4. It was a beautiful home. They got married in that home. That home was half Kouri's. That's how it works in marriage. You get half of a home as soon as you live in it. They also had a 2-story garage that you can kind of see in that picture a little bit back from the house. And it was filled, slide 5. It was filled with exotic animals. Eric was a huge hunter. He went on trips all over the world. They had the kind of money that they were blessed with. He could travel to Africa and travel to Mexico, which he did 2 weeks before he died. He was in Mexico hunting an exotic sheep, actually. They had four-wheelers. They had lots of vehicles. They had snowmobiles and ATVs and ski equipment. They were very blessed. They had a lot to celebrate. They also had a wonderful family. Slide 6. The one thing that I don't think anybody in this courtroom is ever going to challenge, us included, is that Eric and Kouri adored their boys. They were their world. They were in that place that those of us who've had kids have all been in, where you spend your days driving them around to soccer and all their activities, and they're just the center of your world. And that's how both of these parents felt about their kids. They loved them a lot. And what's more important is that the boys adored their father, adored him. And Kouri knew that about her sons and about her family. Their marriage had survived through some rough times, and you're going to hear about that. Like any marriage, it wasn't a perfect marriage. They'd gone through a really bad year where they both contemplated divorce, and they did what a lot of couples do. They went to marriage counseling, they worked it out, and they decided to stick it out, and they did. You're going to hear testimony from one of Eric's closest friends that in the few weeks before Eric died, he and Kouri were the happiest together that he'd ever seen them. And you're going to hear that from one of Eric's closest friends.
No, but they're going to make it sound like they're rich and affluent. And it's not like going on a safari down to Mexico. You're not paying like safari costs, but like not everybody can afford to go hunt down in like Sonora or down in the hills of northern Mexico. But it's a good time. Like it's challenging hunts.
Now on March 3rd, Eric started sending excited texts before their celebration to Kouri, saying, hey, let's get together. Let's have some celebratory shots. Slide 7.
I resemble that remark.
Sorry, you guys aren't going to be able to read that. It's really small. But it basically says, you want it? Thank you.
I think so, yes.
Celebratory shot? That was Kouri saying she can't, that she has other plans. But he's excited. He wants to celebrate about the big closing. When Eric got home the evening of March 3rd, after he'd been out at the property spreading the gravel, he got home and they all had dinner together.
Thank you, Guy Remecton.
Kouri's mom dropped by. They visited with her mom. Her mom had actually been out at the property the same day with a carpenter trying to get some bids and get it ready to start getting it fixed.
Sean climbed over the counter to see what he could eat. Oh my God. Like, you guys are so fucking off.
Kouri's mom left. They tucked their boys into bed. And around 9 o'clock, they decided to have their celebratory shot. A friend had given them a gift of some of those, I'm sure you guys have seen them, those copper Moscow Mule cups that you make like in breweries and in bars. And they decided
they're
to
the
try out
copper
little
cups. It's
so
cringe.
Kouri made what's called a Moscow Mule. And they also had a little shot, which is
Hee-haw, hee-haw. That's
they
what
had
a
their
mule
drinks.
says.
They actually didn't finish them and set the cups in the sink at the house right there. Around 9:30, they were getting ready to go to bed, and they heard one of the children who suffered from something called night terrors, where they scream out, they have nightmares. One of the children was crying out. So Kouri went to sleep with her son around 9:30 that night. You're going to hear the police. Kouri also told the police the day that they came to the house that she believed Eric might have had what we call a marijuana gummy. You're going to hear Eric loved marijuana gummies. He used them a lot. And the police found a whole bunch of them in the house, in his things, in his clothes, in his closet. You know, he was a marijuana gummy user. Slide 8. These are all gummies that the police found in Eric's things. Some of them, you can tell, had commercial bags where he bought them from dispensaries. Some were in clear bags that he bought from somewhere else, the location unknown. So you take it down. So as they're getting ready to go to bed, you're going to hear that after Kouri left the room, Eric was on his phone, and he was talking to a friend named Scott Wagner. And you're going to hear that Scott Wagner talked to him at 10 o'clock that night. That when Scott Wagner talked to him, he did not sound drunk. He did not sound high. He did not sound like he was on fentanyl or anything else. That there was no sound of the wife or children in the background. That he was alert, that he was having a totally normal conversation with Scott. And this was at 10 p.m. Shortly after 10 p.m., you're going to hear, forgot to mention, when Kouri left the bedroom, she has always maintained from beginning to end that she left her phone in the room, in the charger next to her bed, which we all do at night when we're about to go to bed, we charge our phones. Nothing unusual there. After 10 o'clock, around 10:30, so this is an hour after Kouri's left the bedroom and is in with her son, Kouri's phone is unlocked and moves just a few feet. Now you're going to hear Kouri's friends in this trial and some other people testify that Eric was always checking Kouri's phone. And you can kind of see why he probably was doing that. Based on what you've already heard from the state. Maybe he had good reasons, but he checked her phone a lot. So we know he did that at about 10:30 because we have proof that the phone opened and closed. Moved a short distance, like maybe walking around the bedroom, and then closed again. And that is the last thing we know for sure that Eric did the night that he died. Sometime after that, we don't know exactly when Eric died. Slide 9. When Eric died, his Apple Watch was hanging on a charger, nice and neat. His phone was in a charger on the nightstand. He was lying in his underwear, like when you go to bed. He was on his back on his side of the bed. So it appears pretty clear that Eric went to bed and fell asleep and died in his sleep. You're also going to hear, slide 10, that there was an empty pill bottle.
They're all
right next to him
awful. This
in his
is
nightstand.
it both so
And I want you to pay careful
slow.
attention to this. The empty pill bottle expired in 2016. Made out to him for pain pills. That's going to become important later. Sometime after 3 a.m., Kouri wakes up and comes back into a dark bedroom. You're going to hear she unlocked her phone. Probably, we're not going to dispute the times that the state just mentioned. The phone gets unlocked shortly after 3 a.m., which is what time Kouri says from day one that she got up. She always tells the police, I got up at 3. The phone verifies that. The phone moved around the house a little bit. You're going to hear the distances in the house. There's going to be investigators that are going to tell you how many feet from the master bedroom to the bathroom to the kitchen. They're going to tell you about how many feet are in that house if you're walking around the house. It appears clear she walked around the house just a little bit for a few minutes. And then the phone stops being active, which is indicative of being back in the charger, indicative of not moving anymore. And a few minutes later, you hear the 911 call that you guys just heard. So that gives her enough time to crawl into the bed, touch her husband, and realize he's cold. Just about 3 minutes. That's all it took. And she picks her phone up, calls 911. You're going to see that the phone records prove all of this. At that time, I believe everyone's going to agree, and I think the state even admitted it in their opening, that's pretty clear he'd been dead for several hours. And you're going to actually see a photo when we pass, our blood pools in the position that we lay in. It's not circulating anymore because our heart's not working. And you're going to see a picture of his back. And you're going to see that the blood, he had been dead long enough for the blood to pool on his back because he was laying on his back. So that usually indicates he'd been dead for several hours, and the medical examiner is going to tell you that. So those 6 hours, ladies and gentlemen, between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m., somewhere in that time, Eric Richins died. Somewhere in that time, he ingested a fatal dose of fentanyl. What you will never hear after 4 years of investigation, where as recently as 2 weeks ago, they were back searching that house. After 4 years of investigation and 5 weeks of this trial, you know what you're never going to hear is how that fentanyl got inside of him, because there is zero evidence of that. To this day, slide 11, please. You're going to see that his
Yeah, that is going to be a little weird. How the fuck did it get there? Oh my God, those are like some dudes with beards. Holy shit. Like, that is just obnoxious. But this dude here, he's got the Owen Schroyer beard going. Damn. He looks like Owen Schroyer.
Oh, that's the wrong thing, Katie. Just take it down. Sorry about that.
No.
That's the wrong thing. His death certificate.
No, he doesn't look like Jeff.
The manner of his death is still unknown to this day. You're going to hear testimony that a medical examiner has the ability to declare the manner of someone's death. It can be homicide, it can be suicide, it can be accidental overdose, it can be murder, it can be anything. To this day, the medical examiner, the professional that's the head of declaring how people die in the state of Utah, has never been able to determine the manner of Eric Richins' death. And you're going to hear first responders and law enforcement tell you that no fentanyl was found in the bedroom the night of his death. But you're also going to hear them that they didn't search for it. You know, we've all seen the TV shows, the crime shows. What do you do if there's a murder, right? If you think there's a murder, tape it off. No one gets in or out. It becomes a crime scene. You search everything. You search the closet. You search the bathroom. You search the vehicles. You search the house. You search the office. They didn't do that. All kinds of friends and family, and you're going to see video of all the people that were in the house that day. There was no restrictions on anybody. And guess what was sitting in the sink? The cups. They were sitting there. They were never taken. They were never tested. Nothing. The nanny ended up putting them in the dishwasher the next morning, and they still had fluid in them. You're going to hear the day after Eric died. Kouri, or I'm sorry, not the day after, day of. They started interviewing Kouri over and over and over again about what happened that night. You're going to hear for yourselves that her explanation of what happened that night has never changed from that call you just listened to, as far as the timing, as far as what happened. Never. Law enforcement secretly recorded her phone conversations for over a year after this incident. 2 years later, listening in to conversations with her family to see if her story about what happened that night ever altered, ever changed. You're going to hear it never changed. You're going to hear that before Eric's body was even taken out of their bedroom, Kouri was told the body was going to a morgue for an autopsy. So within an hour of the cops getting there, she knew there was going to be an autopsy of his body. And what happens when you have an autopsy? You figure out how someone died. That's what doctors do. They test your blood, they test your bodily tissues. So she knew that. But did she tell the police or the medical responders or the EMS, hey guys, you might want to check out fentanyl? My husband used it all the time. Did she do that? Because with one sentence, she could have taken all suspicion off her and made this about a drug overdose. But she didn't. As a matter of fact, she could have staged a whole drug overdose scene with fentanyl pills on his stomach and everything all over the place and say, gosh, you know, I tried to get him in rehab for years and I couldn't. But she didn't. And you know why? Because she told her truth. She told her truth over and over again, and it's exactly what she told that 911 operator that you just heard, and you're going to hear over and over at trial. I don't know what happened. Now you're going to hear that Eric Richins' family simply could not accept that. They needed someone or something to blame for losing someone they loved that wasn't Eric himself. And that's totally understandable. No family ever wants to believe that behind closed doors, someone they love is using drugs. No one wants to believe that. But the family's need to make sense of Eric's death went way beyond what you would expect a normal grieving family to go through. You will hear that as the detective arrived at the house, Eric's sisters spoke with the detective in the driveway. This is before anyone in the house knows how Eric died. If he had a heart attack, if he had an aneurysm, a lot of people were talking about aneurysms at the scene, and you're going to hear that. Nobody knew yet how he died. The sisters were telling the police Kouri probably did this. Kouri probably did this. Day one. His sister Katie tells the police, and you're going to hear her testify about this, that Kouri had recently found out that Eric had put all their assets in a trust, and that Katie was in charge of the trust. She's going to say, I'm in charge, and that Kouri didn't like that. She told that to the police at the scene. So Kouri already knew before Eric ever died that his assets were protected in a trust and didn't automatically come to her if he died, that there were legal things you had to go through. You're going to hear that it didn't stop there. The Richins family hired a private investigator, and you're going to see how much they paid that private investigator. And it's almost $100,000. And they paid that investigator to spend every waking minute digging up as much dirt as he possibly could on Kouri Richins to try to implicate her in Eric's death. Even though the state already had all the evidence from the scene that night that would show what happened in those 6 hours, right? The investigator goes looking for skeletons in the closet. And boy, did he find some. You're going to hear that after an exhaustive private investigation into every single thing about Kouri Richins' life, he uncovered plenty of things that I'm quite sure she's not proud of. She's not a perfect person. She's a flawed person. I would submit we all are. But the prosecutor just turned some of her most intimate, personal correspondence into entertainment, and bubbles, and slides. And they're going to continue to assassinate her character throughout the.
I mean, yeah, you can say we're not all perfect, but even in today's society, saying that when it's like she's stooping out like that, and we're gonna go like, and it's one thing like you're doinking in a like a hotel room, but like we're gonna stoop out all the way to St. fucking Martin. This is not gonna sell well. This is not gonna sell well with the jury.
This trial, so get ready. The judge has instructed you not to prejudge this case and to wait until you hear all of the evidence before you make up your mind. So let me assure you, no marriage is what it appears on the surface. What happens when we close our bedroom door is very private and is not always known by family or friends. And I think you're going to learn a lot about Kouri and Eric's relationship in this trial, and I would ask you to wait before you go rush to judgment like they have about her sexual morality, her personal decisions, about her marriage, and about her family. The prosecution is going to spend days and weeks telling you all about arguments Kouri's had with her husband in years past. Problems in their marriage, yeah, they had them. Disagreements, infidelities, ups and downs in their marriage, all true. They're also going to tell you all about Kouri's business. They tore it apart. They examined every bank account, every real estate deal she ever did, her taxes, when she made money, when she lost money, if she paid her taxes on time, if she bounced checks,
pouring.
if she borrowed too much, if she didn't borrow enough, if she borrowed wisely, if she was too risky in her business. You're going to hear all of that. None of that has anything to do with those 6 hours, but you're going to sit through it and you're going to listen to all of it. And you're going to hear testimony about her most intimate personal and business affairs going back years before Eric died. The family and the private investigator even became convinced that Kouri had tried to kill Eric before on Valentine's Day when he had an allergic reaction to a sandwich, drank some Benadryl, may or may not have taken an EpiPen shot, took a 2-hour nap, and then drove his kids to soccer. That's the evidence you're going to hear about Valentine's Day.
Well, wait. You better be able to say he's allergic to some shit out there, and it better be anaphylactic shock inducing. What is he allergic to?
Discussed with Kouri that he was going to drive the kids to soccer.
He's allergic
so they're asking you to believe that she secretly put narcotics in her husband's food right before he's going to drive the 3 things that matter the most to her in the world to soccer.
She hates her kids.
Eric this incident wasn't even a blip to Eric. He had a professional allergy doctor that he saw very shortly after this incident. He never even brought this up. He never even talked about it with his doctor. You're going to hear that he laughed about it with one of Kouri's friends who visited shortly after. He thought it was funny. Interestingly, you're also going to hear that people who use oxycodone or hydrocodone, like that bottle said, also tend to have allergic reactions. They can have very similar symptoms if you use pain pills to the symptoms described of what Eric experienced on Valentine's Day. Here's what you're not going to see in this trial. You're not going to see one single bit of evidence showing what was in that sandwich, if he went to a doctor, if he did any tests run, because he didn't. No evidence at all. Now, the family's investigator regularly updated law enforcement on his investigation. He sent them everything he found. He sent them witnesses to interview. He sent them interviews he did of the witnesses first You're going to hear this very same private investigator took Eric's computer before the police got it and had it for a long time in his possession, looking through all of Eric's computer. You're also going to hear Eric's family went and hired experts. They hired experts in toxicology, in finances, in handwriting analysis, paid them all a bunch of money. And now those same people that the family hired are going to appear here as witnesses for the state to testify against Kouri. You're going to hear that the family had constant communications with the prosecution team right up until they decided to charge Kouri a year later. Now, as you've already heard from this prosecutor, they're going to spend weeks in this trial trying to convince you that Kouri had reasons to kill her husband because they can't show you that she did kill her husband. You're not going to hear a single one of Eric's family, Kouri's investors, Kouri's friends, her lover, her accountant, her broker, her lawyer, her marriage counselor, her accountants, her husband's friends, her husband's coworkers. Not one of those people is ever going to be able to tell you what happened in those 6 hours. Not one of them. You're going to hear me ask each one of them in this trial, do you know whether or not Eric Richins knowingly ingested fentanyl? Do you know whether he accidentally ingested fentanyl, thinking he was taking another kind of pill and it had fentanyl in it, and he took it and accidentally ingested it? Do you know whether he mixed fentanyl with alcohol after Kouri went to sleep? The answer every single time from every single one of these witnesses is going to be no. Now here's what you will hear. You will hear that Eric suffered from pain a lot. That he was
pain
knee and back pain related to his work. He did hard work. He was a stonemason, lifting heavy stones. And he also was a huge outdoorsman. He was hiking, snowmobiling, skiing, hunting, and he had pain in his back and his knees from that kind of activity. He also had been diagnosed with Lyme disease. He believed he had it, and he claimed to people that were very close to him that he suffered with intense bouts of pain that he believed was related to Lyme disease. But this is a man's man, this guy. He's a hunter. He's a macho guy, right? He didn't want to show weakness. He didn't want people to know he was suffering. He didn't share that with a lot of people. You're going to hear that Eric was so dependent on the drugs like the gummies that gave him relief from his pain that he would even take it and smuggle it in his luggage when he went on trips out of the country and out of the continental United States when you got to go through TSA. That's how much he needed that relief. Now you're going to hear on one of the calls that they were recording when Kouri was talking to her family, she tells her family that she purchased pain pills for Eric at his request. She purchased them from a woman named Carmen that she knew who claimed for properties for her. And she knew Carmen had access to people that had drugs. You will hear that she asked Carmen to get oxycodone. Oxycodone, which is very similar to the hydrocodone that you saw in that pill bottle right there.
Your Honor, apologize. May I get that?
Huh. Interesting. Interesting. So. Let's keep moving here. I don't know what the hell's going on here, but I mean, from what I've read, she's kind of fucked at the end of the day.
You're going to hear that oxycodone is a fairly low dose pain pill that you can get prescriptions for. Most prescriptions for oxycodone are around the range of about 10 milligrams per pill. That's about, if your doctor gives you oxycodone, that's about what you usually get it for. If you want stronger oxycodone, like up to 30 milligrams, you generally either have to have a special prescription from a doctor or you're going to hear that you can get it on the street, right? And the state has talked about this gentleman, Robert Crozier. Robert Crozier sold higher strength oxys, up to 30 milligrams. He's going to testify that back in 2022, before Eric died, that's all he sold was oxy. That he didn't sell fentanyl at that time. It hadn't really got into the country yet, like it is now, right, where it's everywhere. It hadn't really happened yet. He was just selling oxys, and he sold a stronger dose. So you're going to hear and you're going to see evidence that Kouri asked Carmen for something stronger, and that Carmen, you're going to hear from Mr. Crozier, purchased 30 milligram oxys from Crozier. Crozier's going to say that is what he sold Carmen Lauber, was 30 milligram oxy pills. You're also going to hear that in Eric's autopsy.
I mean, that's the thing. If he's an experienced addict, like he's a professional addict, like if he's a tradesman, which stoneworking, being a stonemason, that'll fucking wear you out. Like brickwork, all that shit's rough on you. So if he's like a professional drug user, the idea he ODs is really hard for me to wrap my head around, especially if he's not in the middle of treatment, because that's usually when people get caught and then they die.
There's no oxy in his system. So the pills that were purchased by Carmen Lauber could not have been the cause of Eric's death. The fentanyl had to come from somewhere else.
I don't think he was going to Mexico to get fent, but like I can see him
You're going to hear
getting
Carmen
a lot of
testify
places.
now that Kouri asked her for fentanyl. But what you're going to hear is that that was not Carmen's original story. That when Carmen was originally interviewed, she said no mention of fentanyl. It was all about oxy. There was no fentanyl. Carmen talks like she doesn't even know what fentanyl is, right? Guess when she changes her testimony? She changes her testimony when the police say, hey, you know what? We caught you. We caught you with drugs. We caught you with guns. And if you don't say what we want you to say, you're going to jail for a really, really long time, federal and state. But we're going to give you a ticket. We're going to give you a free ticket to get out of all the trouble you're in. But you got to say Kouri said fentanyl. And she changes her story. You're going to get to evaluate her credibility and what you think of her. You're going to hear that just a few weeks before Eric died, guess where he was? Mexico. Guess where the fentanyl comes from into this country from? Mexico. Now, after you've listened to all the evidence in this case,
South of
after
the
you've looked at
border,
all the exhibits,
down
you're going to be asked to
Mexico
determine what happened in
way.
that 6 hours. Not the 3 years before, not the 2 years before, not the 1 year before. In those 6 hours, you're going to have to decide if Kouri Richins intentionally and knowingly poisoned secretly her husband, ending the life of the father of her kids, knowing that she was going to cause those little boys to feel pain every day for the rest of their life for the loss of their father, and that she did it for money, and that she did it for money that was less than what she was about to make on one of her own deals. For way less than what
This is a
Eric
good
Richins would
point.
earn over the next 2 years, 3 years.
I was just listening to that. Oh, maybe think it's Sopranos.
Way less than you knew she was
Oh.
guaranteed to get, because she knew about the existence of the trust. She knew there's no guarantee on the assets.
Hi,
or the
Lulu.
home,
Louis
right?
here, chat. You could
Finally,
see
you're
him.
going to be asked to
Louis.
determine
Look, you could see
whether or not the
Louis.
sandwich incident was an attempt to
Hi,
commit murder.
Lulu.
That's going to be an easy one for you.
Oh,
You're going to be asked to whether she
Oh,
lied to
no.
the life insurance companies. And I
Louis,
presume
move.
the state's going to
Louis,
argue that the lie was
Louis,
that
go on.
she didn't cause his death. Because if you cause
Louis,
someone's death,
go on.
you can't get the life insurance.
Louis.
So I guess that's what they're saying. the
Hi,
lie
come
is.
here.
And then there's a little flyer that she got in the mail, that we've all got in the mail, that if you're a credit union member, about once or twice a year, you get this little thing in the mail that says, hey, we'll give you $100,000 free life insurance. Just sign here because we're so glad you're a credit union member. And so she signed that a little while before Eric died for $100,000. $100,000. That's Eric Richins made that in 2 months, right? 3 months. And they're saying she forged his name on that little flyer when she mailed it in. In order to prove that, they have to prove that Eric didn't allow her to do it. Now, I'm telling you right now, wives everywhere sign their husband's names on a lot of things. You've got to find that she did it without his knowledge. And I don't know how they're going to prove that. Well, there is one piece of good news as you evaluate this evidence and the facts in this case.
You can't say that because maybe they can prove it. Like, I guess you know the case front to back, but that's always a risky thing to say. Because if the jury finds that they can prove that, you're fucked.
There's some good news for you. There are going to be a lot of facts that we actually agree on that we're not even going to challenge. We'll just be like, yeah, that happened. Hopefully that's going to help the case move a little faster for you guys. But interestingly, even though we're not going to dispute the facts, we're sure going to dispute what the facts mean. Sometimes you can look at the same facts and see two very different results. Let me show you what I mean. Katie, can you put up slide 12?
Come here, Clyde. I need to reset you, buddy.
Is it up on your screen, Katie? 1 second, please.
The judge has to give us the pass to get into the
This happens from time to time.
Is that better, buddy?
Okay.
Look at us, chat. We're so cute together.
Katie,
It's
do me a
like
favor. Just
AK and Travis Kelsey.
plug back in.
What is that? Look off into the
Okay,
distance.
one moment.
There it is. So look at this picture of a young woman in a fur coat. See it? Now look again. You see a witch? Nose, mouth. There's going to be times in this case where the state is going to discuss facts with certain witnesses, and they're going to show you the witch. And I'm going to take those same facts and those same witnesses, and I'm going to show you a widow. At the end of the trial, if you can still see both faces, that's reasonable doubt. The judge has instructed you that the burden of proof in this case lies with this table. Katie, can you put up slide 13? Can you make it a little
This
bigger?
is very crazy by the defense. I'm very concerned what's
The
going to
law
happen here.
presumes the defendant is not guilty of the crime charge. She's innocent right now, and you have to accept that to do your job.
Yeah, but God,
The
that's an
presumption
awful thing to
persists
have to
unless
point
the
out.
prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Katie, can you put up slide 14? This burden, this is a heavy burden for the state. We know that. And our Constitution gives them that burden. Our Constitution, that same Constitution, promises Kouri Richins a fair trial by a jury of her peers, and that's you, her fellow citizens, who took an oath to swear that you will stand between Kouri
Yes,
and the
you
government
agree to
and
swear,
make them
chat.
meet their duty before they can get
You're
to
like,
you.
motherfucker.
And they've got to meet it by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. More powerful than just more likely or not that she did it.
On you,
It has
buddy.
to
I
be
think Louis got
firmly
something on
convincing
you,
you.
dude.
There are very
Let me
few
look.
things we know with absolute certainty. The criminal case doesn't require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. But if you think there's a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. And that's the burden that's on your table. When you go back into that jury room, that's going to be on y'all's table. We're asking you to be courageous, to pay attention, to stand strong, and to hold the government to that burden that's on their table. Hold them to it. And at the end of this case, you will see Kouri Richins is innocent. She's counting on you to do your job. And the only proper verdict to return in this case, which we are going to ask you to return at the end of this case, is to find her not guilty on all charges. Thank you.
All right, let's let you stretch your legs, take a restroom break. All rise for the jury.
What happened to you, buddy? The heck is that? All right, chat. So is anybody really surprised by, like, if you have to do that whole, like, listen, guys, this might not be what you think it is. Look, this could be a whole nother heckin'
Mr.
thing.
Bloodworth, anything on the record
Like,
before we
this
take
is
a restroom break?
No, Your Honor, maybe just a reminder to
That was, like,
those that are subject to the exclusionary rule to, I guess, not return.
Let's have some clarity about that. I appreciate that.
So, Your Honor,
Gotta give
just to let the
Tim
family
Wolf
know,
some
so
time.
DJ,
I mean, really, though, like, that got to the point of, like, when you brought up the optical illusion thing, that was so fucking cringe. So,
and Ronnie cannot sit in for the trial. Ms. Doreen can. We will let you know when you need to step out. And any other family members, Lisa can stay for the trial, and any other people can stay because there's no other witnesses we expect.
And I want to make clear to DJ and Ronnie, the fact that you can't be in the courtroom is the functional
Don't thank you,
equivalent of
Louis.
that you cannot listen to the testimony or talk to anybody about it. So you cannot watch the live stream. You can't read reports or listen to it. You are ordered to not be exposed to the testimony in this case.
Also, Your Honor, I failed to mention Bree Darden. I don't think she's planning on coming. She has a newborn. She's not going to be up here anyway, but just in case she thought about coming, Bree cannot sit in on the trial, okay? That's it.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any clarification there, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor, an additional issue, though. The jury oath. You referenced the jury oath. That was
They get
not,
two.
I was gonna say, I haven't, right. Did we have the second one yet?
The second one is the one you heard. The first one is the one that was given to them before they were asked any questions by the jury team.
I understand, Your Honor. Thank you. That second one just didn't sound like the normal second one. So maybe I'm a little thrown.
Check with Ms. Shervanek. Let me know if you think there's any.
I got my whole team telling me that was the wrong one.
I pulled it out of their proposed jury instructions.
No. I think he's talking about with Brittany Richins.
oh, he gave the wrong,
I'm so
he gave the
sorry.
wrong oath.
Sorry, I
He
just
used
want
on
the
the-
Whoopsie,
I think it's the same.
whoopsie.
Okay.
And listen, what she said.
Do each of you solemnly swear to truly try the issues pending between the plaintiff and the defendant, or render a true and just verdict according to the evidence and the instructions of the court? What did you read?
It sounded to me like the witness. Who's the witness?
Oh,
Oh, that's the one before
That
there.
was the wrong one.
That's the wrong one. That's okay. We can fix it.
We'll re-swear them.
Yeah. no problem.
Arguments aren't evidence.
that happens, chat. That happens. That's live TV for you.
All right, good catch. No
Hi,
problem.
Ty. Hi, Papa.
That's the one they get before the work affair.
Louis, no.
That's okay.
Go
I
on,
will fix
Louis.
it when they come back in. Thank you for the catch.
Lay down,
Anything else?
Bob.
No, sir. Thank you.
Lay down.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos.
No, sir.
All right,
Nothing.
folks, let's say 10:35. Thank you for your patience.
All right, for the judge.
Court's in recess.
Okay. That was interesting. All right, so let's take a bit of a break here. All right. Let's see how fast this judge is. P-Dub says, show us the doggo. Here, Louis. See, you can see him. You can see him right there, chat. Come here, Bubba. Louis. See, you can see him right here. Look. Louis. Clyde, come here, bud. Clyde, come here. Clyde, come here. Come here, Clyde. Oh my God, there's like so many fucking dogs. They won't stop. Oh. They're all just getting ridiculous now. Wait, does that show the corner? That's not how that should be set. Damn it.
Back on the record.
You fix that.
231-500-139. Ready for the jury, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor.
Louis is an
I'll
Louis is an Aussie doodle. And he's got like big white socks for feet. But Louis is an Aussie doodle.
Swear the
Yes.
jury, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready for the jury.
Kouri Richins is more like Kouri Bitchins. Am I right? Am I right, chat? All right, let's see what they bring in. Okay, here we go. Probably a detective or I don't know. Is this a detective or a family member?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I want to ask you, sit wherever you're comfortable. It's easier to move the mic.
VTubing enthusiast says, based, heckin' wholesome, racist, Dutch, common W. Yes. Aaron's saying, why didn't she just plead out? Because, like, a lot of people in this situation, they could be crazy. Or they might really think they have a way out of it, like they could charm their way through it, or there's a lot of different reasons why people go to trial. There's all kinds of reasons, but mainly it's, refusing to accept reality. And then EDW Raptor says that one guy in the gallery is giving off real Fred Goldman energy. I thought that too. I saw that too. This is a very interesting gallery tonight. I'm fighting my case. Well, you might be toast. Yeah, she might think she has a pretty pass. Did I see the mustache man? He's not in the gallery. He's on the prosecution, I thought. But yes, maybe she didn't do it, but women are getting their seat bottoms all moist listening to this judge. I could see that. I could see that. Anyways, let's go.
It is the chair, candidly. So
I kind of noticed that.
okay, go ahead.
What, sir, is your name?
Eugene F. Richins.
And do you spell your last name Richins?
Yes, I do.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Eric is my son.
Scott, can I get 842 Romeo?
Just in terms of events, do you want to show it to him first and then publish?
Your Honor, I think if perhaps we could show it to everybody but the jury. Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Who does it depict?
This is my son.
Is it an accurate depiction of him?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 842R.
No objection.
842R is admitted.
Can the court please publish it? Sir, how old was Eric when he died?
He was 39.
Do you know Kouri Richins?
I do.
How do you know her?
She was the wife of my son.
Do you see her here today?
I do.
Can you please point out where and describe her?
Right here with a black blazer on.
Did you raise Eric?
I did. And my wife also. Both of us did.
What, sir, was your wife's name?
Linda Carter Richins.
Were you actively involved with him as a child?
I was, very much so.
How so?
Well, as I was raised and as I tried to raise my children as family's number one. So we did everything together as a family. Education was extremely important for us as a family, as was a strong work ethic, as was religion. So those were kind of my top priorities of how we raised our children.
And in raising your children, especially Eric, what kind of activities did you engage in?
Eric was very, very into the outdoors, very athletic young man. He was also a very, very good student, very smart young man. We did a lot of things. I have a cattle operation, a cattle ranch that he helped with constantly from the time all the kids were extremely young. In my opinion, that's what gave him the work ethic of what they have right now to be successful.
Were you also involved in his life as an adult?
I was.
How often would you see him?
See him or talk to him?
But both, actually, if you could take them in turn, please.
You bet. I'd see him at least once, twice, 3 times a week. I'd talk to him every day on the phone.
And where would you generally see him?
Ball games, one of the kids' ball games at the ranch, basically all over.
At the Ram Ranch? Uh-oh.
What was Eric's personality?
Eric had a very, very fun-loving personality. He had a very likable personality. He loved people, and people loved him.
You mentioned that you raised him to have a strong work ethic, be grounded in family, to do well in school. Did you see those qualities in him as an adult?
I did. I was very, very proud of him.
That's awesome.
Did you get to interact with, or I guess observe Eric interact with his 3 boys?
I did, constantly.
Can you give us some examples, please?
Eric was their coach, but their father, but most important was their very, very best friend. He coached soccer. We both coached basketball. We both coached baseball with him. So we were constantly involved in all their activities.
Did he bring the boys to your ranch?
Constantly, yes. They were the oldest one loves to rope, so that was his thing in life, and liked to rope, and the other ones love to just ride 4-wheelers or whatever it may be.
Was Eric a good father?
Sad.
Eric was an excellent father.
Eric's more rusting.
Were you and Eric working on any future plans together when he died?
We were.
Yeah.
We were going to buy a cabin together.
Like, take a rope and like ride a horse and like, lasso cows. Like it's a cattle ranch. So, can you do that? Like throwing a lasso. Learn how to rope. Rope is a verb in agricultural speak.
Up in the Uintas, and then, believe it or not, I'm getting older, and I would like to retire someday from ranching, and I'm trying to put it into him and his other siblings' laps.
It really is Yellowstone.
Did there come a time in the early morning of March the 4th, 2022, when you received a phone call about Eric?
I did, yes.
Who called you?
Kouri did.
What did she tell you?
She said that Eric wasn't breathing.
Where, sir, were you when you received that call?
I was at my home.
Is that the ranch?
Yes,
Is it in Hennifer?
it is.
What did you do next?
I got over there as quickly as I could.
And by over there, do you mean Eric's house?
I did, yes.
And is that in Camas, Summit County,
Yes, Francis. Mhm.
Francis? Do you recall about what time you arrived at Eric's house?
I would say that 4:15, 4:30, right through that.
Who was there when you arrived?
My daughter Katie was there. Kouri was there. The first responders were there. Kouri's mother Lisa was there. My son-in-law Clint was there, and my 2 granddaughters were there, as the 3 boys were there.
About how long were you there that morning?
Oh, approximately to 10:30, I believe.
During that morning, what, if anything, did Kouri Richins say to you?
I don't recall her saying much, if anything, to me.
Did she?
When I came in and my daughter Katie told me that Eric was gone, they helped me onto the couch, and I don't ever recall of even talking to Kouri, to be quite honest with you.
Did there come a time later when Kouri Richins told you what caused Eric's death?
There was. I can't tell you the exact date, but it was between Eric's funeral and when the medical examiner had declared what he had passed away of. And she called me and said that she had just talked to the medical examiner, and they had determined that he died of the same thing Linda did, and COVID.
And Linda was your wife, right?
Linda was my wife, yes.
What, sir, caused your wife's death?
She had an issue with fungus in her lungs.
It's like The Last
What,
of
if
Us.
anything, struck you about Kouri Richins?
She had
telling you that
cordyceps,
Eric died of the
Chad.
same thing that his mother did?
No.
Well, right after I finished talking with Kouri, I called my daughter, Katie, who in turn called the medical examiner, and they had never received a call from
Your
Kouri.
Honor.
We're going to admit this answer only for the effect that it had upon Mr. Richins to explain what he did or didn't do next. You cannot.
She's like
consider
Joel.
for
She's a
truth
modern
of
day
what he
Joel.
Please, sir, continue.
Help
And
me
they're the
again.
Fireflies.
What, if anything, struck you
I don't know
about
who
Kouri
Ellie is in
Richins
this
telling you
situation.
that Eric died of the same thing that Linda died of?
Well, as I said, I called my daughter, Katie. Katie in turn called the medical examiner, and they had never received a call from Kouri. They had not even released the results from it yet.
Renew the objection and move to strike, Your Honor.
Same instruction. That answer only explains what comes next in terms of what Gene did or didn't do. I call you Gene Munson.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Please.
Not for the truth of whether those things that he just described actually happened.
Sir, were you with your wife as she was battling the lung fungus?
I was.
Did Eric Richins suffer from the same symptoms that your wife did?
No, not at all.
Sir, I need to take care of some business
not
now
good,
regarding some
Chad.
handwriting samples, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
It's the collection. Your Honor, I'm handing the witness Exhibit 8-49, which is a collection of handwriting exemplars. Mr. Richins, can you please turn to tab 14?
Yeah.
Sir, do you recognize the documents at tab 14?
I do.
Are they labeled K14?
Yes.
Are they receipts from Weller Recreation Center?
Yes,
Did you pick up those receipts from Weller Recreation Center?
I did.
Did you then hand those receipts to your daughter, Kouri Richins Benson?
I'm sure I did. Yes.
Can I retrieve that? Sir, I don't have any additional questions at this time, but the defense may, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Sir, we're very sorry for your loss, and we have no questions for you at this time.
Thank you.
Good job. You don't need to ask this guy a
Another.
goddamn thing. Let him go and keep moving. The smartest thing they've done all day.
Your Honor, the state calls Kouri Richins Benson.
Kouri Richins Benson. Wow, she sounds
Sloppy, is that correct?
very hoity-toity with a name like that. I am looking for. Yeah. It's not true. You like that show, Benson?
If you step in front of Brittany, please.
I've only seen like an episode or two of Benson.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the fees and penalties of perjury?
Feel free to move that chair wherever you're comfortable. You can also move the lane.
Okay,
Thank
perfect.
you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Mr. Bloodworth? That's an
Kouri
awful
Richins
name for a
Benson.
And is your last
prosecutor.
name spelled Richins-Benson?
You got it.
Okay. I'm going to stand here because I would like you to address the jury. And I'm hoping that if I stand close to the jury, if you mistakenly shift to me, you're still addressing them. Do you know Eric Richins?
Yes, he was my brother.
Did you grow up with him?
Yes. We were only 2 years apart, so we were inseparable.
What was your relationship like as you grew up together?
So we did everything
Secret
together.
Egg
We went to
says-
school together. We worked on the
Okay,
ranch,
I'm
so we have
looking
a
forward
family
to this
ranch
then.
that's been passed down for generations. We worked on the ranch together. We fished. We hiked. We did everything together.
No, Stabby, send me the link to that.
How has that
please.
relationship continued into adulthood?
So my brother and I were very close. We talked constantly. We spent holidays together. We had our families together. So our kids are very close in age. We did lots of activities with our kids together. Like I said, we had them on the ranch all the time together. Talked on the phone almost daily.
Gee, she barely sounds fast at 1.5.
What was Eric's personality like as an adult?
Eric was one of the most likable people. I'm sorry, guys.
There are tissues if you
Okay.
This is exactly what the killer would do. Duh, duh,
Sorry,
duh.
He was one of the most likable people you've ever met. So Eric was the kind of person that loved everyone. It did not matter who you were, where you came from, where he
Thank you
met
for being here, Sacred
Everyone
Ink. I appreciate
thought
it.
they were his best friend. If you talk to him, they all said, I'm Eric's best friend, because that's the way Eric made you feel. He was upbeat. He was positive.
Sounds like he was
literally would give a
manipulative.
stranger he met on the side of the road his
Just kidding.
jacket, anything.
I'm
to
sure
help
he was a
anyone
nice
out.
guy.
That's the kind of person he was.
What did he like to do? How did he spend his time?
So the number one thing that Eric loved was his kids. So he would do anything for his boys. He was the best dad you would
Oh,
ever
Patrick
see.
Melton loves
He was
kids
a
too.
phenomenal
Like
uncle.
they would have got along real well. It
If
sounds
there were
like.
kids involved, he was there. He would show up.
Just like Patrick
so
Melton.
Whether it be soccer games, so he coached my nephew's soccer, and he was the dad that coached, that went and got all the signs that were special. So he'd get there before the soccer games, put all the signs up so the kids had their team name everywhere. He also was adamant about making sure they learned how to work. So my parents were very focused on teaching us how to work, to have that strong work ethic. So he had his kids on the ranch, teaching them how to work. He loved the outdoors. He loved to play sports.
I was like, Beth.
Anything that revolved around his family, the outdoors, is what my brother loved.
My brother's like
Did he
Casey.
plan for his children's future?
Yes. So there's not a waking moment that my brother was not focused on his kids. So he had money set aside.
We'll be
every
here
single
for the
month
long
to
haul,
go
so
into
don't
a
be
fund
afraid to throw
so
them
that
out.
by
I'll
the time the
save
kids
them.
got to college, they could pay for their college and hopefully have some left
Show
over for like a
notes. You
down
guys
payment
super tips.
on a house
Like,
or something like that. He had every aspect planned. This is the kind of dad Eric was. So I told you we have a ranch.
get on super tips. The only tip I'm going on is the tip of this in my mouth.
I love horses. My brother did too, but not quite as much as me. He liked ATVs a little bit better.
Thank you, David.
So his oldest son, Carter, loved horses from the day he was
Oh,
born.
you do aphids.
He and I share that.
sweet.
So Eric tried to get Carter with
Brother.
me as much as possible on the horse because that's what Carter loved. I would ride the horse with my little nephew in front of me, and my brother would be to the side of me with an ATV with food, snacks, anything that Carter needed. He would have it right there so that Carter didn't have to get off the horse because he wanted Carter to be able to do whatever he wanted. And if Carter would fall asleep, which he would sometimes, Eric would take him into the side-by-side, hold him until he woke up, bring him right back up to me, put him back on the horse, and let him go the rest of the day.
Wow, that's a little weird.
Have you ever observed?
That's not very Dutton-like. You know, if you're real ranchers, you let them fall off the horse, lady. All right, chat. We're going to fire this up here. We got it better. Thank you to Afix. He got us some sound stabilized and closed captioned stuff, chat. So here we go. Here we go, chat. We're going to use this one. Here we go.
Back up to me, put him back on the horse, and let him go the rest of the day.
Notice how slow they all sound now.
Have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
Yes. So my brother and I are very close. And so when he was an adult, he played sports all growing up. But when he was an adult, he liked to play adult softball.
Real quick, I do, it's called general practice. I do a little bit of everything, but I do a lot of criminal defense work. So, no, it's the name. But yeah, I do a lot of criminal defense work. And then, like I do all the other stuff too. It's not as fun. Not as fun.
Did get hit a few times. He got hit by a ball, and these games would go till like midnight, 1 o'clock. He would call me at 1 o'clock in the morning if he got hit to tell me my leg.
Also, like today, I just got done working on an appeal for a guy and had it mailed out. So I had to beat the post office by 5:30. So
I don't know if something happened, if it is broken a little bit, if it's just bruised, and I would answer the phone no matter what time it was and say, hey, do you need me to come get you? What can I do to help you? And he'd be like, oh, I think I can toughen it out. I'll call you in the morning and let you know. But honestly, it didn't matter if he was in another country. He called me from other countries to tell me he didn't feel well. So if his mental or physical well-being was ever in question, he would call me.
Other than allergy medication, have you ever seen Eric use an over-the-counter drug?
The only thing I've ever seen him use is Advil.
Have you ever seen Eric use prescription drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use illicit drugs?
No. Growing up, my mom was a drug and alcohol counselor. She taught us the dangers of those and really ingrained that in us.
Were you and Eric working on any future plans when he died?
Yes. So we were planning a trip to Disneyland that year to take our kids. He also has a child. His middle child, Ashton, is extraordinary in math. We were finding programs to get Ashton enrolled in that summer for coding so that we could kind of harness that math. He was only 7 at the time, but he's just outstanding. So we had just barely gone to the zoo together. We kind of just planned our lives together. We talked all the time.
Are you familiar with the home that Eric lived in when he died?
Yes, I owned it and I sold it to my brother.
Scott, if you can bring up 1-1, please, for Your Honor, for everybody but here. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is that the home that you sold to Eric and he lived in?
Yes.
Is it an accurate depiction of that home?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 1-1.
No objection.
One is admitted. Bear with me. There you go.
Where Ms. Richins and Benson is that home located?
That is in Francis, Utah.
And is it, it looks like it's on a cul-de-sac. Is it on a cul-de-sac?
Correct. It's on a cul-de-sac.
When did you sell him the home?
In the latter part of 2012.
Have you been to the home regularly between then and when Eric died?
Yes.
Do you know how many homes are on that cul-de-sac today?
So on that cul-de-sac, there's 7 homes with driveways that go into that road and cul-de-sac.
And do you know how many homes and roads were, homes and driveways were on that cul-de-sac in 2019?
Yeah, all the homes were built out by 2016.
Nice house. Nice little setup.
Scott, can you bring up 4-1?
Pretty bougie. Pretty bougie. I'd live there.
Can you scroll through it, please?
Most of you would too.
Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is my brother's prenuptial agreement. With
Oh,
Kouri.
I moved the
How do you
caption.
recognize
Sorry,
it?
chat.
I saw it the day they
There you
signed
go.
it. So on the day
There
of
you
his
go.
wedding is when they both signed it, and I read through it with him
My
on the
bad.
day
Sorry.
of his wedding.
Your Honor, state moves to admit 4-1.
No objection.
4-1's admitted.
I'm gonna leave it up there just for a minute for the jury, but I'm gonna come back to that with them later. I'm not gonna
Okay.
discuss that with you.
Okay.
Thanks, Scott. I would like to turn now to the morning that Eric died. Did there come a time in the early morning, March 4th, 2022, that you received a phone call about Eric?
Yes, it was early in the morning.
Who called you?
My dad did.
What did he say?
It's not easy. He was screaming and crying and said, "Eric's not breathing. Eric's not breathing."
Where were you when you received that call?
So my daughter was sick. She was only 3 at the time, and she'd just thrown up. I had taken her out of her room and brought her into my room, and I had just set her on the bed. And my husband had gone into the room to check on my other daughter that was a little bit older to make sure she was okay. I just set her on the bed, and I had my phone with me. I set it on the bed, and I saw my dad calling, and I picked up and said, "Dad, how did you know I was up with my sick little girl?" And he started. Ooh, that's when he said, "Eric's not breathing. Eric's not breathing." I screamed. I fell to the floor. My husband heard me and came running in, and I was screaming, "He's not breathing." My husband thought that it was my daughter since she had just thrown up. So he ran over to her and said, "She's okay, Katie, she's okay." And I said, "No, it's Eric." And so I picked up my daughter that was right there. My husband went and got my other baby out of bed, and we ran out of the house.
Did you go to Eric's house?
Yeah, we went straight to my brother's house.
Who was there when you arrived?
Sorry, guys. This was the worst day of my life. Sorry. When I got there was a bunch of emergency personnel, police officers, and Kouri and her mom, Lisa, were there.
Did you see the boys?
That was one of the first things I did was try to find my nephews. They were in Ashton's room. I don't know how to orient you guys to the house. So as you walk in, Carter's room was to the right, and then you walk down a hall, and Ashton's room was the first room on the left. Then it was Weston's room, then a bathroom, and then my brother's room. So the boys were located in Ashton's room. So there were police everywhere. There was EMS. I didn't know everything that was going on, but I didn't want the boys right there where everyone was. There's police right outside their door. So I went and got them and took them upstairs. So in my brother's house, you go up some stairs, and over the garage, there's a bonus room. And they had everything in there. They had a TV, a Nintendo, all their toys in there. So I took them up there because I didn't want them by all the hustle and bustle of all the police and everything. So I took them up there, got them situated, then ran outside to my car to get my husband and my 2 daughters so that my husband could watch the boys and make sure that they were okay.
We'll talk more about the boys that day.
Okay.
Were you able to observe Kouri Richins that morning?
Yes, I did.
When you walked into the home, what were your immediate observations of her?
So like I had told you, we had gone on plenty of family vacations together. Kouri had been on the family vacations with us. I walked in, I kind of flung through the door, and I saw Kouri standing on the other side of the staircase. She just shook her head at me. Sorry, guys, bear with me. I apologize. And I knew right then my brother was gone, and I fell to the floor. She stayed over there. I observed that she was not how she normally was when we would go on overnights. She was very well put together. She had a matching pajama as outfit on. Her hair was all done up. She wasn't crying like I was. She wasn't hysterical. Just stood there and shook her head no at me.
What, if anything, did you observe about Kouri Richins' interactions that morning with her boys?
There weren't any until later in the morning. So like I told you, my husband stayed up with the boys. I went up and down. My sister came up and down. A few people came up and down to check on the boys. I did not see her go up and check on the boys. And I repeatedly asked her, when can we tell the boys? I think we need to tell the boys. I kept coming down saying, I think the boys need to know. It wasn't until they wheeled my brother's body out, and I stood by the stairs at the top of the stairs to make sure my nephews didn't come out to see, because we didn't want it to see. And my husband was in the room with them. So they wheeled my brother's body out. My husband did his best. My daughter was throwing up, and he was trying to block it from the boys so that they didn't see my brother being wheeled out. The boys did see my brother being wheeled out. My husband came out and told me that they were upset. And so we walked down and talked to Lisa, Kouri's mom, and Kouri again. And I said, the boys are really upset. They just saw Eric wheeled out. I think we need to tell them. And Lisa said, I guess we better. And Kouri said, yep, bring him down. So then we brought him down. And that's the first I saw her interact with him.
Were you there when Kouri Richins told her sons that their father had died?
Yes. So my husband and I brought the kids down. We're sitting on a couch, and in my brother's living room, they have a couch that kind of goes like this, like kind of curves around. So my husband was sitting on the edge with our daughters. I was sitting next to them. Weston, my brother's youngest, that was 5 at the time, was sitting in between me and Kouri. Kouri was on the other side, and then the other 2 boys were in front of us.
What did she say?
She let them know that their dad would not be coming back, that he was gone.
Just like that?
That's
my
rough.
recollection.
Did there come a time shortly after that when she spoke alone with her middle son, Ashton?
Yeah, so right after she told the kids, Ashton got upset and went to his room. So his room was that room that they had been in. I went and checked on Ashton multiple times, and I remember him on his bed. He was on his bed with his covers pulled up, and I sat on the bed and I tried to console him, but he wanted his mom. I tried so hard to console him, but he wanted his mom. So I came out and told Kouri that Ashton was very upset and I thought she should go in. It took me a couple times of coming out to tell her. And I finally came out and I said, Kouri, I'm not his mom. I'm not his dad. He just lost his dad. He's very upset. I cannot console him. Can you please come in and talk to him? So she came into the room to talk to him. He got out of bed and ran to her. So they met kind of in the middle of the room. They held on to each other and then sat down on the floor. And I sat right next to him.
What did they discuss?
She was just consoling him. So just trying to get him to calm down. Right, that with Ashton, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
What did they discuss? She was just trying to console him.
Did they discuss Eric's Apple Watch?
They discussed Eric's Apple Watch later.
Okay, so we'll get to that.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Did there come a time when Kouri Richins was consoling Ashton there and she was interrupted?
Yes. So Brianne Sorensen, which I believe was Ronnie, Kouri's brother's fiance at the time, I think they were engaged at the time, she came in to talk to Kouri. It was really interesting because Kouri was consoling, and then she immediately kind of stopped and focused on, they would call her Bree. And Bree started talking about the closing of the Midway Mansion.
Do we need to go into that, Mr. Bloodworth? I guess what I'm saying is anything further regarding that necessary to develop following testimony?
Your Honor, the state's next question will be, how did Kouri react?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So sustained. For what Bree said is not admissible. Don't consider it.
Well, Your Honor, the content of the call, the content of the discussion.
Well, Kouri's side of it is not what they're objecting to. I think it's just that fact. Am I right, Mr.
Yes, sir. We're objecting to what Bree said.
Take it from there. I understand the contours here. Let's just wait for the next question.
Okay. How did Kouri react to what Bree said?
Kouri was very businesslike, very telling Bree exactly what to do. And I was dumbfounded. And I looked at Kouri and said, you can't tell me you're going to close on that Midway Mansion when my brother just died. And she looked at me matter of fact and said, yeah, absolutely. He has nothing to do with it. The money's already gone through. It's all my business. I'm going to.
What about the Apple Watch?
So the Apple Watch, Ashton, once he eventually came out of his room, he went and got my brother's Apple Watch. Kouri was standing by him. She took it from him and he said, I want my dad's watch. So I watched her take the watch, delete the entire watch, everything off of it, and then give it back to Ashton.
On the morning that Eric died, did Kouri Richins say anything about the house that they were living in?
Yes. She told me, so the house, the 282 Willow Court that they were living in with their kids, she told me she was going to sell it.
Did anything about that strike you as odd?
Yes, I honestly could not function. I couldn't even figure out like what was for dinner that night. I had just lost one of the most important people in my whole entire life. And she was planning on selling the house that he had just been wheeled out of, closing on a multi-million-dollar mansion. I could not wrap my head around it.
Point that Eric died. Who did the house belong to?
When Eric died, the house belonged to Eric. Eric was the trustee of his trust. So the house was in a trust, and Eric was the trustee.
And then once he died, who became the trustee?
I became the trustee.
After Eric died, did Kouri Richins have the ability to sell the house?
No, she did not.
That morning, did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric's stonemasonry business?
Yes. She had a plan for how she was going to run his stonemasonry business. She was going to hire one of his best friends. His name is TJ.
She had a business plan,
Eric's
chat.
business partner's dad, and had grown up working with Eric and Eric's business partner, Cody, and Cody's family in their family business. And he still worked with Cody's dad.
Are these guys Canadian or something? Or is this like a Utah accent I've never heard of before? But holy shit. This is like very like Canadian, Wisconsin-y. It's weird.
Shannon. So she said that she was going to hire TJ to run Eric's portion of the business for her and that he would take care of all of it.
So am I right that the morning of Eric's death, Kouri Richins told you her plans on purchasing the Midway Mansion, selling the home she lived in, and running Eric Richins' business?
Correct.
That is fucking weird.
Do you recall a family
That is
meeting that
very
was held on
weird.
March the 5th, 2022, the day after Eric died?
Yes, I do.
What was the purpose of that?
It was to start preparing for the services for Eric.
And who participated in the meeting?
So myself, my husband, Clint, my sister was there, Amy, her husband, Andrew, my dad, Gene, his friend, Tisha, Corey's brother, Ronald Darden, or Ronnie, as they call him, her
Into
half-brother,
community
DJ.
stuff. Yeah.
Her, I believe Bree was there as well, his fiance, and then her mother, Lisa.
Did you know Eric's wishes regarding burial,
Yes, my brother wanted to be buried.
as opposed to cremation?
Yes, my family is very big on burial and not cremation.
Did, in the course of that family meeting, the topic of cremation arise?
Yes, so we had gone through and planned the whole funeral. My brother would be buried by my mom, who the where he would be buried at, who the pallbearers would be, everything to like who would talk, who would say prayers, stuff like that. And at the very end, when I thought we kind of had it all wrapped up, Lisa Darden, Corey's mother, said, "When are we going to talk about that Eric wanted to be cremated?"
Jeez.
Did you observe Kouri react to her mother raising cremation?
Yes, I did. She looked shocked, like she was caught off guard at first. And then she went into it and said, "Oh yeah, he told me that he didn't want any bugs crawling on him after he was dead. It freaked him out. So we're cremating him." And I went on to ask, I said, "Kouri, why did we just do a whole entire funeral based around the casket, the burial, the pallbearers, sorry, excuse me. And now you're just bringing up cremation."
That
And
is
she played it
fucking
off and said, "Oh,
wow.
well, isn't that what you do when you cremate them?" And to that point, I said no. And then my dad started getting visibly upset because he knew his son wanted to be buried.
Wow, that is like what the God. This woman is.
I need to take care of some business with handwriting samples now, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach? Of course. I'm heading to witness
Is she just?
8-49.
Is Kouri Richins autistic a little bit? Because that seems a little autistic. I mean, she could just be a big piece of shit too. But God, like you go through the whole funeral, and like, all right, we're gonna fire it up. It's like, jeez.
Ms. Richins,
God
are you familiar
damn.
with that exhibit?
Yes, I am.
Generally, what is it?
So these are all handwriting samples from my brother, whether it be when he signed his name for stuff at work or for his will, any of that stuff.
Can you please just thumb through each of the tabs? I think, is there 14 of them?
16.
16.
Do I have to pay super close attention or am I okay?
No, I just want to make sure you know what they are.
Okay.
You've seen them before?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, if you're comfortable that you've seen them before, there's no need to slip.
Yeah.
For K1, did you get those documents from the lender on the 282 Willow Creek Road property?
Correct.
And are they accurate copies of what you received from the lender?
Yes.
Did you then submit those to the Bennett Tueller Law Firm?
That woman's insane.
On
Fucking
K2,
Kouri
did you
Richins.
receive
Jeez, you're
those
such an
haircut
asshole.
receipts from
Like,
Cody Wright?
nobody likes you.
So they are also receipts from like Wasatch Steel, different. I know there is a haircut one in here, but yeah, they're all different
Did you
receipts.
receive those receipts
Yeah.
from Cody Wright?
Yeah.
Did you provide them to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
Can you turn please to K3 or tab 3? Under that tab, did you receive some tax documents from Greg White, some payroll documents from Integrated Solutions, and a hunting license?
Yes, these are all my brother's documents.
And did you submit those under tab 3 to Bennett Tueller?
Yeah. Only one I'm not 100% sure about is the hunting license, if I submitted that or not. I can't remember that one.
On K4, did you receive the check there from Allison Wright?
Correct.
And did you get the loan documents on K4 from the lender on the 282 Willow Creek Road property?
Yes.
Did you submit those documents to tab 4 to Bennett Tueller?
Yes.
Well,
Tab
yes,
5, did
women
you
not seeing eye to
retrieve
eye,
that,
that's not new.
driver's
either.
license from mortuary that Eric's body was taken to?
Yes.
And did you submit that to Bennett Tueller?
Yes.
For tab 7, skipping 6, going to 7, did you receive those various construction contracts from Cody Wright?
Yes.
And then did you give them to Bennett Tueller?
Correct.
For K11, did you obtain those healthcare records from IHC? Is that Intermountain Health something?
Yeah, Intermountain Healthcare.
Got it.
IHC's their old branding.
Did you submit those to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
For K12, did you receive copies of those checks and C&A business records from Allison Wright?
Yes.
And did you give them to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
Wow, so the
For
sister.
K13, there's some materials from a Ford dealership. Did you receive those from your husband, Clint Benson?
Yes.
Did
Wow.
you submit those to Bennett Tueller?
So she like helped do investigation on this. She helped get all the ammo together. God damn. Good on sister.
Yes.
Finally, for K14,
Good
is
night.
that a document from Weller Recreation Center that you received from your father?
Yes.
And did you give that to Bennett Tueller?
Lives in the Tim
Yes, I
pool
did.
and the fucking
And did you give
casino
that
on the
to Bennett
same
Tueller
night.
in the same
Suffer,
identical
fat man.
condition that you received it in?
Suffer.
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I don't have any further questions from you at the moment. The defense attorneys probably will, okay? Thank you.
Your Honor, this is going to be a fairly lengthy cross. It's going to go past noon. I don't know if you want to break now or if you want me to just plow in and then we'll break in the middle.
You're pressuring.
Yes.
I agree, Nick. Yes. Yes, Eric's sister. I guarantee you she'd be reporting you to the HOA if you didn't get your shit sorted out in time. I guarantee it too. I don't doubt it for a second. This woman that crazy. Yeah, Secret Ink says she's saying fought hard for her brother. Yeah. Yeah. Garrett says, I need a beanie to hit 30K. I know, but I'm not going bald. I've still got it. I can't put a beanie on this great hair. 2.0 and my mom will be sad. So. Kouri Richins had a 4chan account? No way. Yes. Yes.
Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. We're going to come up with a plan here about what
Yes, she's a base funeral. Yes. Hello, honorable funeral chatters. Oh, my God.
to do about the lunch hour. I just need a few minutes to figure it out. Okay, please rise for the jury.
Enjoy your hair when you can. Well, yeah, I'm going to suffer. I'm going to keep it for a long time. Men in my family keep it generally long. My grandpa kept it until the end. My dad still got most of his. So.
Was in position.
Oh, shit. Okay.
The state's list and the defendant's list.
Yes.
Ms. Nestor, what is the defendant's request?
So here's our request. There are probably.
Your Honor, can I pause? Can we excuse the witness?
Yeah, that's fine with me. She can
That
sit.
would make sense. Yeah. Do you, and is that so that she doesn't hear this discussion? Yeah. Do you mind stepping out to the lobby for a minute?
Yeah, Shirley, sir.
Get the fuck out, is what he's saying.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I knew this was coming because of conversations we've had with witnesses, but there are multiple witnesses that the state is going to call, including Ms. Richins Benson, who also have information that relates to our case.
she's just one. There's lots more. Obviously, if the state is going to shut us down from asking any topic that he didn't cover in direct, then we're going to have to recall all of these people. And this trial is going to get a lot longer, inconvenience a lot more people.
Well, it's the exact same amount of time. Tell me why it would be longer. It
Because
just complicates the directed verdict motion.
because of the fact that all of these witnesses will be required to come back twice, get resworn. We're going to have to lay foundation again that's already been laid to refresh the memory of jurors. We're going to have to go back over topics that have already been talked about just to refresh the memory of the jurors. We're going to be using exhibits that are already here, keyed up, ready to go. This court has the ability to control what happens in this courtroom. If you want us to call all these people twice, we will, but it seems a ridiculous imposition of burden on not only the witnesses, but the jurors to have to say, we're going to hear from them now and in 2 weeks from now. There's perfectly within your power to say, we're going to do everything this jury needs to do now. The state has the ability to come back on redirect and address anything that we bring up that they didn't bring up. But it seems a very inefficient way to run a trial. And it seems to be super hard on these witnesses to have to come back here twice and go through this 2 weeks apart. And especially what happens if something happens to them? What happens if she gets sick or she leaves the country and I'm stuck and I didn't get a chance to redo her? Then we've got a real problem in terms of the trial and the record. So, I mean, I've just never had a judge require me to do that unless it's just really unusual circumstances. So we are asking that every witness where we have information that the state decides not to go into, to let us do it now, not have to recall this witness and then finally excuse her from her subpoena responsibilities.
Wow. To the extent the state raises relevance objections to your direct of.
Now, here's a problem, chat. A lot of times in many states still have this rule of your cross is limited to what's asked on direct. That is still a common rule. There are some states where that's not the rule anymore. And some of you may say, what do you mean? So, like, for example, in Ohio, if you are a adverse witness, so I'm cross-examining you, it's all fair game. There is no limit to what I can ask you on cross. The scope is open. But this is So, Sly Lawblood saying, or still Lawblood saying, what is this trial about? Well, we just really got it. We haven't got into it. We just literally started. Kouri Richins poured fentanyl in a drink and killed her husband is what the argument is. Sacred Acre sake. So is it common to recall or just do everything there? It sounds like it's typically, I'd say in Utah, probably you have to like limited to scope. And if you want to question them, you have to bring it up on direct. So, but yeah, you can start from here and be fine. You'll be all right. We really haven't gotten to the good stuff yet. Huh. But yeah, a lot of courtrooms are like that. A lot of courtrooms, like, you know, it just depends on the state. But like I said, here in Ohio, we're open in scope and there's no limit. So, yeah. They mixed up the fentanyl with the sugar. Well, no, she poured it into like a Moscow Mule. So, cool. Thanks, though. Well, you're welcome. So, well, let's see here.
This witness or another, I'm only going to have what's in the record so far. I won't have the whole picture to rule on that relevance objection.
I am not worried about anything we're going to talk with her about being decided to be relevant. I mean, it's clearly relevant. I'm just not worried about that.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, we're only talking to her about what happened with Eric, with this case, we're not going into anything outside of that.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state prefers to present its case in an order that the state believes will provide a proper narrative to the jury without interruption.
State, I don't care, honestly.
Efficient way
Who cares if it's tough for you?
And in an aggravated murder case, propriety has to take precedence over efficiency. So far, all these witnesses are local. I could see perhaps if there's an out-of-town witness, rather than inconveniencing the witness with an extended stay or repeated travel, we could make an exception. But as the rule, this trial is no different than any other trial where, pursuant to the rules, the scope of cross-examination is limited by the scope of direct. Thank you.
See, I'm glad we don't have this nonsense in Ohio. You just ask questions.
Witness by witness basis. With respect to Ms. Richins Benson, I imagine she's going to be in the courtroom every single day. And if
this is so much nicer in Ohio, like that's why I like Ohio. I just ask the goddamn questions. I don't have to worry about this shit.
She's not. She's certainly subject to the subpoena power of the court, and has somebody subpoenaed her so she can't beg out of appearing?
I mean, Katie appeared today pursuant to the state's subpoena.
Okay, and that subpoena lists the entire trial, correct?
It does. I have not yet released her from it, as
Right.
we do some witnesses.
Right. And so as long as I make clear to her that pursuant to that subpoena, she can be recalled at the order of the court, any danger that you were describing, Ms. Nestor, is mitigated.
It also means she can't stay in the trial for the rest. She's going to have to be excused under the exclusionary rule.
Katie is it Katie or Amy that's the
Amy.
designated victim rep?
Amy,
Your Honor, the state had designated 2 victim reps, and it was Katie and Amy.
we object
I
to
understand you object to
2
the
victim
2.
reps.
that. We
Okay,
do.
that's
We
a bit
object to 2. We don't
much.
object to Amy.
The state has to make a choice. If you'd like to proceed as you suggest, you're entitled to do so. That's fine, especially because Katie is subject to the subpoena power of the court. We can make sure that she comes back. But the statute talks in terms of 1 victim rep. The exclusionary rule says what it says. So the decision before the state is, do you want to, for this witness, allow direct to occur today so that there's no basis upon which to exclude Katie going forward, or proceed with the presentation of the testimony as the state sees fit, understanding that may require exclusion of Katie. And I apologize for using first names. There's a lot of Richins. It's just easier. No informality is intended. Exclusion of Katie until her direct is completed in the defense case.
Your Honor, how about this? Was the court about to take a lunch break with the jury?
Well, is food here?
No.
Okay, so it'll be a bit. So I want to keep using time. So I thought we could use another, it would have been an hour now, 45 minutes.
Sure. Your Honor, can we use that time for examination within the scope of direct? And then we take a lunch break. It will allow me to consult with Eric's family regarding
Exclusion.
the exclusion. It will also allow me, Your Honor, to refresh my memory. We had at the time, the state had appointed 2 victim representatives, despite the language of the statute. We had briefed case law, which expanded that language. And I just need to look back at that.
Yeah, I'm happy to be educated. But Ms. Nestor, may we proceed stepwise in that fashion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, we'll invite Katie back in, we'll invite the jury back in, we will complete cross-examination of Ms. Richins Benson. We'll take a lunch break. We'll sort out whether you want to proceed with her, whether I will allow you to proceed with her direct examination in your defense case today.
Also, just to make sure I'm clear, so Mr. Bloodworth brought up to Ms. Richins Benson the fact that she was the trustee. She testified about that, about the trustee and the assets being in the trustee, and that Kouri could not sell the home according to her.
That was her understanding. Right?
Correct. So that means I can go into anything about the trust?
I mean, you can ask her, you can seek to show that her understanding was incorrect.
Well, I have a pretty lengthy cross dealing with the trust, and I want to bring in the actual trust itself, the document, and I do believe the door's been open. So I'm just clarifying I can go into all that as part of following up on what he brought out in direct.
Well, you got to be a little bit more. Oh, hold on. My apologies. Missed call. My bad. You're speaking in generality, so it's hard for me to give you a ruling.
So one of the documents I want to use is the trust document itself.
Okay.
The state has not introduced it, but they have opened the door to it, in my opinion.
Well, they open the door to questions about what is your understanding based on.
Perfect.
Why do you think that?
Perfect. That's what
Have
I
you
need.
ever seen this document?
That's what I need.
But if the trust is, to my memory, several pages long, I don't
Well,
know
yeah.
that her testimony relates to most of it.
I probably won't even admit it. I'm just going to use it for her to look at it to refresh and when she's answering questions.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, just to be clear, that within the scope of Kouri Richins' ability to dispose of the home.
Yeah, more specifically, Ms. Richins Benson's personal subjective understanding of
Correct.
Kouri Richins' ability to dispose of the home.
And not all the myriad of other subject
Like there's all the
matters.
C, like isn't the trust going to all the C&E masonry interest and all that stuff?
It does.
Yeah, she didn't testify into that. Okay, all right.
Well, I
Hmm.
assume they'll object and let me know if they think I go too far.
Okay.
As both sides
Yes.
of the B do in trial.
Huh.
Anything further before we invite Ms. Richins Benson back in?
No, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Let's do that first. Great. You just guess anything more?
All right, chat. All right. All right, chat. Here we go. Also, by the way, I saw this tweet, and it makes a lot of sense with the whole hockey thing. Canadian hockey fans like ran in headlong into college football Twitter, and they got fucking massacred. And it's like that's actually pretty brilliant. So, but anyways, here we go. We're gonna keep going here. Is the sister a lawyer? I don't think so. I think she's a realtor. Sounds like it. Not sure though. Damn, Afix, you've been busy, buddy. Turn it down probably a bit, but the volume will be consistent. Okay. It's gonna be leveled. And it's gonna be fixed. It's not dented.
You mind taking the witness stand again? And then if you just stand with us, let's invite you.
338. All right. Oh, I gotta like run this at the same time. Uh-oh. Oh, no, here we go. All right, sorry, I was being retarded. Chat. Here we go. Here's Kouri Richins. Yes, Canada's crying really bad. We stole their identity.
Folks, have a seat. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We'll proceed with cross-examination of Ms. Richins Benson. Then we'll take a lunch. break. Thank you for your patience. Ms. Nestor, take it away.
May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
We've never officially been introduced, but I know we've seen each other a whole lot. But again, my name's Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Kouri's attorneys. So I want to talk to you about, I want to go back a couple of years before Eric passed. You mentioned in your direct testimony that you are the trustee of a trust that Eric created. Is that right?
Correct.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Of course.
We got to go back to 1.5 speed. Oh my God, chat. We have to go to 1.5 speed. That was not good.
I'm handing you a document that's been marked as IMP KRB1.
Okay.
Take just a second and look at that document and tell me if you recognize it. I certainly don't expect you to read the whole thing, but just tell me if you know what that is.
Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Sure, no worries. Take your time. Ready?
Yeah.
So do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document?
It's the Eric Richins Living Trust.
And is that the trust that you were referring to in your direct examination?
When
Mr. Bloodworth was questioning you?
With the house. Yes. Yes. This is the trust.
And that's the document that makes you the trustee if Eric should pass away.
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to introduce this as Defense Exhibit 3001. On the impeachment, we're going to start it with number 3.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, no objections to the admission of the document. The state, of course, is going to admit it, plan to admit it through the witness that prepared it. The state's just pausing on the nomenclature. We've referenced this document in other exhibit numbers, which
we can resolve that going forward. We can come up with a common vernacular at some point.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, but as to admission, no objection.
So just so the record is clear, if anybody has to read this, the Eric Richins Living Trust dated November 3rd, 2020 is admitted.
All right, and that's going to be Exhibit 3001, Your Honor.
For the time being.
Yes.
We'll see if we
change
a
it.
Different vernacular going forward.
That's fine. Okay, can you turn for me to section 1.03 of the trust?
Ms. Nestor, will you let me know when you're ready to publish whatever you want to publish?
I will, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you see that? Does that list the objectives of the trust? Just to refresh your memory, let me know when you're finished reviewing it.
Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry, what was
That
your
refresh your
question?
memory a little bit. So is it fair to say that Eric's objective, as put in writing in the very beginning of this big old trust document, was to provide for both my wife and our children during any time I'm incapacitated and after my death?
That's what's in there. Yes.
So
I'm sorry. Can we publish this to the jury? We're seeing it on our screens, but the jury's
Yeah,
not.
she didn't ask
can
me
you
to. That's fine.
publish?
Would you like to?
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you. That would be helpful. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right. And you agree that it was your understanding that this trust would provide for both Kouri and the boys. Is that right?
It would provide for the beneficiaries, and those 4 are the beneficiaries.
And Kouri was a beneficiary of this trust.
She was a beneficiary of the trust.
And that's what Eric wanted.
I think the document
Your
speaks
Honor,
for itself.
objection.
I'll withdraw, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. So basically there was as trustee, what is your understanding of your role as trustee? What is your role?
It's to administer the trust.
And what does that mean to you?
So to carry out my brother's wishes.
And with respect to the reality of that, there's a trust that holds assets. Is that your understanding? It holds his assets, whatever they are.
Correct.
And that includes cash and money and items, right?
Yes.
And you're supposed to see over that money and those assets
Correct. As the trustee.
and protect them, right?
Correct.
And distribute them to the beneficiaries as needed throughout their lifetime.
Based on what the trust says.
And that's your understanding of kind of your job, right?
Correct.
And as trustee, you get paid.
No.
You're not taking a fee.
So my brother did put in the trust that I could be paid and I could reimburse myself for the time spent. I have never once
Wow.
been paid for the time that I spent.
Wow.
So I chose not to.
That's very generous of you. And that's because you want those boys to get everything they can, I'm sure.
I want all the beneficiaries to get everything they're entitled to.
Okay. Thank you.
That was kind of cunty. Did you really need to get into that? That was kind of cunty. Oof. This is not the woman you want to start sparring with. This is not the person you want to start trying to play Rock'em Sock'em Robots with in court. I really don't think so.
So let's say 2 months after Eric died, Kouri wanted to buy a car. She could do that, but she would have to ask you first, right? As the trustee.
Can you reframe that? So with money from the trust,
Yes.
she wants to buy the car?
Right.
There's a lot of litigation. So she did a lawsuit 3 weeks after my brother passed to try to set aside the trust.
Okay.
So there's a lot of litigation. So I would work with my attorneys to figure out what was proper.
Let me ask it this way. What is your understanding of what, if there was no litigation, what you as the trustee of the trust were meant to do if one of the beneficiaries needed some money, if one of the boys wanted to go to private school, if Kouri wanted to buy a car? What was the process from your understanding?
So the trust was actually just split into 2 separate trusts. One for his 3 boys, who are the primary beneficiaries, and then another trust for Kouri. And you'll have to forgive me, I don't have the whole thing memorized.
Oh, of course not.
But it said in there what the money could be used for.
All right. So if Kouri wanted to spend some money out of the trust that was authorized in your opinion under the trust, it would be your job to say, yes, here is the money and give her a check, right?
Correct.
And one of the things the trust authorized was care and maintenance of their home. Is that right?
So that the home is a trust asset.
Okay. So if the house needed repair, the trust could pay for that.
Correct.
If the trust could pay for the mortgage payments,
Correct.
the trust could pay for insurance on the house.
Correct.
So in the year after Eric died, how much money did Kouri ask you for to pay for anything related to the house, to her, to anything?
Pause for 1 second.
Your Honor, objection in reference to the discussion we had.
Exceeds the scope.
Yes.
Sustain.
Okay. Did the trust pay any mortgage payments on the home after Eric died?
Ms. Nestor, it's the same objection.
Okay.
Sustain.
Has the trust reimbursed family members for costs paid to private investigator?
Pause for 1 second. Go ahead.
Same objection scope, Your Honor.
We're well outside the scope of direct, Ms. Nestor. Sustained.
Right. Can I approach?
Sure.
Robert Lawrence for 5 subs. Big support. Big support out there, chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You get a woo from Clyde tonight for that. So this woman's hanging in there, but yeah, I don't know if you guys heard me. I am not playing Rock'em Sock'em Robots with this lady. There's nothing to gain from fighting her here. I don't know what it is. I get it. Her and Kouri Richins probably hate each other like fucking nothing else from the time they've been together. But this makes no sense. Why did husband name someone else? Because I'm assuming that he had the money beforehand. And it's his sister, so it's okay. Yeah, she's outside scope. I can see that. But yeah, this is just... She's felted. She's outside the scope. Kouri was $4.5 million in debt. Yeah. Is Courtney the sister? I don't know. But yeah, Courtney Clenny goes on trial in April. So. But yeah, guys, remember, he already had money. The family had money. They had the ranch and stuff. And yes, he believed that she tried to kill him like a couple weeks beforehand with the sandwich. Oh my God, are we gonna like get going here? Also, chat, if you guys are Island, hello. Guys, you're gonna have to turn on the audio on your end because I had to make sure we had this all set up. Sorry.
Just 1 minute. I'm trying to comply with your ruling. Just give me 1 second because I think there's another topic that I'm gonna have to save for direct. Yeah, I think so. All right. I want to talk to you about the day of Eric's death. You mentioned, I believe you mentioned that when you got there, Kouri looked put together.
Correct.
She was in pajamas. Is that right?
Like a matching sweatsuit.
She was in a matching sweatsuit.
Like sweatsuit, pajamas. I don't know the technical,
Okay.
what they were sold as.
And you said her hair was fixed.
it was pulled up.
It was pulled up in a messy bun. Is that what you recall?
Yeah, it was pulled up and neatly done.
Her hair was neatly done. That's what you recall.
Yeah, looked similar to today, just on top of her head.
And you also said that you went to the ground and she just stood there and did not comfort you in any way?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Katie, can you please, just for the witness only, Your Honor, we'd like to play a clip. This is State's Exhibit 1-4.
Pause 1 second. Does this have sound? It won't now.
Doesn't have sound, I don't think.
Okay.
So only for her to review.
Well, hold on a second. It's real hard for me to do only the witness.
Oh, I mean the witness and counsel.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Bloodworth.
It's S1-4.
Of course.
It sounds like she was in debt from fucking around with real estate and leveraging things. Like, you can get in a really deep debt fast, especially on real estate speculating. She was a land speculator, chat. So, let's, where are we not? Come on, guys, let's go. Uh-oh, got security up there. Uh-oh.
I'm waiting on them.
Audio
Just pull up
problems.
Is it that exact same clip with blur? Like, can we just stop when we say stop? That's fine with me. Okay, I think we're going to pull up their amended one that they just served like 2 days ago.
No problem. Table. Scott, you let me know when you're ready to go.
So, Pat, it's just, it starts a little bit further back. Okay, that's just the last.
Just a moment.
Sorry.
It's okay. Take your time.
This is no one's fault. This was a brand new version that we have not even seen yet. So we're trying to accommodate their new version.
No problem.
Sorry, just 1 second.
Oh, come on, Jesus.
Your Honor, can perhaps the court instruct the jury just on the difference of the clips?
We're just making sure that the faces of children going out to the... This is brought lunch for the jury in. You isolate yourself, not talk to anybody. From somebody else, that's fine.
Okay.
We just can't have you conferring with anybody about anything.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
Your Honor, can I retrieve
The grabbing the sandwich thing's funny given the murder weapon stuff.
849 for the
Of course.
All right, chat. Remember, all gas, no brakes. No brakes, chat.
Ms. Nestor.
Ooh, so they didn't even have a full hour lunch. Wow.
No, stay focused.
Okay. Yeah, here we go. Wow, they only had a 30-minute lunch? God, this judge is a slave driver. 30-minute lunches, that's awful. Keto currently coping about a Crosby had been there. Suffer Warski and PPP. Suffer. Let's go, chat.
Your Honor, the state has just filed a motion to designate, this is how we've been operating before. I'm trying to find the original designation, but to designate Kouri Richins Benson a victim representative. The statute provides for plural victim representatives. The, Beginning with defense counsel's cross-examination today was the first time that the state had any notice that the defense wanted to call Kouri Richins Benson as a witness. She's not been subpoenaed. She's not been on any of the Rule 16 designations. And so we have proceeded, we called her early so that she could get her testimony out of the way, and proceeded in a good faith understanding that she would then be allowed to participate in the, watching the remainder of the trial without being subject to the exclusionary rule.
I understand the state's position. Okay, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor.
Well, we don't want to call her as a witness. We want to cross-examine her, and they're stopping me from doing that.
No, stay focused on the issue at hand here. Co-designation of Ms. Richins Benson.
We object.
And tell me why.
Because the statute provides for one.
It doesn't. It provides for up to more than one, if you look at the language of it. And so, do you have another reason?
I don't know why there's special circumstances that require them to have two in this case.
It's not a requirement. They're asking for permission.
We object.
Tell me why.
Because it's going to interfere with my ability to cross-examine her if I have to recall this witness and she sits through all of the testimony.
Me, have you ever listed her as a witness in your case?
We were not aware that they were going to stop me from doing this until about a day ago. So as far
no, she's never been listed as a witness.
She has never been. I'm sorry.
Oh.
She's on our witness list. Okay. Are you sure? I don't think that's right.
Well,
for example, if I search for the name Richins on your witness list, it does not appear.
No, but we are happy to file an amended witness list and add her if I can't cross-examine her now. I prefer to cross.
Well, there you go. Your Honor, we actually haven't called this guy before. Oh. Yeah.
Examine her within the scope of direct, regardless of whether she's on your witness list and regardless of whether she is a co-victim representative. The only thing this impacts is whether there's any prejudice to defendant if she's a co-witness representative who is not excluded.
So here's the problem. So if she's allowed to sit through the trial, then it affects my Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine her because she's been impacted and heard the testimony of every single witness in the case.
Would you pause there? Do you mean cross-examine or direct examine?
Well, direct. When I recall her, if I cross her now, I would do it now. But if she gets to then have the benefit of sitting through the trial and hearing everyone else's testimony, and then when I direct her, she's hostile, so I'll probably ask to cross her because she is a hostile witness and I am entitled to do that. And if that happens, then that does prejudice us because she's got the benefit of being able to shape her testimony around everybody else's that she's already listened to. So it is a prejudice. And I don't know that there's any compelling reason to let her stay that outweighs that prejudice, or just let me do it now. I mean, that's their decision, but that is a prejudice and that's very real.
Okay. Anything further?
No.
All right. Under Utah Code 7738(9), subsection 2, the court shall designate a representative or representative.
I mean, technically, it's the defendant's Sixth Amendment right, but she's the one confronting the witness. I never say it's my Sixth Amendment right to confront someone. I always say it's my client's right, but I get what she's getting at. That might just be a stylistic thing.
Of the victim. The legislature in crafting that language contemplated situations in which more than one victim representative would be appropriate. An aggravated murder case is certainly among the situations in which the family of a decedent might want to spread that burden and duty across two family members. The court finds that the state's request to designate Ms. Kouri Richins Benson as a co-victim representative under Utah Code 7738-9 is supported by the language of the statute and a good faith request. Moreover, the defendant's arguments regarding prejudice are not persuasive for two reasons. One, Ms. Richins Benson has never been listed by the defendant as a trial witness that they intended to call in their defense case. And more practically, the court finds that she likely already knows all of the admissible and inadmissible evidence in this case, and there is no additional or marginal prejudice by allowing her to be in the courtroom during the testimony of other witnesses. The state's request to designate Ms. Kouri Richins Benson as a co-victim representative under Utah Code 7738-9 is granted. On that basis, the court does not have the authority to exclude her under the exclusionary rule. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury and the witness, Ms. Nestor?
Just one moment.
Yeah.
Did we swap it? Everything's okay.
We want to take a look at it before.
I think we're good. I think we've all agreed on it.
Let's just take a quick look.
Do you want to show it real quick, Katie?
And is it a clip or just a still?
It's a clip.
Okay. Is that the clip? Okay. Very good. Let's invite Ms. Richins Benson back in. Very good. Katie, if you take the stand again, thank you.
Did we admit it?
All right, chat. This is just ridiculous.
Katie, you're still under oath. Okay. You ready for the jury, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's
Yes, Your
go.
Honor.
Let's do it.
Well, it all depends on what they're referring to exactly, but the exclusionary rule, I mean, it all so it's, you know, if it's like there's the exclusionary rule like of things that have been illegally obtained, but the police violate the Fourth Amendment, things get excluded here. But I think that, you know, they're just excluding things that were not properly admitted, there wasn't notice for here. I think that's what they're getting at, Sacred. That's generally an issue. Like if you're not on top of it, you know, like if you mess up, if you're the prosecutor and you mess up and you don't get me stuff in time, I don't know if you've ever been on here before, but I'm flipping tables and it's a violation of the Constitution, Judge. It's not fair. And then if I'm on the other side of the defense and we fucked up, or we just got something at the last minute, Judge, it's a violation of the Constitution not to let it happen. But that's really what we're going at here. That's ultimately how this is being handled. It sounds like there's excluding testimony there. So the exclusionary rule. Okay, well, I don't understand why they call it that. That's just separation of witnesses. That's just separation. Like here in Ohio, we call that separation of witnesses. Because you don't want witnesses being together. And because they might cross-examine her or call her later, having her sit in the courtroom is going to be bad because then she'll hear everything. So, yeah, well, then they should just say separation of witnesses, Island. I don't know why they're calling it the exclusionary rule. Maybe it's what they call it in Utah. But if that was here in Ohio, Your Honor, I'd be like, that's, you know, we'd like the witnesses separated. And the court will say, yeah, I order the witnesses separated. So she's not going to be kicked out of the courtroom? No. I couldn't, sorry guys, I couldn't hear, like they're out in the hallway making noise. I couldn't hear. No, so she has the right as a victim's representative to be there. And can't do anything about that. So that's how that goes. So yay, victims' rights. And Island, thank you for correcting me on that. So yeah, they are going to be allowed to call for direct incident and Lister. Yeah, that's the problem. Although I would argue if they already know about her, there's the idea, like, because I've had that issue, like, I haven't had that issue before, but the idea is if I'm here and you've already called that witness, I don't have to, like, you know, like if for example, if I'm trying a case and I don't bring in any witnesses or evidence of my own, I can merely write as like my evidence submission for the court, any and all evidence the state of Ohio has presented through discovery. So that would be the thing. And you're the thing. I think they can call her, but the judge won't restrict her hearing other testimony, which I think is garbage. That's an abuse of the victim's rules. But you know what? Once again, suffer on that. So yeah, I agree. She should be kept out of the courtroom. She should. So, and I thank you for helping me catch on that. You're shocked the defense wouldn't predict the state wouldn't limit scope with questioning. I mean, like, you take your chances. You don't know how people are going to do things. Yes, the defense reserves the right to call any witnesses on the prosecution's list. Yeah. Well, I say I reserve I offer no evidence. Any evidence or witnesses I may offer are ones provided by the state of Ohio already in discovery. So that's how I do it. And then typically it depends on how coy I want to be. Like, you get your subpoenas out and then you don't get them recorded until that morning after you've already served them. So that's one way to do it. So, but anyways, here we go. Let's see what happens. Like I said, I apologize, guys. No, Louie and Clyde are out here like fucking around and I couldn't hear. So let's go. My bad, chat. My bad. Yeah, she's been there and knows all the stuff. Yeah. But still, I don't want her there because You don't know what's going to happen at trial. Like, crazy shit may happen that bounces off the wall and she might not know. Although, to be fair, you know what she's going to do, even if she's sequestered and there's separation of witnesses? Like, she's gonna know. It's like the meme. No one's going to know. It's like, they're going to know. They're going to know. So. Yeah, but she's going to hear everything, which allows her just to be prepared. And like I said, guys, if something weird happens, she'll now be ready for it.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, Ms. Richins Benson. So when we took a break, I had confirmed with you that it's your recollection that Kouri had a matching sweatsuit and fixed hair, and that she did not comfort you when you fell to the ground. Is that correct?
To my recollection.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to watch a clip from that morning that was taken off of an officer's body cam and see if you can confirm that that's in fact you and Kouri that morning. Katie, can you play it? Is that you in the clip?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, Your Honor, at this point I move to admit as exhibit maybe 3001 for now.
3002.
I'm sorry, 3002?
Yeah.
3002, that's correct.
Just deliver.
Your Honor, no objection to admission. We'll figure out nomenclature later.
Sounds good.
And just for the purpose of the jury, just a short explanation that we will supplement this with a blurred version, but for now there's just a black box over where the children's photos are since it's being played publicly. But that'll, if it goes back to the jury room, that box will be removed and the pictures will just be blurred.
You can play the clip.
Thanks, Kate. All right, so as you're watching this clip, there's an officer there, but that's Kouri right there, right? And she's squatting down to hug you. Is that right? Katie, could you play that again?
I'm sorry, this is hard with two Katies.
There are two Katies. I'm sorry. I'll call you Ms. Richins Benson. How about that?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so that's Kouri. Freeze it right there, Katie Nestor. Okay, and that hair right there, that's what you're saying she had fixed? Just her hair up and messy like that?
Yeah, as you can see, mine was down and messy and didn't have contacts in anything.
Sure. So both of you had messy hair, and she's also clearly wearing pajamas. Does that refresh your memory that she's not in a sweatsuit? She was in pajamas?
I am not a fashionista, so to me, that's a sweatsuit or pajamas, just to be honest.
Okay, and then keep playing, Kate, Ms. Nestor. And that's her squatting down to comfort you while you're on the ground, and that's y'all hugging, right?
Correct.
So your memory about that was clearly wrong.
To be fair, it was 4 years ago.
Okay. And everything you're testifying about here about that morning was 4 years ago. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You can take that down, Katie. Thank you. Other Katie. And shortly after the scene.
This is oh, God. Do you think we'll get a courtroom reading of the walk the dog letter? That's my one major wish, probably, but I get where you're going. Like, I get what she's doing. Kathy Nestor's not a retard, but like I said, guys, this is what when you were at trial like this, and especially something like this is gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. This is diffusing a bomb. There is either initial success or total failure. We're gonna find out what happens here. Yeah. Oh God, this is rough. I don't think she's retarded. No. It's just sometimes you're fucked with what you can do. Hell-raising Angel said yes. Yes, Taylor Swift. And they can tell you when it's over if the high was worth the pain. And I think we all have a young list of Star X lovers. And I don't know if they'll tell you that I'm insane. But I know you love the players and you love the game. So, and we could be young and reckless and we might take it way too far. And it might leave you breathless or with a nasty scar. It's just something to think about.
Where Kouri hugged you, and obviously everyone's completely understandably upset. Was there a time where you went out into the driveway and spoke with an investigating officer that morning?
I went and spoke to an investigator in their car out front of the house.
Okay, maybe not in the driveway. Might have been in front of the house.
Correct.
No objections.
Your Honor, she's testified about her memory of that morning. This happened that morning.
I'll give you a limited latitude here.
Thank you. And who was the officer that you spoke to?
Detective Woody, I believe.
All right. And that was just to help, because there's so many officers that are going to testify in front of this jury. It's a female officer, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when you talked to Officer Woody, or I think she was a detective then, Did you tell her that you believed Kouri was involved in your brother's death?
No.
Did you tell the officer that you were suspicious that Kouri may have been involved in your brother's death?
Pause there. Well, I'm going to allow her to answer that question, then we'll have a conversation. Go ahead, you can answer that. I'm sorry.
I let her know that Kouri had stolen money from my brother, and I thought she needed to know that.
And what else did you think she needed to know at that moment?
I left at that moment to go back in the house.
You didn't tell her anything else?
My recollection is that I told her that Kouri had taken money from my brother, quite a lot of money, and that there was tension.
And what did you tell the officer was the reason for the tension?
Yeah, have a quick conversation.
Yeah, sure.
My apologies, counsel.
All right, chat. Here we go. Oh my God! How many? As a short king, this kind of railing right here, this kind of thing right here, is a godsend, because you feel like a little kid. You're like, Judge, help! Listen to me. It's rough. It's rough.
Folks, Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And now I forgot where I was, so let me think about it again. We were talking about what you asked the police, what you said to the police officer when you were outside. And this is before that police officer has ever entered the house, right? This is your first time to see this officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you felt it was important that this officer know that your sister-in-law had a motive? What was your reason for telling the officer that information?
I had an overwhelming feeling come over me that I should let someone know.
Why? What was your overwhelming feeling?
That I should let someone know.
Because you believed it was suspicious? The death?
Honestly, at that time, I had no idea what was going on. I just had an overwhelming feeling. I had just barely talked to my brother. He was fantastic. When I talked to him just a couple hours before, I had an overwhelming feeling I should.
Okay, chat. I had to mess with my mic. Tell me, is my mic level better now? Let me know.
To tell someone about this, so I did.
Because you thought Kouri was behind it?
I did not say that.
Did you tell the officer that Kouri had a reason to be upset with Eric because she had found out about your being a trustee over the assets before he passed?
No, not to my recollection.
You didn't mention being the trustee of a trust?
She's going after her for her credibility. She's trying to show bias. She's trying to show that she might just be a disheartened, evil bitch. Everything to show that anything she accuses Kouri of is because she's a nasty cunt and that, it's just women catfighting. Like, you play whatever card you got, and that's one of them. Angry woman card, which, let's be real, it's not like this type of thing never happens.
To this officer?
I knew that I was the trustee of the trust.
Did you share that with the officer?
Maybe. There's a potential.
So you can't remember?
Just give me a second.
Sure. Take your time.
I did know that I was the trustee. So I definitely could have shared that with her.
And did you share with the officer that Kouri had been upset with your brother about that before he passed?
No.
So if
not to my recollection.
If an officer says you said that, that would be wrong? Or you're just not sure?
The questions are a little difficult. They're really vague. So not to my knowledge.
Okay. You mentioned that Kouri's son asked if he could have his dad's watch. Is that right?
Correct.
And you mentioned that Kouri just reset the watch and gave it to him.
Correct.
So Kouri didn't go through the watch trying to pick certain things out to delete, right?
I just watched her swipe it and give it to him, or delete it and give it to him.
If she hadn't swiped it, and I'm not an Apple Watch person, so maybe you know this better than I do, but that would have meant her son could read everything her husband had ever put on his iPhone, right?
I'm not an Apple Watch person either, so I can't answer that for you.
Is it your understanding the watches match the phone, basically?
Mine doesn't always. So, but again, I'm not an Apple person, so I can't tell you.
Do you agree there could be a lot of reasons why a mother would not want a young child to have access to everything his adult father had saved on his phone?
In a hypothetical, yes, I guess.
Okay. You also mentioned that Kouri told you that morning that she was going to sell the house.
Correct.
And this is the house her husband had just died in.
Correct.
And she was pretty traumatized about her husband just dying in the house.
Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to ask her.
In their bedroom, right?
What's the question? Sorry.
Do you think there's a lot of reasons why a widow would not want to continue to live in the bedroom where her husband?
I didn't know that. That's interesting, Island. Thank you. So they really do hate each other.
Died in front of her?
Honestly, I can see some people would and some people wouldn't.
Okay. You also mentioned just now, and also when you were on direct with Mr. Bloodworth, that you never knew your brother to use anything other than Advil. Is that right?
When he asked what I had seen him take, correct.
Are you aware that your brother did use other substances?
After his death, from his medical records that I got, it said that he occasionally took it for back pain.
Took what?
THC.
Okay. Which is marijuana?
Marijuana.
So when he was alive, he didn't share with you that he used marijuana, did he?
Not directly, no.
And you talked about your mom, which I think is great, was a drug and alcohol counselor.
Correct.
And that it was important to her that your family not be engaged with the use of drugs when she was alive.
No, I said prescription medication.
Okay. So your brother knew that it was important to your family. Sobriety was an important thing to your family.
I'll be honest with you, my mom was not against marijuana use.
Okay. But you said you were?
I said prescription medication earlier.
Okay. But for whatever reason, your brother didn't share with you during his lifetime that he used marijuana.
No.
And I know you were here during the opening statement, excuse me, Your Honor. You saw this slide of all those gummies that were seized from Eric. You didn't know that was in his house. You didn't share.
I knew that Kouri had some in there. He had shared that with me.
But he didn't tell you he did.
No.
Okay. And you also, did you know that your brother drank alcohol?
I knew that he socially drank, but he was responsible.
And he chose not to do that in front of you. Is that fair?
Correct.
And it's also fair and totally understandable that your brother's not going to talk about his sex life with you.
He actually did.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Did your brother share with you that he was taking testosterone?
Yes, he did.
And you knew that?
Yes.
Did I'll strike that. Did you go through your brother's phone ever?
No.
The morning after he passed, was there a period of time where you saw your sister Amy with his phone?
She did have his phone.
And how long did she have his phone in her possession?
Yeah.
Honestly, I wasn't watching Amy very close. I can't tell you.
Okay. Did
It's
you ever have his
supposed
phone
to
that
be.
day?
No.
Stay within the scope. Objection.
Same morning, Your Honor.
Let's keep moving. The objection is overruled. That's the last question.
That morning after Eric died, did you ever, well, let me ask it this way. When you arrived at the house, had the police cordoned off any portion of the house and said you could not enter it?
There was someone at the hall, and they said that you weren't supposed to go back down the hall.
Once they removed your brother's body from the scene, and I know that was traumatic, I'm sorry. Once they removed his body, were you allowed to go anywhere in the house you wanted?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you see the police searching the kitchen?
Yes.
All right. What did
Just
you,
the garbage in the kitchen. That was all.
that was the only thing you saw them search for was the garbage.
Yeah, I wasn't around them all the time, so I don't know what else they did.
Okay, that's fair. At any point that morning, did you hear Kouri being interviewed by police?
No.
So you weren't present when they questioned her about what happened that night?
No.
Did Eric share with you that he had used hydrocodone in the past, like in that pill bottle that we saw on the screen?
So Eric and I had talked about that. So that pill bottle on the screen, it was old. It was 2016, right?
Right.
Because Eric had a procedure, but Eric did not want to use much of it. So actually, Eric and I had several conversations. When his back hurt and everything, I actually set him up with an acupuncturist
Definitely not the first time someone's ever done that.
and everything, so that he didn't have to use any. So
Let me stop
It
you
was-
right there. Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Let's just break it down.
okay.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is just as creepy as the fucking Brendan Banfield trial with Joseph Ryan's mom. It's like, oh, we talked about all his kinks and we talked about knife play and shit. You're like, what? What? Oh my God. These people are awful.
So you knew that he had used hydrocodone in the past for pain?
He did not like to, but if it was extreme,
He did use it.
yeah. But he would never like take the whole finish the
And-
prescription.
And, well, as far as you knew.
Mhm.
And you knew that he had back pain.
Correct.
And you knew it because you're the person that he would go to when he was in pain.
Correct.
And you helped him try to find an acupuncturist for his pain.
Yeah, he went to an acupuncturist.
How often do you do that?
I set up the appointments. They actually helped really quickly. So he went to a couple appointments to I can't give you the exact amount, but
And when, okay, I'll strike that. You also talked about the prenuptial agreement
correct.
that you saw Kouri sign at their wedding. Is that right?
I saw it before she signed it.
And is it true that in the prenuptial agreement that Kouri knew that if something happened to Eric, she would not recover? She wasn't in touch. She surrendered. Let me ask it this way. Were you aware that as part of the prenuptial agreement, she was surrendering any claim on his business of CME?
No, objection. The prenup's in evidence. It says what it says. I don't think that's an accurate characterization.
I can rephrase.
The question is about what Ms.
She
Richins
under-
Benson understood.
That's what I was
And
going to
so
say.
you will be able to point out later whether her understanding matches the text or not.
So was it your understanding that she was surrendering any claim to his business at CME in the prenuptial agreement?
Only if they divorced. If he died, then she would get the business while they were still married.
Okay. But if he died, once you became trustee, you were aware that his business would actually go into the trust, not to her, correct?
the business is a trust asset. His partnership is in the trust.
Okay. And that was done before he passed.
Correct.
And again, you don't recall telling the officer that Kouri was upset about that prior to the officer coming in the house?
No.
Okay. The morning that you were there, was there any period of time where you were in the garage?
Yes, I went into the garage.
And what was your purpose for going into the garage?
A medical examiner or some medical person had asked me, do you know if Eric took any kind of pill today, an allergy pill, anything? And I said, I'll go check his truck. I know he takes allergy pills, but I'll go check his truck. So I went into the garage to check his truck.
And when you were checking his truck, was there anyone back there with you?
Lisa Darden, her mom, and Bree, I think it's Swenson, followed me.
Okay. And when you were in the truck, how long were you in his truck?
Not long at all.
Okay. When you got there, was Amy in the truck?
No.
At some point, did you see Amy in the truck?
No, not to my recollection.
All right. You also mentioned that Kouri mentioned to you when she said that she was going to sell the house. I believe Mr. Bloodworth asked, could she have sold the house? And you said the answer was no. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason the answer is no is because why?
Because the house was not Kouri's asset. It was in Eric's trust. Her name was not on the deed, anything like that.
But she was his spouse under the law, right?
She was his spouse under the law, yeah.
And she had a marital interest in the house, right?
Now that's all in civil court. I can't.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Sustained.
All right, now I want to talk about before the body was removed. Were you present or did you have an understanding about where they were going to take the body?
No.
Did you hear a conversation or were you a part of a conversation that discussed that there was going to be an autopsy?
I know I heard that day that they were taking him for an autopsy.
Okay. So before he even left the house, there was discussion that he was going to be autopsied. I think that's a verb. I'm not sure.
I can't tell you if it was before or after.
But there was a discussion in the house about it. You all knew it.
That they would take him for an autopsy?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the conversation that you testified about where there was a discussion about cremation or burial with Kouri's mom.
Correct.
At that point, the autopsy was over, right?
I don't know when the autopsy was over.
When was that conversation?
That conversation was on the 5th.
So 2 days after he passed. And where was the body at that time, to your knowledge?
That's you go later answer the last
I'm so sorry. I thought you were finished. I apologize.
Okay, can you ask?
On the 5th.
Yeah, it was on the 5th when we talked about the burial.
So 2 days after they removed, or 1 day, I'm sorry.
1 day.
After they removed his body from the house.
Correct.
So when you were having that conversation, where was your understanding of where the body was?
It would have been in one of two places, either at the medical examiner's office or at the mortuary.
So bear with me then. At the point that his remains were finally interred, either through cremation or burial, that autopsy already would have happened, correct?
Honestly, I remember talking to the mortuary. They were watching to see when it was done. They said that it could take a couple days because it was later. So I can't tell you if it was done or not. I can't remember.
Let me ask you this way. They weren't going to let you bury him or cremate him until they'd finish that autopsy and release the body to the family, correct?
I mean, I would assume so, but I've never dealt with this with the medical examiner's office. So,
and once you all had that conversation with Lisa and Kouri about whether he wanted to be buried or cremated, did Kouri agree to bury him?
It went back and forth for a little while.
And then did Kouri agree to bury him?
Yeah, we buried him.
That's right. The handwriting samples that Mr. Bloodworth asked you to identify. Is it fair to say that you organized an effort to gather a bunch of signatures of Eric's to compare with a signature, another signature to see if Kouri, do you believe Kouri forged his signature on something?
Yeah, it was for the civil lawsuit that we were going through. And yes, it was to see if that was his signature or not, because he had told me he did not sign it.
And you personally took responsibility for that effort of gathering those signatures, correct?
So my duty as personal representative is to look into any claim that the estate may have. So yes, I did.
And you sent that information to the prosecution team in this case?
I did not personally send it, no.
Okay. You did hire an expert to look at it, right?
Yeah, and I just told you that's my fiduciary duty as a representative of my brother, so over his estate, to look into any claims that the estate has.
And who was the expert that you hired to look at those handwriting samples?
His last name's Throckmorton.
And it's Matthew Throckmorton?
I only ever met him once. I think his first name's Matthew, yeah.
And you guys paid him a fee to do that?
I actually didn't pay him. My law firm did, but then it went on the bill, so.
Okay, she is a lawyer. Okay. I thought she was just a realtor, but okay. I mean, that's the thing. I think Kouri just didn't understand that her fucking sister-in-law was just going to be a fucking evil psycho. You know, like, he's like, you think you're a bad bitch, Kouri? And she's like, I'll show you who a bad bitch is. And like, wow. She mobilized her fucking law firm's resources to go after her. Damn. God damn. I love this woman. Yeah, the questions are after she mentioned The sex life and chiropractic. Yeah, I don't know here. I think she was trying to get her riled up. But this is the problem.
I didn't dress.
This is the problem though, when you this is the problem though, like when you're dealing with a lawyer in the stand, like it's always dangerous. It's always dangerous.
Exactly pay him.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Because they know what they're doing. Kathy's like, just a realtor? Guys, sorry, Kathy. PPP, of course he's coping. That's all he does.
May I approach, Your Honor?
That's where the P comes from, is cope.
All right, handing you a document that's been marked IMP KRP3.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
I actually do not. I have not seen this before.
Hey, Sparkies.
Okay,
Sparky,
I'll take that.
the
Thank you, sir.
Sparkers. Hello.
Did you pay other experts in connection with this investigation?
I did.
Who were the other experts you hired?
Is
Brooke Carrington one of them?
Objection, point of clarification. When she says this investigation, the
Yeah.
criminal investigation or the civil investigation?
Provide a little more foundation, please.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm happy to. Did the trust hire a woman named Brooke Carrington to do a financial investigation on Kouri Richins?
It's really tricky. It would actually be the estate that did, not the trust that did.
Okay.
So Brooke Carrington worked for the estate.
And were you also in charge of the estate?
Correct. I am a personal representative for my brother.
And you personally paid Brooke Carrington?
Correct.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think she got a little cocky here.
All right, I'm giving you another document asking if you've seen this before.
Yes.
KRB2. KRB2. What is that document?
So Brooke was a financial forensic accountant for us, looking into any claims that the estate would potentially
I
have.
think it was like,
So I paid her
just
for
a
her
realtor,
work on
not a
that.
great
And what
one.
is
Thank
that
you.
amount that you paid Brooke Carrington?
$14,625.
And is that your signature on that check?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit that as Exhibit 3003,
You're up.
Defense 3003.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense 3003 is admitted.
Can we publish that to the jury, please?
Ready to go? Okay. One moment. There you go.
What's the date on that check?
6/21 of 23.
All right. And are you aware if that was after Kouri had been charged with this crime?
Let me think of dates really quick. Yes, it was after, because once Kouri had been charged, Brooke quit working for us. So she sent a bill and I paid the bill once.
And why did she quit working for you?
She started working for the state and we hired a different forensic accountant to work for the estate.
And who provided her name to the state as a potential expert?
I'm not sure.
That wasn't you?
I actually never even talked to any of the prosecution or anything before that. So no, it was not me. I did not even know who they were
I'm sorry, you said you hadn't talked to the prosecution prior to June of 2023?
prior to her being arrested.
Let me clarify to make sure that I don't impede you for something you're not meaning to say.
Oh, okay.
When you say the prosecution, you mean the actual people sitting at the table, not
Yeah.
their investigators.
Oh, yeah, them.
Because you had talked a lot to the investigators prior to Kouri being arrested.
I had talked to investigators. I had never talked to these guys.
Totally fair. I just didn't want to come out.
Sorry,
Nope.
The difference.
I wanted
Thank you.
I wanted to be right. So to go back to that, you had talked a lot to the investigators that were investigating this case on the criminal side prior to Kouri being arrested.
I had talked to them.
And as a matter of fact, on March 21st of 2022, so before there was an official finding of Eric's cause of death, isn't it fair that you sent an email to the chief detective, the same one you talked to in the driveway or outside the house, with the timeline of everything suspicious that Kouri had done in the last multiple years?
I can't remember the exact dates.
Okay, let me approach. May I approach, Your Honor?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Counsel, I trust you folks. You can have leave to approach the witness as needed.
Thank you, Your Honor. No question. Okay, I'm showing you a document that's been marked as KRB6. Just take a second, as much as you need, and tell me if you recognize that document. Okay, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And is that the email that I was just talking about that you sent to Detective Woody on March 21st of 2022?
Correct.
And attached to that email is what you called a timeline, is that right?
Correct.
How many pages is that timeline you provided to Detective Woody?
Nine, if I'm counting right.
Okay. What was your purpose for sending that timeline to Detective Woody?
Because I'm not a detective. Eric's death was suspicious, so I wanted to get it to the professionals.
And everything in there is about Kouri, right?
No, not everything.
Did you identify anyone else you thought might have been involved in Eric's death in this timeline?
It talks about.
Don't read it because it's not in evidence, but you can just generally talk about the topics.
I know it talks about Lisa in there. I saw as I was flipping through it, talks about Ronnie's fiance or girlfriend, Bree. Talks about a lot of different people.
All right. And that timeline goes back years, probably. Is that fair? Does it start way before he died?
Yeah, 2016.
So you go all the way back to 2016 in the information you gave the investigators.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then do you remember shortly after that you did some investigation into Kouri's business online and forwarded that to an investigator? Do you remember doing that?
I did not personally do the investigation, but if you show it to me, I can definitely tell you.
Okay. All right. May I approach her? I forgot. Sorry. It's habit. That's federal court. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as KRB 11. See if that refreshes your memory a little bit. Is that your email address?
Correct. It is.
So that's you forwarding to the investigator background information on Kouri's businesses?
Correct.
All right. And then do you also remember forwarding on March 28th to the same investigator reporting that Kouri had asked for her wedding ring back from the medical examiner and you thought that was suspicious? Remember doing that?
Can you show me the email
Sure.
again?
Showing you KRB 12 and see if that refreshes your memory a little bit.
Thanks. Not her wedding ring, my brother's.
I'm sorry, the ring that he wore
Correct.
on his finger. And she was asking for it back, right?
Correct.
And you thought the detective should maybe test the ring, or you thought that was suspicious and you reported that?
Yeah.
Okay. Also in there, you talk about ring cameras. Did you share ring camera information with the investigators?
I did not have the ring camera information.
Okay. Do you remember in May of 2022, suggesting with the officers, the investigating officer, that Kouri may have tried to kill your brother on Valentine's Day with
Yes.
a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because my brother talked to me about it.
Okay. As far as you know, had that information ever been imparted to them before you gave that to them?
I would have no way of knowing that.
Okay, fair. Did you also do some online sleuthing into her mom's Venmo and Susan Kohler's Venmo?
I did not personally.
Did you forward that information to the investigators to use in their
Can I see the
Sure.
email, please?
Yep. Showing you KRB 14 with an email dated April 25th. Does that look like your email address?
Correct.
Okay. So the answer is yes, you did that?
Yeah.
All right.
Your objection, in this case, the email, there was no sleuthing into Susan
Yeah.
Kohler's Venmo, it was just into Lisa Darden's.
I'm sorry, it does mention Susan there. You want to see it again?
Do you want to just show the jury what it says instead of just talking about it?
Sure. I move to admit the exhibit. And Katie, can you pull that up?
Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No objection.
Okay. Give me the number one more time, Ms. Nestor.
It would be 3004.
Okay. So this will be D3004. This is, for the record, an April 25, 2022 email from an email address in bold print indicated as Richins Benson. We'll publish it now.
Can you blow that up, please, so Jerry can see it? You see that there you were looking into two different people's Venmo accounts, Susan Kohler and Lisa Darden?
Yeah, those are the two people that are on there.
And you also investigated the background of Susan Kohler and shared that with the prosecutor,
I did not personally.
but you forwarded it.
Correct.
Okay. At some point, didn't you also get access to Kouri's banking records?
Not for a long time down the road.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to quit doing that. I swear. My brain's wired that way. I'm showing you a letter that's marked for identification as KRB 16. A letter dated November 7th of 2022, which was a few months after Eric died. Can you just read that for a minute and tell me if you remember that letter?
Yes.
Honestly, I've never seen this before.
Okay, totally fair.
Do you want me to keep reading the whole thing?
Sounds like yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
I thought you might have read it. Do you
No.
remember being asked how you obtained Kouri's private bank records without her?
Well, like sleuthing, but they're trying to make it sound like she's being all busybodied and stuff. Research sounds official and appropriate. Sleuthing sounds skeevy and nasty. It's all about packaging, guys. It's all about packaging.
Her permission? Did anyone ever confront you about that?
I think we're talking about two different things. The only bank
Yes.
records or banking that we have received is through the litigation for the civil lawsuit when the trust was granted a constructive trust. And so that's the only thing.
So in your role as trustee, you went about to get her private banking records?
No, it's all litigation and it's really hard for me to go through it. I mean, my lawyer's here. He can speak to it a lot better than I can.
I definitely don't want you to have to become one of us, so don't worry about it. You also had multiple interviews with the Summit County investigators. They came to your house once and interviewed you, is that right?
Correct.
And you also interviewed with Detective Woody, I think here or in this area, in this complex somewhere.
Correct.
And you also had multiple phone conversations with the prosecution, all this before Kouri was arrested. Is that right? We just looked at a bunch of emails.
Okay, now we have to be more precise. Precision matters in this business.
Is it fair to, I'll withdraw.
Is different. The prosecution may do different things.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor, I'm happy to.
Thank you.
It was a little confusing, so let me try that again. Is it fair to say you have regular communication with the investigators in the criminal case almost immediately after your brother's death, even before they got into the house and after?
I did talk to the detectives, yes.
Okay.
Well, she said law firm. My law firm billed it. So unless she's like a paralegal or something, but yeah, this is she's not afraid to fucking get to work though. She's got that wine mom in her that got unleashed. I bet she had like the fucking red strings all over on a big window in her house and shit, like all kinds of stuff.
Okay, just a minute. Were there occasions where you sent potential witness names and contact information to the investigators on the criminal side?
That was in the email you sent. There were some names.
Okay.
Here we go, Tina.
Do you remember? Oh, I'll strike that. Because you were the trustee of the home, you guys were in charge of, well, let me rephrase it this way. How long did Kouri stay in the house after her husband died?
Till her arrest, I believe on May 8th of 2023.
So for that year, Kouri remained in the home with her boys. Is that right?
Correct.
Right. After that, you became in charge of maintaining the home once Kouri was arrested. Is that right?
I did before as well too. I fixed water leaks, paid off the mortgage, stuff like that.
Right. And you fixed a water leak in that house on Willow Court?
Correct.
When was that?
It was in February. It was January or February. There was a ton of snow on the ground. So I had to pay people to shovel all the snow to get down to it.
Okay. And that was Kouri and Eric's home?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, at the trust house.
Got it. I understand. During that time, were there times where law enforcement needed access to the house to search it?
Are you talking after?
After Kouri's arrest, sorry.
Yes.
All right. About how many times did you guys have to provide access to law enforcement to search that house?
I don't know off the top of my head.
If I were to say around 10, 11 times, does that sound completely out of bounds or does that sound about right?
So I put my husband over all of that. So I'm not going to have the best knowledge of that.
So that'll be your husband.
Correct.
Right. But the private investigator that you guys hired answered to you, right? Not your husband?
He was hired by the estate,
So he communicated with you directly.
both me and my husband.
Did you give him unfettered access to the house?
No,
How many times would you say that investigator was in that house?
that's going to be better to ask my husband as well too. My husband went with him every time.
Totally fair. Did you guys have the video equipment set up inside the house?
Like cameras to
Yes.
monitor? Yeah.
When did you guys put that in there?
I apologize, but that is also better to ask my husband. He was over all of that.
All right. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Gary. Just really, I'm so sorry. Just one more moment. Almost done. We're almost there. Done a good job. So do you remember when you retained Todd Gabler to investigate Kouri Richins?
The exact date, I can't remember. I think it was at the beginning of April
So-
of 2022. Could have been in March. I don't
Within
have
a
the
couple
exact
of
date
weeks.
with me.
I'm sorry to be interrupt you.
Oh, sorry. No, yeah.
Within a couple of weeks of Eric's death.
Yeah. Okay. Correct.
At some point, did you guys plan a celebration of life for Eric beyond the funeral, like a celebration of life?
No. Did I? No.
Yes.
No.
You weren't involved in that?
No, we had the funeral.
Okay. And just one moment, I need to check one date. Hold on. What was the date of Eric's funeral?
I'm really sorry if I'm wrong, but I think it was I have to see a calendar. I think it's March 11th.
So
I think,
within a week or so of his death, probably, give or take.
yeah, it was quick after.
And wasn't there a celebration of life on April 1st? Do you remember that? Were you involved in that at all?
No.
Okay,
No.
totally fair. Ms. Richins Benson, that is all we have. I'm sorry for your loss, and thank you for answering our questions. Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, any redirect within the scope of cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Please.
Ms. Richins Benson, you just discussed with,
Just trying to get ahead of the game, Scott. I don't know what caused that, but let's avoid that in the future. Keep going, Mr. Bloodworth.
okay, Ms. Richins Benson, you just testified in response to defense questioning about a civil lawsuit.
Correct.
Did the civil lawsuits begin on March the 28th, 2022, about 3 weeks after Eric's death?
That is when it was filed. It was threatened very quickly after Eric's death.
And who filed the lawsuit?
Kouri did.
Against who?
Against me as trustee of the trust.
And to defend against that lawsuit on behalf of the trust.
Correct.
You employ Mr. Throckmorton, or your lawyers employ Mr. Throckmorton and Ms. Carrington.
Correct.
And then Kouri Richins was arrested on May 8th, 2023.
Correct.
After May 8th, 2023, did the estate or the trust employ Mr. Throckmorton or Ms. Carrington?
No.
The defense counsel asked you about a timeline where you presented certain information to
Just tell me how much you
the-
hate this woman.
the investigators, right? The
Correct.
detectives. And they referenced that information related to some financial information.
Correct.
Did that include your reporting that Eric went to get money from his bank and found an empty bank account?
Correct.
Did you also report that Kouri signed his signature on a $250,000 home equity loan against his house without his knowledge?
Correct. And that's what I
I think
told the
it is,
detective that
Island.
And did you also tell them that Eric found multiple credit cards pulled in his name that he had nothing to do with?
day. Correct.
And that he talked to a divorce attorney?
At this point,
Correct.
We're going to renew our 401, 43, 404B. I'm also stating for the record that I think he's now kicked the door wide open. I want to recross on all the things I would have had in my direct.
I mean, I don't know why you wanted to go down this road. Like, you didn't know this was going to happen is a little, I think, gooberish here, but okay, let's see.
It all deals with this stuff.
You're going to have a longer conversation about the last piece. Your
Okay.
401 and 402 objections are overruled.
And 404B. All the financial stuff that we've litigated already. I think I have to do it when he tries to put the evidence in.
I hope it. Please push for a minute.
I mean, okay, that actually is fair, but like, I think he's going to say like, no, but we'll see. She needs to make a proffer at some point.
Bloodworth, your next question.
Yeah,
Ms. Richins, Benson, did you still have some water?
Yeah, I do. Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, your next question, please.
Defense not round. Yeah. Throckmorton, there's actually this crazy, there was this very autistic sovereign citizen guy running around Indiana. Oh, God, what was his name? I used to troll him because he'd put up shit like fucking with the local city government, and they always threw him out of the buildings. And his name was Throckmorton. I'm trying to remember his name. It was the Laporte Reporter. That was his YouTube channel. He used to troll the shit out of the guy.
Did you also provide the police with information on
Hank.
Eric meeting with a divorce attorney, Christina Miller,
Yes, correct.
and Eric meeting with a trust and estates attorney, Crystal Bowman Carter?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide the police with information about a separate house rented in Oakley, Utah?
Yes.
Did you provide the police with information about a change in life insurance beneficiaries?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide the police with information on friends of the defendants and Eric's that they should potentially interview?
Correct.
Did you provide the police with information about a discussion involving the trust and control of the house 2 days after Eric died?
Correct. You're referring to the altercation on that, right?
I am.
Okay. Yeah.
Then did you provide some information to the police regarding, I think you mentioned earlier, like a demand notice as it relates to the civil lawsuit?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, why don't you perform any recross that you think is within the scope of that redirect? We'll take a break, have an additional conversation.
Thanks, Nara. I'll be happy to. I need to grab that back from the
No problem.
email. Okay, so just to put in perspective, what just happened, all those things Mr. Bloodworth talked about that you told the police about, we're talking about March 21st, before y'all even know how Eric died, right?
Correct.
And he talked to you about
Because they
a
didn't
HELOC,
trust
is that right?
Kouri.
Correct.
Because they didn't fucking trust your client. I think that's pretty obvious.
And what's a HELOC? Tell us what that is, what it stands for. Do you know what it stands for?
I do not know what it stands for.
It's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
What do you know it to be?
Like a home equity loan.
That's what it stands for.
Okay.
Home equity line of credit. Does that
Okay.
sound familiar? Okay. So tell me as far as the HELOC goes, it's your belief that Kouri got one of those on the house without Eric's knowing about it, right?
Correct. Eric told me.
And one of the documents that you executed as trustee when you
How did she get that if the house is in a trust? But God, that's whoa, buddy. Woof. Oof, 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 oof. That's not good.
became trustee of the trust was something called a durable power of attorney. Do you remember that?
That I executed?
I'm using fancy lawyer words. I'm sorry. A document you had to sign.
Okay, so yeah, she must be but she said my law firm. Okay, so I guess she is just a realtor. But you know what? Like, I'm sure she blanked when she got up there, but not everybody knows everything. So, I mean, if she's a realtor, she probably doesn't deal with it all the time, but whatever. I mean, it's okay. This woman's clearly intelligent.
Where the trust gives you power of attorney over all of Eric's assets. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, I was his power of attorney.
Right.
Yeah. I
And
don't
that
think it
was-
was durable. I think it was power of attorney.
Just leave that word out. It doesn't even matter. All right. So you had a power of attorney, and that was before Eric died, right?
That I had a power of attorney before Eric died?
To be trustee, if he ever did die. Do you remember?
I would have to ask my lawyer that too.
No
I am
worries.
sorry because I know all of it's very different, and
No worries. I don't want to turn you into a lawyer up there. Okay. This is actually really important.
Okay.
So there was a time where you had to revoke all prior power of attorneys that were granted by Eric in order for you to have the final power of attorney, right? Do you remember that?
Is that on like the letters
This is not
testimony?
uncommon.
Or
Let
you have to show it to me.
I
I'm
will.
sorry.
Let me pull it up. Katie, do you have the revocation?
That is kind of funny when that happens. Like, you start having like power of attorney, Civil War, and everybody starts recording powers of attorney. Like that stuff, that's when it gets intense, guys. Whoa, that's when it gets intense. So,
Yeah, just a minute. Let me look at what the number is. It's KRB 5 or 6.
oh, she
It's
uses
not-
his
it's
power of
probably.
attorney. Okay.
Do you see it?
I was wondering how she got away with this.
The revocation? Okay, can you pull that up on the screen?
I was about to
Only
say,
for-
I
Your Honor,
just
we only want
didn't
to show
know
this
the
to the witness
acronym,
and
but that's
counsel.
okay. Like, I'm not
Mr. Lorena?
worried if she doesn't know it.
That document is in front of the witness and counsel.
Do you see the document?
So,
Yeah, so that's something my brother signed to revoke any power of attorneys after he found out that she used his. That's not something I've signed.
I'm sorry, objection. The copy
don't-
I'm looking at is not signed by anybody.
Yeah, and this one's
That's
not
okay.
signed.
Yeah, I can follow up on what you just said because it sounds like you know what I'm talking about.
Do you have an objection?
Ooh, she was signing for him. Ooh,
I just want to make sure
yeah,
we're
I
looking
don't
at the same
know,
document. She
man.
said signed, and I'm not seeing.
Okay.
You're
Something
looking at the same
sketchy
document.
here.
Yeah,
whether
it's
the same document.
it's not signed,
Pause
Brad. That
for-
was my bad.
Pause for a
Something
moment. before you
super
can.
sketch.
Whether Ms. Nestor's referring to a different document.
Understood.
I think I can clear all this up, and I don't really care too much about the document itself. I'm trying to refresh your memory. It sounds like it's refreshed. So you remember that Eric had to revoke power of attorneys that Kouri had previously had.
Yes, Eric did revoke it.
And you remember what that means is she had a previous power of attorney from Eric. Is that right?
She did have a previous power of attorney, but he did not know that she used it and
Okay.
took out the money.
But the power of attorney she had, and he was upset about it and wanted to revoke it so she couldn't do it again. Is that fair?
No, to be fair, he said he never signed that one. So there's a lot of litigation on if that's actually proper or not, because he said he did not sign that one. But she did have the
Your
signature
Honor,
on
hold
it.
on just a minute.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we did not ask her to say what Eric said specifically. I would ask that we strike that, or at least tell the jury it's for purposes of why she did what she did and not to take it for truth of the matter.
So let's be careful here. There have been times when Ms. Richins Benson has given an explanation for why she did or didn't do a thing, and that may have included her recollection of what Eric Richins told her. Those comments so far are inadmissible hearsay that cannot be considered for their truth as to whether Eric actually did those things or not, or thought those things or not. Rather, they can only be considered as context for why Ms. Richins Benson, as the listener, the hearer of those comments, did or didn't do whatever she did or didn't do next.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that clarification. So to go back, it's your understanding, I just want to I'm not going to beat a dead horse here, but I'm hearing you say that you knew that there was a previous power of attorney that had been given to Kouri, whether Eric signed it, didn't sign it, that there was a dispute about that. And at some point before he died, he said, I'm going to revoke all previous power of attorneys, including that one.
Yes.
That's what I needed. Thank you very much. Also, Mr. Bloodworth just asked you about Eric seeing a divorce attorney. Do you remember when that was?
The dates and everything, it was in 2020.
So
It was before he did his will,
about 2 years before he passed, he saw a divorce attorney, right?
a year and a half.
And is it true that you or your husband are the person who set that meeting up with the divorce attorney?
Correct?
Which one of you?
My husband.
And did you just know this person? So you're like, hey, use this lady, or why were you involved in that?
I wasn't. I just said it was my husband. So you'd have to ask him on that.
Totally
Sorry.
fair. Also, Your Honor, because, may I approach just to be safe?
Yep.
All right, hold on, chat. Hold on here, chat. We're gonna skip ahead.
To pay
Oh shit. Okay, that was a short. Yeah, this is short sidebar.
When you were previously being questioned by me, I asked you a question and we decided we weren't going to go into that, but we are going to go into it now.
I mean, yes, because you tell the jury to disregard it, they don't. You tell them instructions, they do whatever they want. So, I mean, like, the idea is it's probably, yeah, whatever they hear, they hear.
So I'm going to ask it very specific, okay? Did Kouri ever ask the trust to pay her any money in the year after Eric's death, separate from the litigation? Did she ask you to make any disbursements to her or the boys in the year after Eric died as trustee?
Not that I can remember.
That's all I have, Your Honor. And we will fully release this witness. She can.
That was a long time to get to that fucking point. That's actually really, like, it's good, but it sounds like she's a credit card queen and was running all sorts of, like, you know, debt everywhere. So I'm sure she was robbing Peter to pay Paul everywhere else and was hoping to limp across the finish line. But it's that is actually pretty powerful. But God, that took a long time to get there. That took a long time to get to that point. A long time. So, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't help here, but yeah, her brother died and his wife sued her and is on trial for his murder. I wouldn't be feeling very light. Yeah, you wouldn't be. You wouldn't be. So, the defense sucks at getting to the point. The problem is, this attorney doesn't suck. It's just, you're kind of like, sometimes you just don't have a good playbook to run out of. Like, if you're trying to run an NFL playbook with a bunch of guys who sell used cars, you're not going to get very far. You need, like, the New England Patriots. So, yeah, floating to balance would have zoned out with how long it took. Yeah. She has all kinds of plans, I bet. God, she looks crazy.
Remain in the courtroom for the remainder of the trial.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, any additional questions for Ms. Richins Benson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You're welcome to step down.
Okay,
Thank you. Watch your step, please.
I'm okay, just go sit.
Yes. Let's see. Counsel, should we take a brief restroom break before the next witness? Not knowing how long the next one will take, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state will probably need 20 minutes.
Folks want a restroom break? Want to stretch your legs? Nobody. Everybody shaking their head no. Okay, let's keep rolling.
All right. Your Honor, the state calls Clint Benson.
All right. Mr. Benson?
Yeah.
I should have asked you.
And I'm assuming this is the husband here, obviously, probably. This is probably the husband. So, is impugning Katie the best play they have? Probably. I have a feeling they don't really have a very strong case. But, like, this is one of those things when your client, like, guys, I'll tell you like this. Your client wants to go to trial, and you're sometimes shoved out there to go fight in Berlin with a cap gun. So have fun fighting off the Soviet army with a cap gun. But guess what you have to do? You got to take that motherfucking cap gun, and you have to go walk out into that hail of bullets anyway. That's what happens. That's what happens here. So I should make sports metaphors because it flips people out. I can't do that. We have too many non-American people here that I don't want to fuck them up. So oh, Owen Schroyer's on the defense team? Cool. Okay. Okay. The guy looks like Jeff from the mustache. That's it. The chops don't look like Jeff. The head's not Jeff's. So you guys are trying.
Mr. Benson, good afternoon. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, sir. Thank you.
Matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the claims and penalties.
849. This is it.
This is your note.
Having a cup of water seems like a spill hazard, so
Sounds good. There we go.
Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Clinton Benson, Benson.
Yes, Jeff was a better looking man than that guy was.
How are you employed?
I'm employed by Salt Lake County. I'm their real estate operations and asset manager. I manage their portfolio of 1,700 parcels and about a $5 billion portfolio.
Do you have any other licenses or, licenses? Let's go with that.
I do. Yes, I'm a licensed realtor as well as licensed appraiser.
I see. You are married to Kouri Richins Benson.
Yes,
And did you know Eric
I did.
and Kouri?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the address of 282 Willow Court Road?
I am.
How are you familiar with that?
That is one of our prior homes and Eric Richins' home.
Okay. So you lived in it beforehand?
Yes, we did.
And then what happened?
We sold the home to Eric Richins.
I see. After Eric died, where did Kouri and the kids live?
Kouri and the kids lived at Eric's home at the 282 Willow Court address.
Okay. And then after May 8th, who was responsible for securing that address?
That was me.
Okay. And what did you do to secure that home?
So on May 8th, I arranged for a locksmith to come and change all the locks. I also arranged for a private security company to come out and watch the home until we could get internet service provided, as well as install cameras around the property.
Okay. Once you had the internet, what happened then?
That was when we could install the cameras. The cameras require an internet access in order to record.
I see. And how long did that take before you got the cameras installed?
That was as quickly as possible. So we had private security there. We had private security there for 2 days until we could get that internet up and running.
Was there a person there 24/7?
There was. Yeah.
Okay. Did you take any other efforts to make sure no one entered that home?
I also taped doors throughout the property, so then I would know if door was open and closed.
Okay. Now, did you have any real-time notice if there was some disturbance or something?
I did. So those cameras would send my cell phone a notice anytime something was tripped. So that included even something as small as bug movement would trigger on the phone. So I'd be watching that.
So did you get a lot of notices?
There was a lot of notices. Yeah.
Okay. What did you do upon receiving a notice?
Receiving a notice, I would, of course, pull up the footage. I'd review it, make sure there was not a person that was trying to access the home. And at that point, then I would, if there was no one trying to access it, then of course I would close it down.
Okay. If there was somebody?
I would immediately call law enforcement.
Okay. Did you ever have to call law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. Did they show up?
They did within minutes.
Are you aware of any entry to the house? Let me back up. Is there a separate garage?
There is a separate detached garage.
Okay. Are you aware of any unauthorized entry of the home or the detached garage during the time you were in charge of security?
No, there was no entry.
Okay. Were there occasions when authorized personnel needed or wanted to make entry?
There was.
Who would that have been?
It would be the sheriff's personnel, and they would arrange through me if they needed to access the home.
Were there occasions when you yourself went in?
There was.
Tell me about that.
So I would go in the home if the kids, meaning Carter, Ashton, or Weston, if they had requested a specific item. So they still did have clothing in the home, as well as some sentimental items, trophies, things like that they wanted in the home.
And so, how did that work? Just you did it, and no one else, or?
It was primarily me. Occasionally, there was one instance where there was a live animal in the home. Carter did have a lizard, so I had to have help to carry that out of the home. So I had a family member help me do that.
Okay, but always you were there?
Yes.
Okay, and were there occasions when I think there's been mention about Todd Gabler? Do you know him?
Yes.
Was there times when he asked to have entry?
Yes.
Were you with him?
I was.
Okay. How about defense attorneys or investigators? Did they have access?
Yes, we would. If they did request access, we would go with them, go through the home.
When you were going through the house, did you ever, not through the house, when you were inside the house on any occasion, did you ever see a missionary journal?
I do recall a missionary journal. Their master bedroom had a large master closet that was attached.
Who's they?
Kouri and Eric.
Okay.
Yep. So the master bedroom had a large closet that was attached, and I believe it was on the right side of that closet.
Okay. This journal was?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether Eric went on a mission?
He did go on a mission.
During your time in the home, either during this period or other occasions, did you see some written coupons?
I did. Yeah.
Where did you see those?
in the master bedroom.
When did you see that? Do you recall? Approximately.
I don't recall when I saw it.
After May 8th, 23?
Correct. Yep.
I see. I'd like to turn your attention to October, November of 2020. Were you present with Katie when there was a phone call from Eric?
I was.
Okay. And could you hear the phone conversation?
I could. She had it on speakerphone.
I see. You had met Eric prior to that. I mean, you had known him for some years.
Yes.
Before that.
Yes.
So could you tell what his demeanor was like?
I could. He was extremely duress. I mean, he was really upset.
Angry upset or sad upset or a little bit of both? I mean,
it was a combination of both.
I see. Did he explain to you why he was upset? I'm not asking you what he said. I'm asking, did he explain why he was upset?
Yes.
Okay. Having heard that, did you do something to assist with the situation?
I did. Yeah,
what did you do?
I knew he was on his way over to our home after overhearing the conversation with Katie. In the amount of time it took him to get from where he was to our house, I was able to pull up the Summit County website, the recorder's website, where I could pull up the property address as well as the parcel ID and be able to view all of the recorded documents against the home.
I see. And when you looked at that, did you find something that concerned you about the 282 Willow Court?
I did.
And what was that?
I found a $250,000 home equity line of credit that was taken out against Eric's house.
Did you pass that information on to Eric?
Yes.
Okay. After that conversation, that passing of that information, can you relate to us Eric's demeanor from that point?
Yeah, his demeanor was still very upset and very sad in general. So,
do you know what he did following that?
What he did following that, so we had a discussion about divorce attorneys while he was there as a result of finding out about that line of credit.
So how did you suggest a name?
I did.
Okay. Was that on request or were you encouraging?
It was on request, and so I mean, obviously Eric was extremely upset about what was happening. And it was just that conversation we were having where it was the next step would be to get a divorce attorney involved.
And so did you suggest a name?
I did.
Who was that?
Christina Miller.
Did you work out a system of communication between Christina Miller and Eric?
I did.
And what was that? Could you just describe it?
So I was an intermediary. So I would handle phone calls as well as emails back and forth. So Eric, they had requested certain amounts of information from Eric, and I would handle that passage of information.
Okay. Okay. Holding here, I believe we called it 8-49, Your Honor. And I overheard we have continuing permissions.
Please.
I'm going to hand the witness State's Exhibit 8-49. I'd like to direct your attention to tab 13. Do you recognize what's there at tab 13?
I do.
Did you describe what it is?
It's a customer cash payment authorization form. It's a Ford paperwork.
Okay. Do you know where it came from?
Yes, it came from the Heber Ford dealership.
Do you know, did you get it?
I did. I picked this up.
Okay. And once you picked that paperwork up, what did you do with it?
I gave it to Katie.
Okay. Does it have Eric's signature on it?
It does.
Okay. All right. I'd like you to direct your attention to tab 15. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that a photograph?
This is a photograph.
Yeah, of that journal you spoke about earlier?
Yep.
That's that same one that you'd seen in the house.
Correct. I saw the front cover of it. It's a much smaller book.
Okay. All right, let's turn to tab 16, please. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It's coupons.
You had mentioned earlier that you had seen some coupons in the house.
Yes.
Are those the ones?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to direct your attention back to March 4th of 2022. My understanding is that you were at home in the middle of the night and the daughter was sick. Is that correct?
Yes, my youngest daughter had the stomach flu.
Okay. And you or Katie received a phone call?
Yes, Kate received a phone call.
What did you do after that?
We literally ran out of the house, left the doors open, jumped in the car, and drove over, honestly, as quick as we could. So,
when you got to the house, what happened?
When we got to the house, Katie went in. I stayed outside for a little while, just because I had my daughters with me. I have two young daughters. But, and then after that point, we ended up going into the home.
When you first entered the home, did you see anything unusual?
My number one priority was taking care of the kids, my two daughters as well as the boys. So I noticed some hand movements that Kouri was making, which seemed to me unusual. But
had you ever seen those hand movements before?
No.
Could you demonstrate for the jury what you saw?
Simply like that. It didn't seem to me to be an unconscious tremor, but it just almost like just an intentional movement. But
once you're in the house, where did you go next?
I went up the steps up to the bonus room Derek had.
Okay. Who was up there?
It was Carter, Ashton, Weston, and then my two daughters.
Okay. Did other adults come in and go out during the morning?
They did.
At some point, were you aware that the medical personnel, the transportation personnel were moving Eric's body from the house to their truck?
We could hear that, yep.
Okay. So what was happening at that moment?
So that basically those 4 hours, I was up with the kids. We were watching movies, playing games, doing things like that, trying to keep them occupied. Then we could hear the medical personnel leaving the home. I tried to stop the kids from going to the window, but I mean, given 5 kids up in that room, I mean, it was almost impossible. But
was your daughter still ill at this time?
She is. Yep, she was vomiting on the floor. But
okay.
But yeah, so I stopped the kids from going to the window. They went to the window, and I think that was when they first saw their dad being wheeled out of the home and knew that he had passed.
Okay, you said they.
Yeah.
Can you just use names to make sure we understand who it is you're talking
I
about?
apologize. Yep.
No, you don't have to apologize. It just.
So that was Carter and Ashton.
Okay.
Were the two main.
All right. And so, what did you see?
So they saw Eric being wheeled out and put into the ambulance.
Did Carter say anything or do anything?
Carter's response was,
why don't we focus on do first?
Yes. Did Carter do something or not?
His response was somewhat just level-headed. He knew at that point his dad was gone.
Okay. How about Ashton's response? What was that like?
His response was totally different. He just broke down and he was extremely upset.
Okay. Were you present for any requests by?
Of course, he's going to be emotional. He has every right to, and they're doing it well. Like I said, these people are doing really good for being chill. Much respect. Much respect.
Anyone, including Katie or yourself or anyone else, of Kouri to inform the boys about what had happened or the status of their father?
Sorry, can you say that question again?
Did you hear anyone ask Kouri to tell the boys that their father had passed?
I did.
Okay. That morning, after that, did you hear Kouri Richins talk about her plans with C&E?
I did.
Tell the court about that.
She had what sounded like what I would say would be a fully baked plan of what she was going to do with that company as of that morning. She was going to have, his name's TJ Pellegrino, I believe is his name, but she was going to have him take over running Eric's company alongside with Cody Wright.
I see. Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Of course.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benson.
Good afternoon.
I believe we've met, but I'm Wendy Lewis, one of Kouri's attorneys. let's go back to 2012 for a moment. You said that that was when you sold the home, you and your wife sold the home to Eric, correct?
Correct.
And Eric and Kouri were living together at that time, correct?
I believe so. I can't say for sure, but I
Okay.
believe so.
Well, when Eric moved into the home, Kouri moved into the home with him, correct?
Very true. Very true.
I believe so.
Well,
And they were married less than a year after moving into that home together.
Yes, that sounds correct.
All right. So that home was always lived in by both Eric and Kouri from the time Eric took possession of it, correct?
From the time of possession, did they live in that home the entire time together?
All right. Yes. Did they live in that home as their primary home? Not talking about when maybe some of them stayed somewhere else, but was that their primary home together from 2012 until the time of his death?
I am aware that Kouri had leased a home in Oakley where she was going to live separately for a period of time. So I can't answer that. I know for certain that they've both lived in that home the entire time.
Are you aware that Kouri never did live in another home during that period?
No.
Right. So you talked about then at that same, well, not that same time frame. You talked about then in 2020 that you helped Eric hire a divorce attorney.
Yes.
So 2 years before his death, you talked about it was that he'd found out some information he was upset about with Kouri, correct?
Correct.
And so you reached out to Christina Miller. You sent an email to her, correct?
Yes, I did.
Asking if she would represent your brother-in-law, correct?
I asked if she would be willing to represent him. So
All right. And you set up the appointment for him.
yes,
Did you attend the appointment with him?
I did not.
All right. But you described yourself as an intermediary, but wasn't it decided that all correspondence would be between you and the attorney, not between Eric and the attorney?
That's incorrect. Eric did attend in-person meetings with Christina that I was not there for.
Yeah, I understand. My question was not in-person meetings, all correspondence by email, for example.
Yes.
And all documentation that the lawyer requested from Eric was sent by you, correct?
As far as documentation that I knew about, Eric may have sent additional documentation that I didn't know about, but anything that I was aware of, I did send.
All right. So as far as you know, all documentation was sent by you.
As far as I know of documentation that I was informed about, I did send that correspondence.
Understood. And you were the one to gather up the documents from Eric, correct?
It would depend on if it was an in-person meeting or not. If Eric did something in person, I do not know what documentation he brought to Christina.
All right. Let's just take a step back. Did you send the documentation to the divorce lawyer that was requested?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say you were doing this because Eric didn't want Kouri to know he was considering a divorce at that time? Fair?
Eric was aware that Kouri was watching his emails and didn't want her to know.
So he didn't want her to know he was considering divorce.
I can't speak for him, so I don't know exactly what he was thinking at that moment.
All right, but he asked all the correspondence be with you and not with him. Email and things being anything sent, either email or mail, was all done by you.
I can't say in general all correspondence.
I
So I've
understand.
got to clarify that. It's only correspondence that I am aware of. So whatever Eric did outside of my knowledge, I can't answer that.
I understand that. And you're not aware of any other correspondence that Eric did. You're just not aware.
No, the divorce attorney would be the best source of that information.
All right, and we'll get a chance to talk to her. So anyway, but ultimately, Eric decided that he was not going to divorce Kouri, correct?
Correct.
And nothing came of these meetings and correspondence, correct?
Well, because of the trust was created because of this correspondence. So
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
yeah, so I recommended Christina Miller as the divorce attorney. She recommended Crystal Bowman to manage and write Eric's trust.
I understand that. But nothing happened as far as a divorce, correct?
They did not get divorced, no.
Right. Fair to say that at that time, you and your family, or at least you and Katie, were supportive of him divorcing Ms. Richins, fair?
We were supportive of Eric no matter what the arrangement was. We were supportive while they were married. We were supportive of the divorce as well. So that was his choice.
All right. Now I want to talk about, jump to May of 2023. This is when you took control of the home on Willow Creek. Is that right, Willow Creek? Did I say that right?
Yep. Yeah, Willow Creek.
All right. And you said you had the locks changed. Was that immediately?
As quick as the locksmith could get there.
All right. So within the week?
No, within a matter of hours. That locksmith was there.
And then you had cameras installed.
I installed the cameras.
You did that yourself.
I had the help of a family member.
All right. And you installed cameras outside the home
Cameras outside as well as inside the home.
as well as inside. Is that the only time cameras were installed? Were they all installed at that time? Or were there cameras that then were installed later, additional cameras?
There's a substantial amount of cameras. The cameras, as cameras needed more batteries, things to swap out, things like that, I had to add a replacement. And so I did add an additional camera here and there in order to have a replacement on site. So yeah, I mean, I'd say that the original bulk were installed, and then later on I would add supplemental cameras for more redundancy, batteries, things like that.
All right. Both inside and outside.
Correct.
When was the last time the cameras were installed in the home?
Do you mean the bulk of the cameras, or if I brought in another camera?
When was the very last time you installed any cameras in the home or outside the home, to be clear?
That would have been years ago. I mean, it's been a long time.
All right. Now, you said that whenever someone needed to enter the home, you went with them.
Yes.
That's true.
This is very true.
So every single time someone has entered that home, you have been present?
Yes.
Now, law enforcement has entered that home many times since May of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And each time there was more than one law enforcement officer that entered the home.
Yes, I believe so. You'd have to check the records.
All right. And they came to execute search warrants on the home.
Yes.
Do you recall how many times they searched the home between 2023 and today?
I don't have an exact number. They would have a better record.
If I told you 10,
It seems reasonable.
does that seem reasonable?
Mm-hmm.
And the last time they searched that home was 2 weeks ago, I believe today, correct?
Yes.
So almost 4 years after Mr. Richins' death, law enforcement is still searching the home.
Yes.
Are you aware if they removed things from the home every time they came into the home?
I'm not aware. You'd have to check their records.
Yeah, I'm just asking if you were aware.
Did they remove? Typically, as a result of the search warrant, I would think they would have removed items each time.
All right. And you were there, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you saw them removing items from the home.
I would receive a search warrant, and they would write the items that they were there to pick up.
Okay.
So I can't tell you for sure every time they left if they left with that item.
All right, makes sense. Now, there have been other people in the home besides law enforcement.
Yes.
People have been into the home to collect belongings for the boys, correct?
Not people. It would primarily be me, as well as occasionally it would primarily just be me. I believe in one instance I had a family member help me carry some clothing out of the home, but that's it.
There was a family friend who came in early on and removed things from the home, true? Or a distant relative?
I wouldn't say remove things. So anything that was taken out of that home was all the children's belongings. So it would be their clothing, if they requested a trophy, if they wanted a fish out of the home that was a stuffed fish, for example. So those would be the items that would have sentimental value that the kids had wanted out of the home. And that would be me. So they would give me the items that they had wanted. I would go pick them up, and then I would take them.
All right. Okay, let's move to Mr. Gabler. Mr. Gabler, this is the private investigator that you and the family hired, correct?
Yes. The Mr. Gabler was hired by Crystal Bowman for the estate.
For the estate. And but he was paid out of the trust.
No.
Well, Ms. Bowman didn't pay him, correct?
Yeah, he was initially paid by myself.
Yeah.
So you personally paid him at first.
Yes.
And eventually he was paid out of the trust, correct?
Correct.
This is the brother-in-law of Eric and Kouri.
He was paid at least $100,000 out of the trust, correct?
Correct. You'll have the record. So.
All right. The trust that the three boys are the beneficiary of, correct?
The three boys are the beneficiary, yes.
Okay. But that money was used to pay for an investigator. Fair?
Fair. In regard to, in regard to ongoing litigation, that would be it. So.
Understood. Do you recall when Mr. Gabler was hired? How shortly after Eric Richins' death?
I believe it was maybe a little over a month after.
All right. And part of what he did as your private investigator was to look into Kouri Richins' background. True?
True.
And he looked into everything about her business, correct?
Todd did not directly look into her business, but he in general looked into her background.
Well, he interviewed people about her business, true?
I believe so. I'm not aware. He did his own reporting.
Well, you were very involved in what Mr. Gabler was investigating, fair to say?
Yes.
And you knew that he was investigating Kouri in order to try and come up with something that would result in criminal charges, fair?
No, that's not fair.
That's not fair.
No.
Well,
Todd,
isn't it? I'm
Todd
sorry.
investigated for the truth. He made it clear that no matter what, we had to be comfortable with the truth, no matter what that answer is.
And the truth that you were looking for was information to charge Kouri Richins.
I'll let him answer that. Ask that. Then, excuse me. I'll let him answer that, and then we need to move on. Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry. Can you ask the
The
question?
truth you were looking for was evidence to charge Kouri Richins.
That's false.
All right. However, Mr. Gabler was supplying evidence to Summit County investigators at least as early as November of 2022, correct?
I don't know the exact date.
Well, when he would send information to investigators, would he copy you on those emails?
I don't recall if I received all correspondence with that. I couldn't tell you exactly.
Did you receive correspondence?
I did.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Of course.
Let's see here. My God, this just goes all. This guy runs some fucking long ass court days. This is rough. We got babied by these easy court days, chat. So. Harry Reid before the rubber band incident. Yeah.
The document is going to present.
Any objection?
No.
I don't think this is really working the way they think it's going to work, but whatever.
Okay.
But I also don't think there's anything Kouri Richins could do. She's toast.
You just take a look at this. Don't read it out loud. Just take a look at it.
Okay.
9 to 6. Oh. God, Steven.
Do you see the date on that, Mr. Benson?
I do.
So let me ask again. As early as November of 2022, Mr. Gabler was sending information to Summit County Sheriff's Officer, to the investigators, detectives in this case, about Kouri's possible involvement in her husband's death. True?
Correct.
And you were copied on that?
Yes.
All right.
Now is an appropriate time to take a short restroom break, Ms. Lewis.
That would be fine.
Okay, so let's stretch our legs. Please rise for the jury. All right, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Benson, would you do me a favor?
Yes.
Would you stretch your legs, use the restroom if you want, but don't talk to anybody. Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll call you back.
Legs,
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
No breaks for us. Oh my God. So.
Gabler, as part of Mr. Gabler's investigation,
I just don't know. Are they going to argue that other stuff had been found, like other leads were squashed by their private investigator, and that this using their private investigator mucked up the whole case? I mean, if that's really where they're going to go with this, I don't. Good luck, I guess.
he was allowed into the Willow Court home a number of times.
Good luck.
Correct?
Correct.
And he would go into the home and look through things all through the house, correct?
Correct.
Were you with him? I think you said you were, but you were with him every single time he went into the home?
Yes.
And did you see him move things around the home when he would go in?
Yes.
All right. And this was, well, let me rephrase that. Do you know when the first time was that he went in the home?
I don't know an exact date. You would probably know that date.
He would know what you said?
Or he would most likely.
I don't know. So that's what I was asking.
All right, yeah.
Okay. All right. But we talked about there were approximately 10 searches between May of 2023. Well, actually, I think April of 2023 and 2 weeks ago.
Mhm.
he was in the home in between those searches, right?
Correct.
And in between those searches, he would find things and put them in different places, correct?
Todd documents everything that he does. He records it. I believe he records sound, does everything when he does his own investigation. So
He records, I'm sorry.
I believe he would record it if he was in the home. So sometime I believe it would be at least an audio. So yeah. I mean,
He would audio record what he was doing while he was in the home?
yes, Todd's very specific about recording what he does.
Would he ever video record what he was doing?
This sounds awkward.
Here, I know that he would.
All
I believe he
kinds
would
of
audio
recordings? Ooh.
record. I don't know specifically about a video, but you would have to consult Todd.
There were blink cameras in the home, though, or
Yes.
cameras. Those cameras, those videos, or those recordings over to the prosecution?
What's your question?
Those they overwrite every 60
They don't
days.
count
I
as
believe
real
that you've
people.
subpoenaed to get the video recordings, which we've given.
You have given those
Yes,
to, who did you give those to?
you. If we were subpoenaed, we provided the video recordings.
All right, we'll get back to that in just a minute. All right, so did he ever take things out of the home with him? Mr. Gabler?
Probably.
If it, I don't have a specific record of what he would have taken out of the home. He would have a record of that.
Okay, well, I don't need a record right now. I just did yes or no. Do you know if he took
Or
things out of the
something
home
a
with him?
VTuber. It's Pippa. It's Pippa's day job, chat.
I'm thinking that he may have taken some documents,
What do you mean with these cold trials?
but I don't know. I couldn't tell you exactly. He would have a better record.
If he took anything out of the home, would he provided that to the detectives or to the prosecution in this case?
Yes.
When you were in the home with Mr. Gabler, just the two of you, did you stay right with him throughout the house?
For the most part, yes.
All right, was he ever allowed to just wander around while you sat down in the family room or something?
I'm sure
Typically,
he
I
went
was
to the
with him.
bathroom on his own.
Okay, typically, not always.
I can't guarantee that he wasn't ahead of me walking into a room when I was in the living room. So I would think typically I would have been right there with him.
So fair to say that during all these times that Mr. Gabler was searching the home, moving things, he was looking for things to help the prosecution, fair?
No, that's not fair.
What was he looking for?
Todd was doing his own analysis.
Which he then provided all to the prosecution, correct?
I believe he did provide it. You'd have to ask him.
All right. Now, there were times that you were alone in the home, true?
True.
And what were you doing in the home when you were there by yourself?
When I was in the home by myself, it would be property management type things, making sure water heaters were turning over so that way they didn't go moldy, things like that. So it was primarily home maintenance type things. Again, if I was requested to pick up an item by the children, then I would go and pick up those items. But that would be the only reason I was in the home.
Okay, so you were in and out of the main bedroom, Eric and Kouri Richins' bedroom?
Yes, there's a bathroom in there.
And
So
you were in and out of the bathroom?
yes.
All right. I have a few more questions, but can I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Did you use the decorative towels in the bathroom, even though you're not supposed to? Sir, you're under oath. Did you use... Sir, when you went to the bathroom, did you use the decorative towels? You did, didn't you? You're shielding those decorative towels under your floorboards, aren't you? So, I like how this guy's leaning in like, we got him right where we want him. Like, I don't even understand where we're getting at this point because, like, okay.
Thank you, sorry. So in the last 60 days, who has been in and out of the home?
Last 60 days would be myself. It would be your private detective or the defense's private detective. It would be the sheriff's officers with the warrant, and that's it.
you're providing all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go back to the night of March 4th, 2022 for a moment. You said that you got to the house that night, middle of the night, correct?
Sorry, say the question again.
March 4th, 2022.
Okay.
You came to the home as quickly as you could. So about what time was that?
It's between 3:30 and 4 o'clock around there.
Okay. And you came in carrying your two girls, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you saw something unusual.
Yes.
And you said that what was unusual was that Kouri was shaking her hands. Dead in front of her, shaking the hands was an unusual reaction, in your opinion?
I don't know how personal I can get. So when a person, so I've noticed quite honestly, when your hand's trimmer.
I do have a tremor. That's observant.
Okay, it's subconscious, isn't it? So that happens, it's subconscious. And you can see it. You obviously notice it. So there's an obvious difference, in my opinion. I'm not a medical professional, but there's a difference between a subconscious tremor and someone who's doing this.
All right, let me ask you this. Had you ever seen
damn.
Kouri prior to that day, immediately after losing one of the closest people in her life?
No.
So you've never seen her grieving prior to this?
No.
That was brutal. That was brutal. That's you got to manage your witnesses. Golly, man. No, Maddie, I've never seen that happen before. Okay, I've not seen it. He's literally shaking. It's a whole family of autists. Yeah, autistic ranchers.
So you don't know what was typical or not typical for Kouri Richins, right?
Nope, that's correct.
Okay. All right, you said you took the boys upstairs into the playroom. I guess it's called the playroom, that sort of loft area?
Yes, correct.
All right. And how's that room set up? How many windows are in the room?
One.
And are there toy shelves in front of that window?
There are toy shelves in front of that window, yes.
Okay. And the boys were 9 and 7, the two older boys?
Yes.
All right. So did they crawl up on the shelves to look out the window?
At the time, I don't believe, so that home's been reorganized. So at the time, there was different furniture up there. So there were couches up there. Currently, there's not couches up there. So I think the toy shelves had been rearranged. So before I believe they could actually access that window.
All right. You're not sure, though?
I'm positive that furniture's been rearranged in that home.
But you're not sure what was in front of the window at that time?
I can't remember exactly what toy shelves were in front of that window at that time.
You're not going to, don't go down this road, lady.
So Eric was brought out on a stretcher. He was covered, correct?
Yes.
All right. So what was visible was like what we see on TV, a body covered in a sheet.
Correct.
Yeah, that's still not good for
And then you
kids.
said that people asked Kouri, asked Kouri, I'm not sure, that she needed to tell the boys that their father had passed, correct? Actually, I don't think that's what you said. I'm really sorry. I don't mean to put words in your mouth. I think what you said is you never heard Kouri ask anyone to tell the boys that their father had passed. I believe that's what you actually said.
Say that again.
You testified on direct that at no time did it happen to their father, to tell the boys their father had passed, correct?
No, that's incorrect. So,
All right. I'm sorry, then go ahead. What was it you said?
Yeah, so I had heard people tell Kouri that we need to tell the boys.
Okay. 2 questions. First, were you aware that the boys had already told their grandmother that they knew that their father had passed earlier, or before, maybe even before you got there? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, and that sounds incorrect.
All right. And ultimately, it was Kouri herself who spoke to the boys and told them what had happened, correct?
Yes.
Were you there when that happened?
I was in the home, but I wasn't in the room.
You weren't in the room sitting with the boys when she told them that their father had died.
No, I believe I was in the room. So if we're talking about, so that there's somewhat, I think, some different instances where a boy maybe went back into a room and she talked to one of them there. There was also a time when we were all sitting in the living room and they were talking about it there.
All right. I don't want you to speculate. Just if you know or you don't know. Were you there when she sat the 3 boys down and told them what happened?
Yes, I was sitting on the couch with my 2 daughters. Yes.
Okay. Could you hear the conversation?
Yes, I think she was a few seats down.
All right. And she did explain to the boys?
Yes.
Okay. Just give me one moment. I have nothing further to say.
Mr. Benson.
Yes, just think through one question. Regardless of how the furniture is today, do you have a distinct recollection of seeing the body being wheeled out that window?
I do.
I'm sure he doesn't forget that.
Was there any occasion when you were with Mr. Gabler after charges had been filed? Well, first of all, I'll ask that.
After
After
in the
charges
home,
filed,
yes.
ever go in with Mr. Gabler?
Yes.
In those instances, did you ever see Mr. Gabler identify something and leave it and tell the police later?
Absolutely. Yeah. Todd would not, if anything was of interest, he would immediately call the sheriff's office, and it would be documented.
Did you ever see Mr. Gabler bring items in and leave them in the house?
No.
See, now that's a question I wanted to know the answer.
Testified that.
I assumed this would be the answer. I hope this would be the answer, and I'm glad that this answer came up.
Eric bought the home in 2012
Yes.
from you,
Correct. Me and my wife.
and the next summer, 2013, is when Eric married Kouri, correct?
Yes.
In the backyard of that house.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further to go.
May this witness step down, Ms. Lewis?
Can I ask just one
Of course.
My D2. I say that and I end up.
I understand.
Well, it's nice he's allowing recross. Not every judge does.
You just said that anytime Mr. Gabler would find something of interest, he would call the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Correct. For a proper chain of custody.
So as he was looking for evidence against Kouri, he would call them and tell them to get a search warrant.
I believe so. Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Burmester, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down, sir. Thank you. Leave that there. I appreciate it. The state's next witness.
Deputy Winn, please.
Okay.
Deputy Winn, better than his patrolman lost. No chat.
Deputy, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in,
I'm
please.
not convinced she didn't murder him, really, at this point. Let's just be real. I'm pretty sure.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Sir, if you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
It's Deputy Vincent Winn, Nguyen,
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you worked there?
since 2012.
What's your assignment at the sheriff's office?
Right now as a patrol deputy,
And what about back in 2022? What was your assignment then?
patrol deputy.
What does a patrol deputy do?
Respond to calls and report or document incidents, crimes.
What kind of calls does a patrol deputy get called on?
Could be a citizen complaint.
Doesn't it kind of look like he's like wearing spy glasses? It's like Mission Impossible shit on his face.
Burglaries, anything that a citizen wants to report.
Did you have law enforcement experience before coming to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
What's that?
I worked at the Corona Police Department for over 3 years.
At the Summit County Sheriff's Office, are you issued a body camera to use?
Yes, I was.
And tell the jury about what do you do with your body camera when you're on duty?
So my body camera is always on until I activate my lights or manually activate it on the body camera itself. Then it starts recording.
And was that the same back in 2022?
Yes.
Were you on duty on March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And were you dispatched to 282 Willow Court Drive?
Yes, I was.
If we could have Exhibit 1-1, please. This has already been admitted. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And is this the home that you responded to that morning?
Yes.
Is it located in Summit County?
Yes, it is.
What time did you arrive at this home approximately?
Approximately 3:40 in the morning.
And when you entered, who was there?
Sergeant DiPotello, Deputy Pimentel, and also fire personnel.
Was Miss Richins there?
Yes, she was.
That's a very Italian name.
What about her
for
kids? Were they
Utah.
present?
Wow.
I was made aware that they were in the
very
residence,
welcoming
but I did
name.
not see them.
And you were wearing your body camera on that day,
Yes, I was.
and it was active.
Yes, it was.
All right. If we could show the witness Exhibit 1-4T, please.
Go ahead, Scott. He can see it. Counsel can see it.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And Scott, go ahead and scroll through it so he can see to the end. What is it?
It's my body camera footage with
a blurred spot.
I'm sorry, Scott, can we put up 1-4T?
I hope Scott's her guy. She's not calling the judge Scott.
It's a transcript.
Do you recognize
Yes, transcript
this? And what is it a transcript of?
of what was on my body camera.
Fair and accurate representation of the words that were spoken on your body camera that night?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move to admit 1-4T.
I think you're going the same place I'm going, Judge. But
There are multiple speakers here. Would you folks approach for 1 minute?
Okay.
A transcript on the bottom. There are multiple speakers in this video. There's the deputy, there's some other people, there is the defendant. You may take everything the defendant says as true and give it whatever weight you think it deserves, if any. You cannot take what the deputy or the other people say is true. You can only consider those statements for context regarding what the defendant was responding to, the effect on the listener. Anything further on that, Mr. Ramos?
no, thank you.
Okay, so let's.
Which is completely stupid because that's like not how you're going to do it in real life.
Do you want to admit that number that you just mentioned?
Yes, please.
Would you give me the number one more time?
1-4 with the letter T for transcript.
Exhibit 1-4T, as in Tesla, is admitted. Where do you want to go next?
Now if we could show the witness 1-4D, like David.
Tesla. Come on.
Do you see it on your screen there?
Yes, I
Do you
do.
recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's my body camera.
And is it fair and accurate representation of your body camera that night?
Yes.
Are there any changes to it?
Yes, there's a blur in the middle.
And with the exception of that blur, everything else is the same?
Yes.
And has this clip been cut down from your original video?
Not this clip.
1-4D? Okay. I'll move to admit 1-4D.
Okay, 1-4D, as in David, is admitted.
And publish to the jury, please.
Scott, is this in a spot you want to start?
I'll restart it, and it does have audio, Your Honor.
Understood. Go ahead, sir.
You don't have the audio.
Is the audio instantaneous or is it a delay?
No.
Okay.
Should be right away.
I think I know how to fix this. Give me just a moment.
We'll need
If
to
you
restart it.
pause, yeah. We practiced this earlier. Give me just a moment.
Your Honor, most body cams, there's a 30-second.
That's what I thought too, but it sounds like they've edited around that. 1 moment, folks.
Live TV chat.
Scott, would you do me a favor? Would you disconnect from the HDMI and then reconnect? Then, did you plug back in?
Yes, yes.
Okay, will you cue the video again for me?
And no medical history other than his asthma. Yeah, I mean, it's fine to do. I mean, it takes over time. What does he take? What medicine does he take? Can you find it and tell us?
What a beautiful house. Look at that house. Absolutely stunning. That's the Alvin machine, right? That's the CPR machine running, I think, guys. If I'm not correct. Am I incorrect? That's the CPR machine going full speed. Look at there we go. Sorry.
Sure, yeah.
He's on downtime. He's got here. He's had 2 Eppies of Narcan. 2 Eppies of Narcan. Blood sugar is 458.
How do you want to come out?
Chest pain really to the neck.
What's your first name? What's your first name? Yeah, let them do their work in there. So what happened today? When you said we were fine, what time did you see him
when he was alert?
We had a drink together at 9 to celebrate something at work tomorrow.
Okay.
We went to bed. I went to bed with my kids. He went to bed in our bed.
What time did you guys go to bed?
9:30.
9:30. Okay.
9:45.
And then what alerted you to him today? Right now?
You know, I just woke up. When I sleep with my kids, I'll wake up and I go back in my own bed.
Mhm.
I just crawled over on his side.
And he was laying in bed. Okay.
He was on his back on the bed, and I just.
Okay. And he was on. You said he was on his back. Okay. Where are your children now?
went to sleep in that room. 2 are awake with their ear to the door. I go, let me come out. Please something to come out.
Where are the other two at? That are awake?
No, my bedroom.
And where's that at?
There, first one to your left.
Okay. Is there any family members we can call right now?
Yeah, I need to call my mom. I need to call my mom so bad.
Okay.
I think I don't know. They have one still on the phone. I don't know.
Here. Okay.
I call my mom.
Yep. I'll give you a phone right now. Okay.
I need to call his dad. He's gonna be okay, right? Like I got in bed and then I just got.
They're doing their best. Okay, ma'am. Here, you can use my phone.
Mom. 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 Yeah. Go to my house. Go to my house.
What's going on?
I don't know. Something's wrong with Eric. The police have girls are here. I don't know what's happening. He wasn't breathing. I don't know.
Who?
Eric.
Where's he at? I'm on my way.
I think my partner found your phone. Is this it right here? Does he have any medical conditions or anything like that?
He has Lyme's disease.
Lyme's disease?
Nothing major. Like,
Okay. So no heart problems or anything like that?
no, he just said his chest was hurting when he went to bed, but that's, not. He doesn't drink enough water, when he gets on the bike downstairs. I don't know. It didn't. And then he just said he was really tired because he got his allergy shots yesterday morning
Okay.
with my son. They so much. I don't.
And then when did you discover him? What time?
I got my phone. Maybe 3.
About 3. Did you immediately call the 911?
Yeah, well, I got up and, as soon as I turned over and he was cold,
Mm-hmm.
I just felt like something was wrong. So, I just put the blanket on him because I just thought it was cold. So and then I sat there for a minute and I just didn't feel like breathing or anything. And so I oh my God.
Okay.
All right. And he just felt so heavy.
Mm-hmm. Any COVID or anything like that?
I just got over COVID.
Okay. And when was that?
A couple weeks ago.
Okay, so not recently.
Well, they had a negative test. So I was the last positive, and then he had it. So his last negative test was a week ago.
Okay. Hey, ma'am, what's your name? I'm sorry, what was that?
Kouri.
With a C?
Kouri. Sometimes he'll go gummies before he goes to bed.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't seem like you did though.
It's like a gummy, as in like a THC gummy. Okay. And who's his primary care physician?
Herb Lepley in person.
Who?
Herb Lepley.
How do you spell it? How's
E-P-L-E-Y.
Lepley? When was he last seen?
Just a physical, like, everything was fine.
When was that?
6 months maybe. Oh my god, what do you mean? You're just fine,
Family members are becoming his dad.
I don't understand what happened. I don't understand.
There's 2 kids that are awake there in that door. She's to the left. Yeah, I think the master bedroom. Or the master bedroom. So basically, she said went to bed at 9:30. She slept with the kids because then she goes to bed. She was in bed.
Okay, guys, if you don't understand what they're getting at here, she's saying they had a drink and then she went to bed with the kids because one of the kids wasn't feeling good or scared at like 9:30. And then she came back at 3:30 in the morning and he was dead. Oh my God. Oh, that was totally unforeseen. That's her argument. So that's what happens. That's her story.
About 3 o'clock, moved into her bed. He was a little heavy. He has Lyme disease. He got an allergy shot yesterday. He might have taken a gummy. THC gummy last night. So, other than that, just Lyme disease.
I already had discussion about that. Maybe dicks.
Probably gonna be bigger since he's here.
I don't know. What are they gonna call this?
Yeah, like you love that say, like you.
Yes, bear can give you trichinosis. It's like bad boys.
1K32. What's my case number? Copy. Yeah, from. And the complaint's going to be of the wife, first name of Kouri.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You need to lost the sound.
Scott, pause there for a minute. Thank you, sir. Scott, don't change anything for a minute, please. Yeah, don't change anything for a moment. Let me see if I can fix this from my end. Scott, can you go back 5 or 10 seconds and test sound for me?
We're good. We're just waiting for our Emmy, Omi, and our detective to show.
Yeah, I'm gonna get an aneurysm or something with all the blood. That's, I mean, there's a lot of blood for some reason.
Were you first on today?
We were second. The South Fire guy was here before us.
And then there was blood before they.
A little bit coming out as soon as we start doing compressions with the Lucas. It's when the blood came out. So.
Okay.
I don't know.
No pulse or anything?
No, he was cold. I think he's been down not a long time, but he's been down a minute. He was asexually the whole time. So.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Pretty young.
Yeah.
Maybe took some gummies.
Yeah, that's what she
said. And then the hydrocodone. I think there was hydrocodone or something. Like 96 or something.
2016.
2016, yeah. Pretty old.
Did you take that?
We don't know. It was sitting there though.
It's in the drawer there.
There's something.
It
What
is.
is this right here? Is that it? Are you taking for Lyme disease?
Yeah.
I'll check that.
Sorry, just looked at it. So it's filled with 2016.
Yeah, that one.
It's under his name. I think he sleeps on that side of it though.
With what?
Uh-huh.
That might be his. Is it
It's
his
his.
name? Oh, it's his. Okay. But it's empty, right? Or something like
Yeah.
that? Maybe we gave him more can. That would have. You know, search my mind in there.
And then you arrived, he was already on the floor.
Yeah, she had pulled him down to the floor.
Kouri? I'm gonna need to ask you some questions real quick, okay? Has he ever been in the military?
No.
No. Does he use tobacco?
No.
No. And what does he do for a living?
He owns a stone-based company.
And then when you discovered him, was he on the bed? Yes.
He was just laying on his side like normal.
Okay.
I just thought he was cold. It was cold in there, so I put the blanket on him.
Yeah.
But his body just felt like heavy, and
And which way was he facing? Was he facing towards?
no, he was just up, just facing up.
Oh, so he's laying on his back.
Facing on his
Okay.
back.
And then did you pull him to the ground?
Yeah, that's what the lady on the phone told me to do, was to take the sheet and pull the sheet
Okay.
to the ground so I could do CPR.
Okay. What's his highest level of education?
It's a bachelor's degree.
Okay.
He hasn't active. He didn't just die in his sleep. This is insane.
Any mental health conditions? No. Okay. How about any suicidal
No,
history? No.
never.
Okay.
No.
Has he been seen by a doctor in the last 30 days?
No.
Okay. Has any prescriptions in the last 30 days? No. Has he had a history of falling or anything? No. Any history of prescription abuse?
Yes, he died of black
No.
lung. Yeah. Yes, guys, this is Kouri. This is Kouri he's talking to right now. Like you said, she was wearing her little pajama thing that they were talking about.
What did you reaction to his shots yesterday?
He just said he didn't feel good from them. Like,
He didn't look good last night.
he looked pale last night. And I asked if you're okay. And he said, yeah, but he was saying his chest was hurting. But
Does he have any history of illicit drug use or anything in the
no,
past
no,
year?
no, never.
Okay. Do you have the phone number to Herb, his doctor? Okay.
I don't know yet. We'll see when we get there.
I don't. It's just at the Park City Family Clinic and Hospital.
Yeah, I can look it up.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
Who told the boys? Who is it? Cop told them. Why would you tell a child?
No, they should have told him. I answered them.
Oh.
They all know. They told me.
How do they know?
People, Carter told me. Cop told me.
What they told him?
No, I didn't.
We were in there, so we were maybe a fire
Do they
department.
know? Oh my freaking god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh. Oh my god.
God, that number just kept ringing this morning, and I thought
Yeah, because we couldn't find her phone.
somebody called from his cell phone, and then we Google it. It says it's a spoof number. What? I'm gonna go up there to these people.
Mom, is the door closed? My room?
Yes, we.
Cable button. Is he still?
So I'll explain to you what the process is right now. Because he was in good health and his age and everything like that. Okay, our medical examiner is going to come and do their investigation real quick, and then also our detective, just to make sure that everything's documented, correctly. And then from there, they'll explain to you what's going to happen. Most likely, what I'm thinking, because he has no serious health problems or anything like that. His age, most likely they're going to take his body to the
Oh my god.
medical examiner's office just to make sure that there wasn't any.
Why would they do it if he had lividity? because they're not like maybe it's their policy because they're not doctors. They can't call it. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Whatever reason. Maybe it keeps this woman from screaming and crying anymore. Oh, look at that! A nice little doggo too. Probably terrified. Sadly.
Anything else?
Okay.
All right. Do you have any questions for me right now?
No.
Yeah.
He had allergy shots
Depending on the
yesterday.
state, they
Yeah,
may
and
not
then-
be allowed to do it.
And that's what she was saying.
Sorry.
When I was
No.
What kind of allergy shots? You
I
know,
think it's weekly shots. Is
him and his boy get weekly shots.
like seasonal allergies.
Yeah.
Okay. And where was that at?
Park City.
First City.
Family Medical.
No, Jenny Ranch, Granger Medical.
Granger. Okay.
Oh my God.
I did. They're all watching TV. I said, you guys gotta go back to sleep. It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Cam.
Yeah. Need to go over there and have her. They saw the work to get the van keys.
Okay.
So, is this here with you?
Yep.
We don't know. We've been to bed.
He's gonna teleport. Where am I, please?
The kids are in
Where's my brother?
He's in this room.
No. Do I see my brother? Thank you.
Corey, is there a way we could relocate your boys upstairs?
Yeah.
Because there's gonna be a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I'll tell her now. Okay. What? Wait, come on. Come on. Come on. See you. Bob, come on. Come on, Bob. They got all the kids upstairs. Come on. Come on, sweetheart. Come on.
I can explain to her if you want to go.
I miss everything. Where's Will? Everything. I miss Perfect Attorney. I miss everything.
We don't have to
Go
worry
upstairs.
about that kind of stuff right now.
Just go to the boys. Go upstairs to the boys. I'm sorry.
No, it's all natural, okay? Just take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
Okay. I gotta breathe. Oh my God, I gotta breathe. I just talked to him like a couple hours ago. You just woke up.
Yeah, at this point, guys, Sarah Boone could have pulled this off. Kouri Richins, she Bush League. She ain't a pro like Sarah Boone.
He wasn't breathing. He wasn't breathing. I went to bed. I went back to bed because I'm a nightmare. So I went back in our room and about 3. And I just turned over to cuddle him, and his body was just so cold.
So the only information I know from what the medical staff that was here is he was cold to the touch, okay, and it seemed like he was down for a while.
We
So
went to bed. He was fine at 9:30. I mean, that's when I went to the bedroom with Ashton. I mean, so unless he went, like, I didn't hear anything. He didn't yell. He didn't say anything was wrong. And nothing happened. Like, nothing happened. Oh my God, this is not real. Nothing happened. Like, I didn't hear anything. I'm right across the room. Like, he was in pain, but didn't yell. It sounds like he wasn't. I know, but wait, I mean, I'm such a light sleeper. I couldn't have heard anything. I just couldn't have heard anything. And he just said, Kouri, and like, I would have. He was so cold. He was so cold. I lost my brother. Can I go talk to him? My mom's in there. He knows how and I. Great. I'm here for you, though. Okay? We're gonna make it through this. We're gonna make it through this. Thank you for those boys. Okay. No. Yeah. I probably need to go. Okay, I can't see your back. I can't talk to you. I'm sorry, I can't. I couldn't tell you. I can't. Okay, so what do we? We just have to. What do we have to do?
What's that?
Is there anything that we need to do?
So we're just going to document some. So there's some protocols we have to document. Like I explained to them, the next thing is our detective and our medical examiner are going to respond to the location. They're going to do their investigation and document everything. And then most likely, because of his age, his health and everything else, most likely. But that's their that's their field, not ours. So for us, our thing is now we have to just secure the scene until they get here, and then once it's released, it's up to them. Then most likely you guys will be able to,
I told the guy that. I think we want to go to the funeral home in Morgan.
Okay. And that's something you could talk to our medical examiner about.
I mean, they do those all the time. Seriously, we were just laughing and drinking it. Last night we were talking about tomorrow. We were celebrating. We were just celebrating and then celebrating. For what?
It goes in a big house. And they have nobody can see me. I'm so excited. Or you have nothing? Did you do that?
Just what was happening? Like, he was fine. He was fine. Like, and he... After me, we were 9:30, 9:45. Like, I know.
He said he's just hurt.
I know. And then he's like, oh, let's have a drink and then let's go to bed. I'm like, okay. So we did, and then that was it. Good night.
Yes, she was 100% having an affair at this point. Yes. She was planning on running off with her boyfriend and starting a new life, basically. So yeah, that's entirely yes.
Good night, I love you. It was so cold. It just was so cold. Is it hair?
Is there any animals that sleep in the bedroom with him?
Yeah, my dog.
The dog on the bed with him?
Yeah, he's like a 10-pound little sleepy.
Okay. Was he on the bed when you came in?
Was he on the bed? No, he wasn't in there when I came in. Is your dad on the way, Katie? I don't know. He told me. And I just screamed and everyone woke up and then we're here. I don't think he can even function for it. I'm trying to find someone to go with him. Oh, my dad's almost here. Oh my god, I can't talk, Katie. I can't even talk to him. I don't, that's fine. He was fine. I'll do it. My sister's almost here.
Can you just please explain to them the process that they can't pass the threshold until it's really?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Was that what you're doing?
Okay. Yeah, I thought you were seeing if I was gonna pass out or something.
No, and that too,
I'm so shaky. I think I'm just stay sitting until I was why do you have that stuff on his nose? It was what is that?
So, like I said, I'm not a medical personnel person.
So you guys are talking about that. I think that's a defense mechanism. I'm hiding my I bet a body expert or body language expert or psychiatrist would say you're using that to hide yourself and protect yourself. Like nobody could see you, and it makes you look more panicked and distressed. I think that's all a ploy, but I think that's like subconsciously too. She's like, I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person. I'd guess.
But what
Just thinking.
the ambulance said was he did have blood
I
in his
saw all
mouth.
the blood
So,
everywhere.
you know, they don't know. It might have been an aneurysm. They don't know.
His dad has blood clots. He had blood in the stuff. It was like, looked like snot or something.
Yeah, because when they do the CPR, he gets the blood flowing and it gets moving. And if it's not pumping,
Oh my god. When I was trying to just do the chest compressions, it just.
So Kouri, does he have any other medications except for that?
He has high cholesterol.
Where would he keep his medication?
Our house, not for that. Our house cleaner just cleaned it. I can't find where she put anything. But he doesn't take his Lyme disease doctor just is weaning him off of his Lyme disease medication, so he's just taking vitamins for that. We gave him something like for the pain because it causes him to, it just burns his body, so he has pain medicine. And
Is it that green bottle?
I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. That was the one I found in his bag that he just took to St. George because we just went to St. George. I would assume that's that, but if that looked old to me, I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm sorry.
All right, so Deputy Winn, I want to show you a couple other exhibits. They'll pop up on your screen there and we'll kind of move through them. So first we'll do exhibit 1-4S1. And let's do 1-4S2. I'll ask you all the same questions about these. 1-4S3. 1-4S4. And 1-4S5. Do you recognize all of those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And are those still shots or screen grabs from the body camera we just watched?
Yes, it is.
I'll move to admit those 5.
Objection, Judge.
1-4S1 through 5 are admitted. Are we publishing to the jury?
If we could, please. And Scott, if you could just move through each of these. Now, if we could bring up exhibit 2-41 for the witness. Do you recognize what kind of document this is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a voluntary written statement that we provide.
And whose name and signature is at the bottom?
Ms. Kouri Richins.
Okay, I'll move to admit exhibit 2-41.
Objection, Judge.
241 is admitted.
And if you could publish that, please. And maybe zoom in on the text for a moment. It's a little small. Scott, you can take it down. And the jury will have a chance to review this in their deliberations as well if you didn't have a chance to read it. So Deputy Winn, other than what we saw on that body camera footage, what were your other responsibilities that night at the home?
Also a crime scene log and a
I'm sorry, Your Honor, could you ask him to maybe
just move the mic up? Yeah.
Closer to your face. Like you could hold the mic towards you if you like.
so a crime scene log and also a death checklist.
As part of that death checklist, are you looking for anything that might have explained Eric Richins' death?
Yes, there's certain questions that we ask and we just fill in the answers.
So you mentioned on the video that you were securing the scene. Was that something else that you were doing?
Yes, I was.
So we also saw in the video that Kouri Richins volunteered THC gummies to you. Did you see any THC gummies in the home?
No, I did not.
What would you have done if you had seen them?
I would document where they were at and advise the detectives and CSI upon their arrival of where it was at.
As you're looking for things that might have explained Eric Richins' death, did you see any illicit drugs in the home?
I did not.
What would you have done if you had?
Again, document where they were at and relay that to investigations.
And same question for drug paraphernalia. Did you see any drug paraphernalia in the home?
I did not.
And what would you have done if you had?
Document where it was and relay it to investigations.
Give me just a moment. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you, Deputy Winn.
Mr. Ramos.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, before we get started, the motion, as we were watching the video, I had what had previously been provided to defense, a transcript, and we've seen the transcript that was shown.
Mr. Ramos, is this the same or different than 1-4T?
So,
Or is it a partial?
So it appears to be sections, kind of clips. So as this was being presented, that's what I was going off of. I noticed that the transcript that was presented is different than what you have.
Come on for a second, yeah.
I've been told this guy is good. This is worth watching. This guy's on fire. He's at fuego, as they might say in Spanish. So, Stacey says, go to bed. Not yet. Not yet.
Mr. Winn. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Winn, good afternoon. I don't know what time it is.
Good afternoon.
Let's start off where we just left off. Ms. Sherbanak was asking you questions about what it is that you did or what you would have done had you found certain things. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived, what we just saw, the videos we saw, that's from your body cam.
Yes.
You indicated that it is always off unless you turn it on, I think is what you meant. I think you said it's always on until you turn it on, but what you meant was it's always off until you turn it on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this case, we saw clips of it. Would you agree that's correct?
That is correct.
That is not from the beginning to the end, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't participate in which clips were shown, correct?
I was not.
Okay. Now, at one point, you do turn off your body cam. Do you recall?
I don't recall.
You don't recall doing that?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you had turned it off, when would you have turned it off?
When the call was over.
Okay. So if you were still inside the house doing the investigation, the camera would remain on.
Yes.
Okay. And if you had turned it on or off, you would have indicated that in your report, correct?
Yes.
Or for any other reason other than the call was over. Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you arrived around 3:40. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you left, I believe it's Officer Deputy Pimentel. You let him get out, check out. Is that correct? When it was time for him to go off duty?
I think so.
Okay. How long were you there?
I don't recall.
2 hours?
I don't recall.
Were you there when the Mr. Richins' body was removed?
I was not.
You were not. So it was before then?
Yes.
Okay. Was it before or after Mr. Gene Richins arrived?
It was after.
Okay. Do you recall anything about when you left?
I don't.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Deputy Woody, Detective Woody?
I don't recall.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection? Do you have a copy of it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you go ahead and pull that up, and I'm going to see what you have. Give me 1 second. This is different.
Yeah, it's probably have it on the other side.
Yes. Sorry.
You know, I like this guy. This attorney, he's got like he's about this. Like I appreciate the like he's coming out aggressive, but not ridiculously aggressive. Very well done so far. I like this. I like this. Let's see where this goes.
Once again, I just want to make sure there's different formats, so I just want to make sure I have the same one you do. Fair?
Fair.
I'll give this back to you. Go ahead and take a look at that or any other reports you have. Let me know what time you left.
It's not time stamped. So probably at the last paragraph where it says, upon their arrival, I released the scene to Deputy Orgel and I responded to the sheriff's office to book in the photos from the incident and uploaded the death investigation checklist.
Okay. So then if you go to the paragraph before that, does that give you a better idea of who was present when you were still there?
Yes.
Tell me.
Well, while waiting for...
You don't have to read it. You could just, if that's refresh your memory.
So after Sergeant DiBotello left, upon Deputy Orgel and Detective Woody and the medical examiner sessions upon their arrival, then I left.
Okay. So then at some point after you let DiBotello go off watch, you then waited for those three individuals, correct?
Yes.
Orgel?
Orgel, yes.
Orgel, apologies. Sessions?
Yes.
And Woody?
Yes.
So they arrived and then you left, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak with Woody?
I think, no, I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Would you have put it in your notes?
Yes.
Okay. And it's not in your notes?
No.
And your body cam, based on what you just said earlier, would have still been on while Woody, while Orgel, while Sessions was there, right?
Yes.
Unless you would have shut it off.
Yes.
Which you didn't.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to put up just a still in just a minute of your body cam, okay? But before I do that, I want to ask you about your body cam. What software, what hardware does your body cam use?
I don't know.
You're not familiar with Axon?
It wasn't an Axon.
It wasn't an Axon?
No, it was not.
So what is it?
It was at the time WatchGuard.
WatchGuard. Now, those WatchGuard that you use, does that have an audit trail system?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you're done with a call, what happens to that video?
It gets uploaded.
Automatically?
Upon, I think that system, when we stop it and we go to the station, it uploads.
Okay. And did you do that here?
Do it where?
In this case?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
And where did you do that?
I don't recall.
Now, this wasn't the first time you were wearing that body cam, was it?
It was not.
Okay. How many times have you worn that body cam before March 4th?
A lot.
5?
More.
20?
More.
100?
More.
Thousands?
Possibly.
Okay. And in those thousands, you've uploaded videos of your body cam, correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with the footage and how to upload it.
At this time, I don't remember because we changed systems and I don't remember how that system worked.
Does it have a little USB cord?
No, I think it automatically Wi-Fi. That system was a Wi-Fi.
Perfect. So now we have Wi-Fi. Which Wi-Fi? At your home?
No.
Okay. Where?
A secured Wi-Fi at the office.
Okay. So you would have come back here, just across the ways here, correct?
Yes.
And would it have been in your desk?
No.
A separate room?
No.
Where?
In my car.
In your car?
Yes.
So you connect to the Wi-Fi in your car or to the station?
Station.
Okay. So you come back and you do a Wi-Fi upload, correct?
Correct.
Now, at one point, you're told that it's been uploaded successfully.
I don't get notification that it's been complete.
So you just show up and it just automatically goes?
Yes.
You don't press a button saying upload?
No.
Okay, so now the software system it's an automatic Wi-Fi connection without you having to do anything to your body cam. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at one point, you did review what we just saw, or the full length of the body cam we just saw, correct?
Correct.
And you made sure that it was complete, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if there's, actually, let me ask you this. In your report, since you don't remember, in your report, can you please look to see if you indicate that you shut off the body cam for any reason?
I did not.
So you did not shut it off?
No, I did not put that in my report that I shut it off.
Okay. Now, sitting here right now, you don't know if you shut it off before Mr. Orgel, Miss Sessions, or Miss Woody arrived, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about how you secured the crime scene. Where we saw you going around the house was limited to the first floor, correct?
Correct.
Did you go anywhere else?
Just the living room.
Okay. You didn't go in the kitchen?
No,
You didn't go in the garage?
I did not.
The detached garage?
I did not.
Okay. Now you took photographs, right?
Yes.
And you started getting bits and pieces about what happened, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you started telling your fellow deputies about it, correct?
Correct.
And you start piecing everything together, right?
Correct.
Okay. You heard, for example, or you saw rather, when you arrived, EMS personnel, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you know any of those? Did you know any of those EMS personnel before arriving?
Before arriving, I didn't know who was responding.
But individually, have you worked with them before?
Only one.
I'm sorry, I'm working on something, guys, but this is good. I like where this is going. Like, what control was there over the crime scene? Sounds like there's some issues about this.
Which one was that?
Sergeant Cernich.
Cernich. He's the one in the red, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cernich and all the other EMS are talking amongst themselves about what happened, correct?
I assume I wasn't listening.
Okay. When Detective Woody shows up to relieve you, you don't recall whether you gave Woody any information about what you have learned?
I do not.
Okay. You would have put that in your notes.
That I would pass on information?
Correct.
Possibly. If not, I would just tell her, explain her a brief of what I observed and to pass on information.
Right, because this is a case where there is a dead body, right?
Yes.
And a detective is coming, right?
Yes.
You yourself told the family, told Kouri, hey, this is the protocol. This is what's going to happen, right?
Correct.
Because of his young age, right?
Correct.
Because he didn't have any mental health problems.
Correct.
Because he wasn't suicidal.
Correct.
Not
All of these
suicidal.
questions that you were asking Kouri were important, correct?
Correct.
And you were using it not only to fill out a form, right? It was to gather information.
On the form.
But for yourself.
On the form, so that we're required to ask.
Okay, so you weren't trying to get any information and pass it on to any other detective coming in to see what happened to Mr. Richins?
Yeah,
Yes.
I was getting additional information.
Of course, because
Yes.
this is important,
Yes.
right? Just like as counsel had indicated earlier, precision in this profession matters, and it matters even more in your profession, correct?
Correct.
So, you're there, you're gathering information for whatever's to come, correct?
Correct.
Because you don't know what's going to happen to this case that you were dispatched to, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if somebody's going to be charged, correct?
Correct.
You are a fact gatherer, correct?
Correct.
More importantly, you're a truth seeker, correct?
Correct.
Because you don't care or shouldn't care what this piece of evidence here means, correct?
I do care if it's evidence.
But that's important. My point is this, is you are going to approach every single piece of evidence equally.
Correct.
Okay? And in order to do that, you need to know what it is that you're looking for, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, let's take this example. You knew that they had taken a celebratory shot, correct?
A drink?
A drink.
Yes.
Okay. So, you know he's young, Mr. Richins, correct?
Correct.
You know that the protocol is to have a deputy and a medical examiner come in, correct?
Correct.
Because it's unusual that he died, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So maybe something is in this drink, correct?
Possibly, but
Possibly. Possibly. Did you possibly go to the kitchen?
I did not.
You did not. Did you possibly look in the sink?
I did not.
You did not. Did you possibly tell another deputy he was there, go to the kitchen?
I did not.
Did you possibly tell somebody else, go look in the sink?
I did not.
You did not. That
He's staring at the jury because remember, they're the ones who need to know the answer to this question. And he's drawing them in. He's not staring them down, Erica. He's kind of like, if I'm talking, I'm asking, officer, did anybody go check the kitchen? Did anyone go check the kitchen, officer? No. Did you do your job? He's like, no. I'm drawing that into you right now. Yeah, this is fucking good. This is good. I like this guy. I like this guy. Fucking homie's on fire. They got a gunslinger on their team finally. It's a douchey way. You know what though? It gets. Remember, this is all about it's getting attention. You say that's not drawing you in? I think it is. I think it is. I think it's a very powerful way to do it. Yes. You're goddamn right. I ordered the code red. Yes.
possibly is important. Right?
Yes.
Yes. When somebody loses their life, it's important. Right?
Yes.
You asked, and we all heard you ask Miss Richins countless questions, right?
Yes.
And she answered all of them.
Yes.
Yes. You asked her questions that were on your sheet, right?
Yes.
And then you asked her questions as things came up, right?
I did, yes.
Yes. Now, we saw you standing in the hall, and you were preventing people from going into her master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
To preserve the scene. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the reason you're doing that is because of all of these possiblies, correct?
Correct.
So, one of those possibilities was that hydrocodone bottle, correct?
Correct.
Now, you took a picture of it.
I don't recall taking a picture of it.
Do you recall somebody taking a picture of it?
Yes.
Do you recall somebody opening it?
I don't recall.
Do you recall somebody taking a picture of the inside of it?
I don't recall.
Do you recall getting that hydrocodone bottle and putting it in an
My
evidence
hatred for the
bag?
prosecution. No, I think the prosecution's had a banger of a case so far. I don't know how the fuck they're gonna get this to be fixed. Like, you may not like I'm not saying this guy's like perfect, but compared to everybody else on the team so far, this guy's like the guy who actually has courtroom skills. But no, I think the prosecution's got Kouri Richins dead to rights. They're gonna nail her ass to the wall. I don't see how she fucking gets out of this.
I did not do that.
You did not. Did anybody do that?
I don't recall.
Yes.
Now,
Yes, this is high drama. It's theater, guys. They want this shit. You're normies. You crave it. We give you what you want. We try to. Thank you, Johan, for $5. Suffer chat.
having a celebratory drink, you found out, happened in the house, correct?
Yes.
They didn't go out somewhere, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that Miss Richins' mother was also there, right?
I didn't know.
You didn't know?
I didn't know she was there.
Really?
What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? That's part of it, chat.
I think we all knew.
It's engaging. It's not stumbly. It's proceeding in a fashion. Like, that shit people notice.
That she was there?
Remember, this is sales at the end of the day. You're still selling something.
Because we just heard Miss Darden say, yeah, you look pale. So you didn't know that Kouri's mom was there the night before?
I did not know she was in the house the night before.
There. Now, you were told, and you do know, that Kouri said maybe he took some gummies? You remember that, right?
Yes.
And you have, I imagine, familiarity with gummies, right?
Yes.
Now, to be clear, I'm not saying you take them. I'm just saying you're familiar with them, correct?
Yes.
You know how big they are? They're not that big.
No.
Right?
Yes.
You didn't search for those.
No, I did not specifically search for those.
Not specifically. Please elaborate.
I didn't go out and search because I was not in charge of looking for medication or anything like that.
Oh. So you weren't in charge of it. Who was?
Deputy Pimentel.
Okay. So you told Deputy Pimentel to go do that.
That was his job, to look for medications or anything like that.
Right. But what I'm saying is, somebody would have to tell him, hey, go search for this.
I passed that information to Sergeant DiBotello.
Correct. You're passing along the information. Now,
What have they passed on that information?
For an unknown time. And you indicated Pimentel was the one who was in charge of looking for that, correct?
Yes, he was assigned for that duty.
Now, at one point, you relieve him. Oh, correct?
Deputy Pimentel?
Correct.
I don't recall.
You just indicated a little bit ago that you relieved him so he can leave.
Oh, when he left, yes. For him to leave.
Correct. You relieved him, right?
Yeah, not the medical checklist duty, but to relieve him to leave.
Correct.
Yes.
On his way home. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So who did you assign to take over his responsibility?
I don't recall.
Could you please look at your report?
I don't indicate that. I did not indicate that in my report.
So how would we know if that was even done?
Because Deputy Pimentel will possibly write a supplemental report that cover what he did.
Okay, so we'll ask when he's called. I say we'll ask him. Now, here's a thought: you don't search for gummies. And you would agree this whole environment's a traumatic environment.
Yes, it is.
Right?
Yes, it is.
For everybody, correct?
Correct.
Yourself included.
Correct.
I mean, there's such a thing as secondary trauma, correct?
Correct.
So let's give everybody some grace. Now, you found out about the gummies from who?
Found out what gummies?
Who told you that he might have taken gummies?
Oh, from Miss Kouri Richins.
Correct. So who would know where the gummies are?
Miss Kouri Richins.
And did you ask her?
I did not specifically ask her about the gummies.
Not specifically about the gummies. Please elaborate.
I asked her about his medical prescriptions.
Nope. We're talking about the gummies. Did you ask?
Yeah, chat. Corey's trying to say, like, their defense is going to be maybe the gummies were bad. Like, they were poisoned, edibles. But it's like, I don't think that's going to fly.
Her, Miss Richins, about the gummies that she told you about, that she volunteered. Did you ask her where they were?
I did not.
You did not. Did you tell Pimentel to ask her?
I did not.
You did not. So it's not like they were hidden somewhere. You knew where they could have been. Correct?
I did not know where they...
You couldn't have asked the question? You couldn't have asked where they were?
I could have.
And you did it, right?
Correct.
Now, you have been an officer since 2012, correct?
In Utah, yes, correct.
What about before?
2003.
2003. In that time, you've learned quite a bit of things, correct?
Correct.
How to investigate, correct?
Correct.
How to document, correct?
Correct.
How to interview, correct?
Correct.
How important each case is, correct?
Correct.
Because everybody counts or nobody counts, correct?
Correct.
Now, we talked about things that you didn't do. Let's talk about one thing you did do. Miss Richins
Island
told you how she got into bed and felt Eric's cold body, right?
She felt him up.
And she starts trying to say, well, I mean, we keep the temperature up, right? Or down, correct?
Yes.
And what do you do with that piece of information? What do you notice?
That the temperature was set at 70 degrees.
Cold body, and you check thermostat, correct?
Correct.
And you even make a note that you thought it was a little warm, correct?
I put down the temperature, correct.
What was it?
Yes, he was felt
70.
it.
And what did it actually read at?
71.
That's attention to detail, right?
Correct.
Because she told you something about a temperature and you wanted to verify it, correct?
Correct.
But it's only...
Okay, guys, real quick. Some of you are saying, what's he supposed to do? You're trained as a cop to help make sure you preserve evidence because, like, the detectives, like, aren't going to be there right away. So, like, he's being autistic enough to double check the thermostat. It sounds like he didn't do a lot because he sat there like, it's okay, lady. Oh, this poor white woman's sad. Like, he didn't do his job is what he's getting at here. And I think that's a fair argument to make. So, no, this is good. This part's good. You didn't do shit, is the argument.
What you want to verify, correct?
No.
No.
It's not. I'll leave it. Let's talk about times. Everybody's looking at that clock right now. I'll try to shut up real quick, but I might need to come back tomorrow, Judge. You gathered information about time, correct?
Correct.
You even get down to the minute at some points, correct?
Correct.
When you're filling out the form, for example. Let's go back to that. You remember there was a group of EMS people, including Mr. Cernich, correct?
Correct.
And you're writing down, what time did you guys get here? Correct?
I did not ask that question.
Did you overhear it?
I did not.
Really? Okay, leave it alone. You need to document when things happen and where they happen, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Because you know that the information that's going to go into your report is going to be seen by other officers, correct?
Correct.
By possibly prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
By possibly judges, correct?
Correct.
By possibly jurors, correct?
Correct.
So, in your report, go ahead and review it and tell me if you identify times there.
There's several.
Let's start with the first. Are you on paragraph, let's see, 3?
Yes.
The narrative? Okay. And what is that time related to?
The time they had a drink.
Which was what?
9 o'clock.
Now, is that exactly 9 o'clock?
On my report?
Oh, no. Did it actually happen at 9 o'clock?
Oh, okay, that's now we're getting
No, Miss
like,
Richins
no,
advised
no,
me
no, no,
that they had a drink at 9
Don't
o'clock.
do this, bro.
And did you, I don't know, confirm with her how she knew that?
No, I took her word for it.
Correct. Now, you arrived at 3:40. Okay. What time were you dispatched?
I don't recall.
Were you dispatched? Would your dispatch be on your report? Probably in the call logs.
Do you have that?
I do not.
Okay. Do you think did it take you 40 minutes to get there?
I don't recall.
I'll leave it alone. So she says about 9 o'clock. You get there at 3:40, approximately, right?
Yes.
Now, during this time, you had some conversations with EMS, I believe it was Offred that we saw in the video. Is that correct?
Upon arrival?
No. During your investigation, during the video we just saw at the end, she indicated, it's the lady who indicated, we think it's an aneurysm.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. And she had said he had been cold for a while, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the reason times are important, right, is because you need to try to figure out, hey, when did he die, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say around 9, when you put around 9 in your report, or Ms. Richins says around 9, that's not exact, correct?
It's going off her statement.
A generalization, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go to the next one. When's the next time you see a time arrival there?
The time they went to bed.
And when was that?
9:30.
So you say go to bed. Now, is that really when she closed her eyes and she was asleep?
The time she went to bed, I'm sorry.
Correct. Just went to bed, right? Like to the bedroom to start going to sleep. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I think I'm pushing it. May we rest here and pick it up tomorrow? Or we're not? Is that okay?
Your Honor, I guess the fundamental question is how much longer?
I mean, like, it's a very good job to point out, like, he didn't do his job there. Yeah, well, yeah, okay, he might be going a little hard here, but somebody's got to be doing that. Did speeding it up make it seem worse? Oh, maybe. So, but he's getting it done. He's getting it done.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've worked hard today. I appreciate your patience. Let's recess for the day. Some instructions, please, with fair warning that you will quickly become tired of me saying this, but I have to say it nonetheless. First, I need you to be back ready to get back to work tomorrow morning at 8:30, please. And if I can navigate my notes here, give me one moment. This evening, please remember, do not speak to anyone about this case. Don't speak to each other about it. Do not let anyone engage you about the case. It is off limits. Please do not read, watch, or listen to anything about the case. You have to either actually or effectively change the channel. Move on if you see a headline, go to a different website, change the radio channel, go to another TV channel. Please do not read, listen, or watch anything about the case. Please don't post anything about the case. No research, no Google, no maps, no dictionary. Everything you learn about this case, you have to learn in the courtroom. I appreciate your patience. Please travel safely. Follow the deputy's instructions. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. You can leave those on your chairs if you want. Is that okay?
Yeah. Well,
thank you. All right, folks, have a seat. Deputy, I need you to be back tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Okay.
Make that happen.
Yes.
Tonight, don't talk to anybody about your testimony. Okay? Can you agree to do that?
I agree.
Okay. You're free to go for the night, sir. Thank you. One moment. Okay. Mr. Ramos, Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything on the record today? Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervinack.
Yes, Your Honor. Can we have a brief discussion as it relates to chain of custody, the Wynea case, and the state's need to bring in certain chain of custody witnesses, probably beginning tomorrow?
Okay. This is new to me. I don't have much context for it. Help me out.
Do you want to handle it? Can I turn it over to Ms. Shervinack?
Sure, of course. Oh.
So, Your Honor, for the benefit of the record and for planning purposes for witness testimony tomorrow, a few days ago, the defense notified us that they are not stipulating to the chain of custody as it relates to the electronics, specifically phones, in this case. I thought they
No, they-
stipulated. So the state does not intend to call every law enforcement official who handled each phone. And the basis for this is State v. Wynea, 754 P. 2nd 667. Wynea essentially says the conclusion there is that once the evidence is in the hands of the state, it is generally presumed that that item is handled with regularity, and absent an affirmative showing of bad faith or actual tampering, the chain of custody has been preserved. And so the state's position is that the defense has not, through either motion or proffer, made any.
That's a wild ruling. Wow. Like, you have to show, like in Ohio, you don't get that kind of presumption. Wow, that's far out there. That is whoa, buddy. Wow. That's interesting. It's not interesting. That is interesting.
Any affirmative showing of bad faith or actual tampering of these items. And absent that showing by the defense, it's the state's position we are not required to bring each of these witnesses in to testify in order to admit these items to evidence.
Will you be laying foundation for, I'm inferring, a warrant was served, this device was seized, it was booked into evidence, it was tagged in this way, that's how we know this information was received from that device?
Correct.
So you'll be calling that witness or witnesses to get to that point?
Certainly how the item was found, and our crime scene technician, and being transparent, our crime scene technician, Ms. Gibson, is prepared to testify. This item was booked into evidence. It was packaged in this way. I secured it in an evidence locker. And after that point, it is released at times for different investigative purposes and always within the hands of the law enforcement system. And so that's the basis for our point today.
In the ruling, are you asking for a ruling today or just putting this on the court and opposing counsel's radar?
Partially, the latter, because we want to be able to plan for these witnesses. Certainly it adds quite a bit of people if we are asked to do that. And our position is that, and maybe that is our ask, is that without that affirmative showing from the defense that would
that's
bad
crazy.
faith or actual tampering, then the state is not required to bring in every law enforcement official who handled those items.
Can we get a clarification, Your Honor, just to make sure so that we can communicate and respond effectively? So she's talking about once they got the phone checked into evidence from then on. You're not talking about the people who located it and turned it into Ms. Gibson. You're talking about once Ms. Gibson checks it into the evidence locker or takes official control of the item, everyone who touched it after that. Is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's the clarification I needed.
Okay, so I think I understand the state's position. Does the defense need to put anything on the record about this today?
Can we talk about it overnight and respond in the morning?
Yeah, Kimberly, the first people who should respond to are the state.
Yeah, we'll talk to Ms. Schmerner.
Okay, we can take this up first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Give me a preview of who you're calling tomorrow. We need to finish with.
Yeah, so we have Deputy Winn. We intend to call the paramedic on scene. We have two other first responders who were there, Andy Cernich and Deputy Pimentel. And then after that, we are at Ms. Gibson. So she is the one that we're seeking to admit these items through.
Okay. It sounds like other than her, there wouldn't be testimony from investigating officers who executed the search warrant and bagged the evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
It sounds like other than crime scene tech Gibson, they're not planning to offer testimony of investigating officers who executed a warrant and bagged the evidence.
That's what I was asking. That was my clarification.
I think we now know.
So, okay, so that's a
This is part of
different.
the discussion I think you need to have with the state.
Okay, so they don't want to call anybody except Ms. Gibson? That's
I'm not comfortable getting into this on generalizations because there's lots of evidence that was seized and it may be different depending on which piece of evidence we're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking
That
about
makes
cell phones.
sense.
There are a couple of those, if not
Right.
more.
There are.
Yeah.
Your Honor, the state intends to call the officer that located the phone, and then the crime scene tech, I think it's almost exclusively checked.
That's helpful.
That bagged the phone.
So, for example, without just for my helping me understand the argument here, I recall the phone that was in the cup holder when Deputy Maynard stopped Ms. Richins when she was in her vehicle.
For example.
For example, who's getting called to say, I took that phone and put it in an evidence bag?
So I think to use that example, the example is something like Deputy Maynard gets called and says, I walked over to Kouri Richins' car. She handed me the phone. I took it. I handed it to briefly to Deputy Woody.
Okay, Island, I can explain this real quick here. So here's how this works. Typically, and like almost every other case, like in most cases, for example, this pen is a critical piece of evidence in a crime scene. Found by Detective Nick or Officer Nick Ricada. He identified it. Detective Kurt Muller bagged it. It was then processed by CSI Tech Sean Martin, who then took it and processed it. It was then tested for fingerprints by Nick Starro. It was then tested for DNA by Peter Tragos. It was then tested by Andrea Burkhart for ink analysis. Each one of those people, and then each time, let's say each one of those scientists was in a different location. So, Officer Joe Neerman had to drive it over to each one, and each time he picked it back up, he had to sign it out. Every time it changes hands, it's the chain of custody. Every time a person touches it, it's the chain of custody. So, for example, like if you're the officer and it's your job to drive all the samples down to the crime lab, you're on the chain of custody now. So if you have to prove the whole chain of custody, the officer who found it, the detective who bagged it, the tech who processed it, and then Officer Joe Neerman who drove it to the crime lab, he would have to say, yeah, that's my signature and I drove it down. And then when they were done, I brought it back and signed it back in. In Utah, you can cut through a bunch of that. In Utah, they're being able to cut through all that shit. Nobody cares about Joe. Nobody's bringing up, well, was Officer Joe Neerman losing evidence? Did anything happen with Joe? They're going to condense it down to who found it, who bagged it and tagged it, and then how did it probably get tested. They're really trying to cut down on the amount of witnesses they have. Does that make sense? I don't know if that did or not. So, does that make any name dropping? Well, I'm doing it in a way that makes sense. But does that make sense to you, Island? Because that's kind of what we're doing. Because otherwise, you have to bring in every fucking person. And depending on the situation, there could be 25 people in a chain of custody. On a case like this, I guarantee you there's some massive chains of custody. Is the defense wanting more witnesses? Well, no, but I think the defense is saying, which ones are you doing this for? Because obviously, yes, Kouri's cell phone. Okay, that's probably straightforward. But there's going to be some of these where they're going to want to know, like, actually, we do want to talk to all these people. Or, we may not need the whole set, but we want the first half of it. The problem is, as the judge was saying, there's so much goddamn evidence. Each one of those is going to have its own chain of custody. Island saying, what's a disagreement? The defense probably wants everybody to show up, but under Utah law, if you don't show by a preponderance that there's a question about the chain of custody, they don't have to do it. It's presumed to be valid chain of custody, which is kind of crazy. I mean, here, there's a lot of times I'll stipulate to a chain of custody, but I've made a prosecutor prove the whole fucking chain of custody before. Especially with some drug cases, because you never know what you'll shake out of the tree. Afix says, so when does the chain start? The chain starts with who found it, because that's custody. The chain of custody. I found it. Officer Nick Ricada found this pen. Starts with him. He marked it, and he took a picture with it. He marked it. Said, hey, Detective Kurt, come here, grab it. Kurt's like, all right, and he puts it in there, drops it in a bag. Or a CSI tech comes over, click. All of that's chain of custody now. Yeah, and think about Karen Reed. All that stuff was just handled, and nobody knows what happened to it. So that makes sense. I'm happy it does. If it didn't, and you guys are still confused about it, let me know. But yeah, basically, you have to show everybody who touched this. But in Utah, apparently, you don't have to, which is kind of crazy. I don't think that's fair. Joe says, what's the minimum amount of witnesses you need to secure a chain of custody for a prosecution? Well, I mean, in one of the offices I worked in, the police department was 5 people. I mean, like think of like, oh yeah, the searches she did were wild, yeah. But I mean, so let's see here. So like think about it like this, Joe. You could have any number of people. Like if I'm a, one-man police department, I'm, fucking Buford Pusser and Walking Tall. I'm the only guy left. Yeah, I can have a one-man chain of custody. Well, you're probably gonna have a two-man chain of custody because let's say I'm the only cop left, they all quit. And I found a crime scene. There's a dead guy, and there's a smoking gun sitting there. So I found the gun, I bagged the gun, I tagged the gun, and then I transported the gun and logged it in evidence. And then I took that gun and did the testing on it. Because some places PDs have their actual firearms guys. But then I had to take the gun to the crime lab and they tested it and examined it. Ideally, though, if you don't have the capabilities, you bring in like a bigger agency to help you. So like in Ohio, for example, the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, they come in, BCI, they'll come in and help little departments with all that shit because it's just too much. So... yeah, and I think that's fucking crazy, Buck. I think that is absolutely crazy. You can do that there. Stacey saying the table curtains are tacky. Yeah, but Kouri's probably chained at the ankles, so you have to do it. So sucks that way. Sucks that way. But let's finish this up here. I'm getting tired. We need to get going.
I sat there and saw her hold it for a few seconds while she handed it back to me. And then I took it with me to the home where I handed it to Chelsea Gibson, who bagged it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And he's correct. Every time somebody touched it, it's a chain of custody. Even if they're standing there and somebody's like, hey man, can you hold this so I can open up the bag and we can put it in there? That's chain of custody. Every person who touched it or could have affected it is the chain of custody. So it's a real thing. And it's sloppy chain of custody can fuck you, like Karen Reed.
Something similar for the other phones.
Yes, there's phones. There's also, they're the ones that have multiple kind of chain links of custody after the state possession because they get brought out to be downloaded and put back and then brought out to be analyzed.
But the state's position is once we get it to Technician Gibson,
correct,
we, in the absence of an affirmative showing of bad faith or actual tampering under Wynea, we've satisfied our, my words, not the case, it's prima facie burden of showing chain of custody.
We have satisfied, yes, everything after that will go to weight, not admissibility.
Right, I understand.
Except the extractor. We're not trying to be ridiculous. We don't want every single person whose finger ever touched the phone. We haven't asked for that with the evidence. We are not asking for that for anything, except for the body. But the person who extracted all the information from the phone is a key witness. I mean, that's a key part of the handling of the evidence. So are you saying you're not even going to call the extractor? You're just going to call Chelsea Gibson?
Counsel, rather than doing this in real time,
we will.
In front of a room, have a discussion with each other. Let me know if there's something specific you want me to get into. We can readdress this tomorrow morning.
Okay.
This judge is saying, I ain't got time for this shit. He's like, I got some golf to go play. He's like, I'm going home. He's like, you guys sort this out. It's not my job.
Okay. Some additional discussions may be necessary. Okay. Anything else on the record today, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, yeah.
All right. May we check in tomorrow morning, say at 8:15, just to see where we are before we get rolling?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience today. The court is in recess.
There we go. All right, guys. Day one in the bucket. God. I'm not feeling good for Kouri Richins right now. I'm not feeling good for Kouri Richins. He says, that seems like a fair request. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, it is. He's like, I ain't got time for this. You guys got problems. Figure it out. It's not my job. It's not my job. Debbie says, winter in Utah, probably not golf. Yes. He's trying to say, like, I got shit to do. You guys don't waste my time with this. And then when I come back tomorrow, you guys have better have this fixed. Locals next? No, dude, it's 12:30. I got to go to bed. I got to be up tomorrow. Island says he's either gay or married. Well, usually how it goes, you're either gay or straight. No after show. Oh, stop. Oh. Although, Steven, we do need to get caught back up for that Friday night again. Thank you guys all for your understanding. God, I felt like shit over the weekend, and then working on the appeal didn't make it better. Excuses. I know, bitch. Yeah, go to the casino. They're having fun. They're roasting Jeremy really bad, it looks like. Buck says, why not both? Why not both what? Oh, yeah, he can be gay. Oh, yeah, gay married, yes. Sorry. It's your week off and you're the dentist today. There you go. And hopefully no cavity club. Syllablood says, great stream, Sean. Thanks for hoping for another one tomorrow. We will. I'm going to do this every day, guys. I'm not going to watch the State of the Union. Like, I get it. Trump's going to be like, listen, we're the greatest country in the world. Brilliant. We love us. Everybody loves us. They can all lick our ballsack if they don't. Yay, USA hockey, blah, 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 blah. We deported 1 trillion immigrants, yada, yada, yada. I ain't got time for that shit. I ain't got time for that. And then a bunch of people go, yay! And then a bunch of people go, And then other people are going, yay! And then there's people in the balcony going, hey, look at me! That's the State of the Union. I ain't got time for that. So, temporary crown today. Ew. Ooh. And just watching casino instead of trial. You know, it's amazing when I can do multitasking, son. So I heard you were sick. Yeah, like I ate stuff on Friday that kind of got to me, but then I got all like congested and I don't know what happened. So yeah, my pussy started hurting. Really bad. And then DM says, thank you. Well, you're welcome. The stage a walkout. Oh, well, he chastised SCOTUS at the State of the Union. I'm sure he will. Ugh. I ate too much curry. Yeah, I know. That's my problem. Piers Morgan corrupted me. P-dubs, I'll show you guys all that this week when we get some time. So, you got to work from home today. Well, yeah, we got a little bit of snow, but yeah. So, but with that said, chat, I will see you guys tomorrow. And tomorrow is snow day number 2 here. Ooh. Yeah, we're doing more Kouri Richins, guys. Same time, about 6:30. We'll get started on that. And yeah, just remember till next time, chat. Just because you did it does not mean you're guilty. Although, if Kouri Richins is not, I don't know, man. I don't know how the hell she's not based on what we've seen so far. Like, I don't see how this works here. So, you guys got 26 inches? Damn. Fuck that. We got like an inch. So, good night, chat, and I will talk to you guys later. And also, guys, thank you for all your support tonight. I appreciate it.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney.